Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games, and welcome to ExileCon Day 2. We've got an incredibly packed schedule today. There's a lot of awesome stuff being streamed. We've got some awesome interviews with various people, lots of people playing 400, and the day culminates with our grand 2019 race finale, where we'll award $10,000 US to the best Path of Exile racer. So we've got a great schedule today, and it opens with Quin interviewing me. So please take it away.
Yeah, I actually got the opportunity to interview the literal god himself, Chris Wilson. I had a chat with you yesterday, and you said pretty much I can ask you whatever I want.
Absolutely.
And obviously, day one of the con, you guys asked and answered almost every question that I wanted to do, which is it's bad for me, but it's good because you guys are obviously listening to the community.
I'm sure we'll find plenty to talk about.
Yeah. So what I did is I asked Twitch chat, I asked the internet, what do you guys want to hear? And I picked the ones that haven't been asked yet. So we'll start off right away. You said the Pee-wee skill tree is getting modified in the future. While I understand you don't have anything concrete to talk about now, could you tell us what about the current skill tree you really like and what aspects you dislike and would like to improve on the future? Like, for example, you know, people, I play a lot of Diablo, and people see the Pee-wee skill tree and they say, no, I don't want to play that game. Like,
that's a great question. So Path of Exile has this experience where when you run the game and you press P, which happens in the first area because you have to do it before you get to town, you're blown away by this incredible 1500 node skill tree, right?
Yep.
So the question is this a good thing or a bad thing for new players versus existing players, right? So let's look at new players first. On one hand, this tells you what you're getting in for, because even if you hide a lot of the tree, they're still going to be exposed to the tree eventually. So is it really worth having a bait and switch where you have a higher retention rate through the first area and then you eventually lose the users later when they see the full tree? And then the other aspect, of course, with existing players is if you start dumbing down the tree by hiding most of it or changing the early levels of it, that could be perceived negatively. Like the tree is the soul of Path of Exile in some ways. You know, it's an iconic thing. I'm not entirely sure that trying to make it more accessible is necessarily the right direction to be taking it.
do you think it's bloated at all? Like there's, I've seen some heat maps showing you where people actually go, and there's like completely dead areas of the tree, and then also like just a lot of the attribute nodes, for example, could technically be removed or to make it less intimidating.
Yeah, that's a very good point, though. To some extent, having the choice there is important. Even if there's an obvious right choice, it's a kind of a mastery behavior to know that it's an obvious right choice. There are still people who take the bad skills, and it's good to have them there. If we just limit it to the positive ones, then it's kind of a pick your build from, you know, a few builds. Though I do agree, like obviously the tree will be different. It's going to need some work. The game is balanced pretty differently. You know, we're going for quite a bit more difficulty. You know, I'm not saying we're trying to achieve a slower pace, but we're definitely aware of the fact that there's certainly a lot of speed and spam creep going on towards the end of the game.
I'm going to ask you a lot of questions about that.
Oh yeah, let's definitely do that.
Yeah, so you are saying that you are going to make some sort of significant change to the tree in the future, or no?
It's a constant discussion at the moment.
Okay.
We honestly don't exactly know what we're doing, but there certainly needs to be tree changes. There have been some pretty radical ideas suggested so far. We're probably not making it three-dimensional.
Okay, a three-dimensional tree. Oh my God, okay. All right, to completely change the subject, during the PoE 2 reveal, you said, we knew we couldn't extend the PoE campaign forever. It'll take too long to get to maps. So will maps still be the primary endgame for PoE 2, and will that fit naturally into the storyline?
Absolutely.
Will you need to play through the first campaign to unlock PoE 1's, you know, league mechanics?
Great. So the way this works is when you create a character, you can choose which story you want to play. Do I play Path of Exile 1, which is a story about Dominus exiling someone from Oriath to Ray class, and then the player getting revenge and eventually discovering about the beast and doing all of that, and then causing Katava to, you know, be summoned by the Kururi slaves when you free them from Oriath, and eventually, sorry, lots of spoilers here, but that story, right? So that's Path of Exile 1. You can choose to play Path of Exile 1, or you can choose to play Path of Exile 2, which is a story set later after the fall of Katava, where bad things are starting to happen on Ogham, and people don't know why, and so, you know, you're being executed but managed to escape, and I don't want to get too much into Path of Exile 2
spoilers. I haven't played yet, so... Right.
So anyway, that's a separate story. So you choose which one you want to play. Now, even though they take place with a different set of exiles at a different time, with different, you know, broad enemies, though, you know, some common themes between them, they still have access to a map device.
Oh.
And maps are timeless, so maps aren't occurring at any particular time. So you can use the map device to access maps that are the same between the two. So it's got kind of a shared endgame. Now, our eventual goal here, and I'm not promising this at the stage, it's just something we're trying to work towards, is the concept that you can play a character in either campaign in the same league. So we introduced a new league, like let's say Metamorph that's coming out. You could theoretically play Path of Exile 1 or 2 campaign and play with those other people on the maps where you have access to different ascendancies and so on depending on what you chose. And this is something we're going to both make more decisions about and more announcements about in the future. But it would be really cool if the 2 campaigns are kind of an optional choice. Obviously, a lot of people will choose Path of Exile 2 because it's better. That's why we're making it.
You just pick whatever's faster, right? If you're trying to be a real tryhard.
Yeah, and we're going to have to make sure that they're about equal, right? We're just going to have to achieve that. They're going to give the same number of stat points, the same number of skill points. And I mean, it may be that Path of Exile 2 is a faster way to get to maps because we do feel it takes a little too long at the moment. But for the kind of person who wants the storyline of Path of Exile 1, they enjoy it for nostalgic reasons. Maybe they're happy spending an extra hour to get to maps, Maybe the racers won't, but some players will choose to.
Sweet as. Okay, this one here is a little bit of a touchy subject. Mobile games. Yep. So a fear of many people is that we're seeing whenever they release a mobile game for an IP, the design philosophy changes to cater towards mobile limitations. Can you guarantee this is never going to happen to PoE? So, like, you're not going to cuck the main PC game just because mobile?
This touches on the concept of whether or not there's crossplay between mobile and PC. And at this stage, well, probably permanently, we're not planning on having the crossplay so that we don't need to hurt the PC game.
Not even cosmetics? So, like, if you were to play the mobile game and, you get some achievement in the game, it would then unlock something on your main account?
Well, that's a possibility. It's cool for marketing reasons, but that has its own drawback where, imagine you're a PC player, you're not particularly interested in a mobile necessarily, and suddenly all the cool kids are unlocking stuff by playing a mobile game, and you feel like in order to compete with them, you now have to not only put the hours in on the PC, but also put the hours in on mobile, right? Your bathroom breaks at work, and you're having to play Path of Exile just to keep up. So that's a difficult thing. I mean, it would be great for marketing reasons. Maybe we'll find a good way to do it, but we're conscious of the fact we don't want people to feel forced to play the mobile version. As to the design question, we're trying to keep it a pure Path of Exile game. Like, for example, the monetization, it's not going to be pay to win. It's exactly what you expect. We haven't had explicit discussions about this, but I can promise we're not going to be throwing in dumb, mobile monetization gimmicks. And with gameplay, as you can see by playing it on the show floor, it certainly is a different feel of gameplay to Path of Exile because you're playing with your fingers. You access skills using this cool dynamic D-pad thing where if you want to leap slam somewhere, you can just like swipe up. If you've got leap slam on, swipe up. And you want to put an offering down, that might be swipe down. So there's cool ways of playing, and that does change how the game works, but it has all the things that it needs to be Path of Exile. We managed to get 5 flasks there. You've got 8 skill binds. You have the passive tree. You have all the items. We haven't removed any important features of the game.
Okay, so it's going to be completely separate, no crossover, generally speaking, unless there's some clever way of doing it. Okay, completely going to change the subject again. So resistance is a character's most important defensive stat, so like, resists. But with 3.9, with changes to ring quality, it looks even easier than ever. And it's already pretty trivial in the game right now. And, you've said in the past that you want, like, no aspects of the game to be, like, super, super easy, right? And now with this new quality change, it's going to be even more of a joke than it already is to cap your res.
Yes.
Do you think that's a problem at all?
The tricky thing about this is, if we knew that catalysts were making their way into the permanent game as a thing forever, then we could balance around it. We can make sure to do a pass on resistances, keep it fun. And I don't mean just nerf resistances for the sake of keeping it challenging, but yeah, that. But what I mean, though, is we want to make sure that game systems are engaging. If resistances are trivialized, that's a negative thing. But we don't mean to just take them away from players arbitrarily. But we do a pass on it to make sure it's good. The issue is that catalysts are a drop specific to the Metamorph League. I like Metamorph. It's one of my favorite leagues we've done recently. But there's no guarantee it's getting into the core game, right? And so if we were to make game-wide resistance changes, they'd start to affect Standard, for example, even though there's no catalyst available in Standard unless hardcore players die and bring them over and then they're expensive. So it is a bit tricky for us to do anything about resistances in the very short term. But if they're staying in the game, then yes, we will need to balance around them. Okay,
that's really good then. So the new skill system looks to have opened up a lot more buttons that you want to press in-game. And because of this, are we going to see more synergy with skill design, like combinations, for example, like 2 skills? Because, I mean, we're going to have heaps of 6 links now, right?
Yeah, you can have up to 8. I mean, potentially even more under some situations, right, if you get skills granted by items. So the team are exploring a lot of interesting stuff with skills recently, and synergies and so on are something they now have the luxury to look into now that we have a good stable of skills. Like, for a very long time, we felt we were fleshing out what Path of Exile needs to be an action RPG. There were important skills we just didn't have. you know, shape-shifting and so on. And so now that we're actually getting all our bases covered, we can look at more interesting combo and synergistic skills. I mean, we've seen it a little bit in the past, you know, pairs of skills like Blink and Mirror Arrow that are designed to, you know, work together for PvP where you don't know which one the other person's used and so on. But yeah, I'm hoping to see a lot more interesting skills. I also thought of something that I should have said in the last question about catalysts.
Okay.
They do make resistances easier, but there are lots of other types of catalysts as well. So if you've capped your res, don't use catalysts for resistances, use them for like damage or something instead.
Okay. Again, I'm going to completely change the subject. So punishing and well-telegraphed one-shot mechanics, or almost one-shot mechanics, I think are totally fine, right? And I really like it. Because, you know, you have to sign up to it as consensual. Like, you go to Uber Elder, you expect, okay, if I mess up, I'm going to get one-shot. But, you know, in in-game maps, like T16 maps, when you have crazy mods, for example, these mechanics, for example, the, you know, the Phoenix Guardian, when he's all juiced up, he just does stuff almost instantly, and it's really hard to avoid. Like, do you think that you might consider, you know, the one-shot mechanics maybe not being affected by sort of like animation increasing speed effects at all?
That's a very good topic, but I think it's one that's better discussed with the guys who are working directly on the boss fights. Like, in principle, I agree with what you're saying. It sounds sensible, but it's the kind of thing that I bring to the team and say, we should do this. The community think it's reasonable. It will, you know, it's hurting players. It's unfair. What are we going to do? And they'll give me 5 reasons why we have to keep it. And I don't know that's the case, right? I haven't spoken about them with this one, but it is the kind of thing we have to be hesitant about. But they're fully aware of it. I mean, these guys, they go home and they just play those exact maps, right? You know, we've had points in the past where people have, you know, said something sarcastic about one of our team members, so that team member has gone and, like, you know, won the solo self-found hardcore ladder or whatever, you know, like, just to prove it while working, you know, 10-hour days or whatever that guy was doing that week.
I've heard stories actually about like some developers playing the game and they died to some mechanic. Like, apparently, this is the word on the street. One of the PoE devs died to, you know, reflect damage, just, you know, the old reflect where you just randomly just die, and then the next day it was like patched out.
It's a cool kind of story, but realistically, it's one of the things that merely prompts a conversation, and there have been conversations before. I lost a hardcore character to puncture, and I waited a while before complaining about that.
Okay, another completely different question. So two-handers' biggest advantage used to be that you'd have like 2 6-link abilities, right?
Yep.
And even then, you would still, generally speaking, just use dual-wield setups because it was just a lot better being a melee player or like with a shield. So are you going to redesign it with two-handers? Are you going to make the two-handers specific skills? Like, what's the deal with two-handers now with the new skill system?
So we acknowledge the fact that it takes away one of the advantages of letting you have the 2 6-links. And that means that two-handers have to be better in some other way, right? Maybe they're just going to do more damage now. Maybe there's another cool quirk we can come up with. It's worth noting that the two-handers do have 4 sockets, you know, like bows did in the demo, whereas other items just have 2, you know, so you get 2 + 2. But we'll have to make sure that there is a legitimate reason for wanting to forego the dual wielding bonuses or forego the shield bonuses.
Okay. In the past, this is a good one. Okay, in the past, you've never been one to shy away from referring to Diablo games, and you've been very vocal in the last year, saying that you predict D4. You said it on a podcast, and 4.0 must compete with it. Now that you know your competition a little bit better, what are your thoughts? And are you worried? Like, are you worried about D4? Do you see yourself as being a direct competitor, or?
The thing that I'm happy about is any new game that anyone makes has experimental new elements to it where they don't know really whether people are going to like it or not. They can do as much testing as they want, they can make it as good as they want, and some games just don't quite gel with the audience for various reasons, right? Whether it's, you know, small design problems, whether it's pacing. There's a lot of reasons why games can just, you know, not be as good as the designers had hoped. We know the Path of Exile is good. The fact there's thousands of people here and hundreds of people watching me literally over there, and, you know, I don't know how many people are on Twitch right now, but it's a lot. It's a scary number. The fact that that is happening around Path of Exile shows people like Path of Exile, and we're not removing the Path of Exile from this. We're giving you a new storyline. We're making improvements to the skill system that have no drawbacks that we can see. We're coming up with new systems that add to it. We know the core of the game is solid. We know we're not screwing around with the atomization, right? You know, it's going to be good. We're gonna keep to the plan that we've been doing for a very long time and stick to that. And Path of Exile players can expect it. Other action RPGs are going to try new and experimental stuff. Maybe they are the new best action RPGs, right? You know, for competition's sake, I hope so. But on the other hand, they might not be. And we're going to sit there, you know, at the 90% mark, and maybe someone gets to 100, but I'm happy to be at 90, and that gives me a lot of confidence.
Okay. PoE in-game is very fast, and you've hinted at elements like increasing the mobs' HP pools and things. But right now, animations are crazy for any in-game build, especially ones with incredibly quick animation speeds. Yeah. Will we see any improvements, maybe like attack speed breakpoints, where a skill gets a new impressive like animation, so it doesn't look like your guy's just going literally crazy? Because we still want to feel like gods at the end game, but right now we feel like clowns, like with some of the really fast attacking
I understand, and the team sees that as well. It's a really good idea, actually, having new animations for the, godlike speed, as it were. That's not something we've discussed internally. I mean, the animation team may have done, but it hasn't got to me. So that kind of thing is a better solution, because normally what people say is, the end game's too fast, how are you going to slow it down? And the problem is, when you actually go and do that, the players are like, that's not what we wanted. We didn't want you to make it worse for us. We wanted to find a magical solution to the problem that doesn't involve reducing our power. And new animations and stuff are the kind of magical solution that we'd be looking for there. So I'll bring it up with the team, but this is something a lot of people are conscious of and working on.
Okay. So speaking about speed and PoE, so what's the reason behind making PoE in-game so fast compared to traditional ARPGs? Like, either you're teleporting around and just one-shotting everything, or you're just dead. Like, it's like this kill or be killed thing. And also, like, area of effect skills in PoE and, like, smart targeting abilities where, like, it's just, like, by design, you can just annihilate an entire screen with a single button press. Is that intentional?
Sorry, just choking it. So, this is the consequence of power creep building up over a lot of years. I remember having a conversation with one of my developers a long time ago. We're talking in the alpha of Path of Exile. And he said to me, Chris, the end game is really slow. You're like flicker strike is flicker strike, flicker strike, flicker strike.
I love that ability.
He said one of his favorite things about old school action RPGs was stacking attack speed and going nuts. Sorry.
Don't die.
So, had this conversation, and he said, can we make it faster, right? Like, he was citing D2. His characters in D2 were just faster and faster. And so I said to him, look, we have many, many years. We want to keep this going for 10 plus years. And there's going to be a lot of incremental creep. That speed will come, and it will be a bad thing when it does. And it's going to be uncontrollable, and we're fighting that from the beginning. Everything should be a matter of only incremental power gains for every release that we do.
So at PoE 2, do you think you're going to see a massive slowdown in terms of, like, speed of the game and pacing of the game? Like a reset button almost, or?
It's really tempting to say that would be a good thing, but I don't think it necessarily is, because we don't want the situation where someone runs Path of Exile 2, tries their cool build and says, yeah, this is crap now, right? Like, it has to be that someone enjoys the game in exactly the same way they want to be doing. And look, we do need to try to find a way to make it not quite as fast at the end game, but it's not going to be slow. We want to make sure that we still have every improvement you make to your character feels impactful. Maybe it's spread over slightly more time, right? Like, maybe there's more interesting steps in getting to that point, so you're not running around like a complete god after one day or whatever, and a new season starts. Okay,
to segue from that, actually, so in terms of mobility skills, so in Path of Exile, and this is pretty specific to PoE, actually, there's a couple other games, but it's like infinite mobility in terms of just, mobility skills which have no cooldown, and there's no real choice. Like, when you engage with a pack of mobs, it's like, oh, do I want to hold my thing to get away, or like, oh, should I leap now to avoid like a one-shot telegraph mechanic? It's just like, oh no, I'm just going to leap in, and then if something bad happens, I'm going to leap out. Or is that something you guys are thinking about in terms of mobility skills, like being too strong, having literally no cooldown, just infinite spam?
Well, we improved mobility skills quite a lot with the Legion melee changes, because we wanted to have it so that you can dart in and out of combat, make melee feel really good. And we also tried to make sure that this wasn't something that spellcasters could abuse too much. At the same time, we needed so the characters can get out of the way of highly telegraphed attacks. Someone's about to slam you and you get out of the way. We don't want it so you're using movement skills as traversal, right? We don't want the situation where there's a, no cooldown teleport that you go bang, 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 bang across the map and get to a boss.
Isn't that currently what's in the game? Like,
I mean, you can't go over walls at least, which is good,
I love, like, Dash, for example, is amazing. I love it, and it's awesome, but I never really put it in my gear, because it's like, why would I ever put that in my gear over something like Leap Slam?
Yeah, Leap Slam is certainly powerful. I mean, there's some subtlety to it as well. Like, when you Leap Slam, technically there's a cooldown or an internal, like, full animation that has to play. So if you chain them, it plays a full animation. If you haven't used it for a while, it will skip the animation and let you get right into it with an instant start. We're trying to go in the direction of that kind of stuff there, where if you're using it sporadically, you get more benefit than if you're using it in a chained way. And I agree, the movement in Path of Exile certainly makes me a little uncomfortable. Having said that, that's something we're a bit careful before we reduce, because people are used to it, right? There's There was a patch too, the Marvel Heroes game a number of years ago, where they were upset at the insane movement speeds that some characters managed to achieve, and so they fixed it, and that was perceived negatively by the community. And we're very careful about having the same reaction. We don't want to upset existing players, but we don't want to solve the problem, so we'll do it in the most careful way we can, and probably communicate it, right? This isn't going to be a sudden patch, oh, by the way, the game's bad now.
Yes.
It's going to be something where we say, we're considering the following changes, do you have any thoughts about it? And we'll listen to the hatred and the angry Reddit threads, and then try to take into account and, you know, test it.
That's why I'm not a game designer. If it was me, I would just put a cooldown on all mobility skills.
Like, it's honestly... It's a difficult topic because there's things that are hard to change. And I've got a really good example here. So the correct thing to do in action RPGs is have it so that when you go to town, you talk to an NPC and then it heals you. It doesn't just fill your flasks upon coming out of the portal. Because that way, there's a bit of a cost to it, there's a bit of an in-world thing, you have to go and talk to an NPC. Now, when we were implementing it initially, we made it so when you come out of the portal, instantly you're healed and all your flasks are filled up because we were lazy and it's a pain to make it so you have to go and talk to an NPC and that requires a different programmer to do it and, you know, we'll do this later. We can't do this later now. If we made it into tomorrow's patch, so when you go to town, it doesn't fill your flask, you have to go walk through town and talk to someone and walk back, there would be a riot. That would be an unnecessary change as far as they're concerned. You know, to be
Pandora's box, once you open it, that's it. Like,
and there are changes like that all over the place, right? If I went through and made all the changes I think that would make Path of Exile a better game, there would be no players tomorrow. And that's not because my ideas are bad. It's things we should have done from the beginning that would be completely fine if they were just there the whole time, if you see what I mean.
Maybe PoE 2 is an opportunity then to make some significant changes that might be like a little bit abrasive.
A few of them. But we have to be careful because we do not want the situation where PoE 2 comes out and forces a bad game on people.
True.
And an example is death penalties. We have death penalties in Path of Exile. No one's complaining about them. If we didn't have death penalties and we introduced them tomorrow, there would be a riot. You know, it's about the status quo. And so we're very cognizant of the fact that we have some crazy ideas we think would make the game better that we kind of can't do.
In terms of group meta, so I really love PoE and I play it all the time, obviously, but I never engage in groups unless I absolutely have to, because whenever I do, it's like, it's again this thing where either you're running around picking up loot behind someone, or you're the guy just teleporting around and killing stuff. Is there any plans to like make group meta like more engaging, maybe group-based mechanics, encounter specific to groups perhaps?
So I do want multiplayer gameplay to be better, right? I agree with the problem that because of the fast pace of the game, it is a little bit rough. The tricky thing is we don't want to make mechanics that require you to play in a party, because our kind of design philosophy here is everything is possible solo or in a party. We'll never make solo-only content, we'll never make party-only content. We want to make sure both are fully supported. So, for example, there were rumors we were going to announce 12-man raids in the game. It's probably never happening, unfortunately, because 90% of players will party occasionally, but prefer to just go and grind alone if they can do, and so they just wouldn't engage with that content.
Completely different subject. In terms of trading, so obviously you guys have said you don't want an auction house and things like that, but there was talk of incorporating some sort of in-game browser where you could, you know, instead of having to alt-tab to like PoE trade and, you know, use third-party stuff, you could do it in-game via some sort of, you know, panel interface.
I think that's far more likely than an auction house, yes.
So that PoE 2 may happen, some sort of...
If we were to add an in-game trade browser that goes to the trade site and lets you view it and stuff, that could be done at any time rather than in PoE 2. It's just something that we haven't had time to actually go and do yet. There's subtlety to it. Like, we'd want to use an actual browser to render it, and that means embedding a copy of Chromium or whatever in the game, and then there's various issues and compatibility, and, you know, it's doable, entirely doable. It's just a matter of time.
Okay. We got really limited time here, so I'm just going to use some bonus questions. Death logs. Any chance?
The tricky thing is there's so many tiny things that do small damage that it will say the skeleton killed you and it was actually the poison damage that did 90% of your life just in small chunks. So there's a lot of bits and pieces like that where it's not going to be accurate unless we put a lot of work in.
So, okay, so potentially. What about male and female versions of models? Like, can you be like change gender?
Path of Exile 2, by default, there is just one fixed sex per character class because it's a specific character you're dealing with. But we can make alternate sexes and probably will sell them as microtransactions.
Oh, okay. This is a random question. When are you guys going to sell merch worldwide?
After the success of the merch store here, probably pretty soon, I imagine.
Oh, wow, okay. So this might be a little bit too long, but so you guys talked about fixing item bloat. You know, like you go into a T60 map which has got fully rolled affixes, and then you turn off your loot filter, and literally the entire screen is covered in items. Yep. And obviously that uses a bunch of processing power. How do you fix item bloat without literally just turning it into like another trash personal loot system? Like, what happens if you're playing a Marauder jug and you're using bows?
So we're not intending to make it so that the drops are specific to what you are using, but there are a lot of drops that no one needs to use at the moment. And honestly, this is a really big topic, right? A lot of white items that drop don't need to, and so some of the changes we're looking at here with the decluttering experiment we're doing is just fewer white items, slightly fewer blue items, and high-quality magic ones. High-quality rare ones. This is a much longer topic to be interviewed about, I suspect. Yeah, someone should ask me this when we've got more time available. Unfortunately, we have less than a minute now.
Okay. No, that's pretty much it, actually. I mean, there's no way you're going to be able to answer this question in 30 seconds.
Well, thank you so much. It's been a lot of fun.
Thank you so much, Chris.
Really appreciate it.
Yeah, you pretty much answered every question. I mean, it's actually insane. And on top of that, like, all the questions that I did want to ask, you guys already, answered them, which is, like, you clearly understand what the community, like, wants, and, you're doing your best to, like, get it done, which I just love.
Thank you so much, and I really appreciate the great questions, and for representing New Zealand as well. All right, thanks so much.
Sweet as.
Hello, my name is Zizaran, coming to you live from ExileCon, and I'm joined here by Rory.
How's it going?
And Neon.
Hey everyone, how's it going?
Thanks so much for joining me here today.
Worries.
Yeah, thank you.
So the topic of this is going to be boss design, and I'm very, very excited to get into that. That's one of my favorite things about Path of Exile, and these are two of the people that are in charge of making bosses.
Yep, I've been working on bosses since Edzeri, and I think, what was your first boss? Probably
I think my first boss was actually the OG crematorium Megera with the ridiculous firestorms that killed me and probably many people.
Responsible for a lot of deaths then.
Yeah. I kind of said this a bit yesterday, but it's almost a point of pride to kill as many characters as I possibly can. So, sort of.
Have you ever seen a streamer die to like a boss where you feel like you had a big particular influence and just go like, got him?
Well, I've even been there on stream. I was on stream when I died myself several times to my own content. That was a way back. There was also times where I sent people into their demise. I convinced them that they can do the fight. They go in, they could not.
Nice. That must be a good feeling.
But yes, and I do see it. But there's also a downside to that, of course, as well, which is I also see streamers go in and completely trivialize that content, and it makes me feel a little bit sad inside. But there's normally a decent balance of deaths and trivialization. But yeah.
So I take it you're not a big fan of the recent trend of builds having 3 or 4 shapers per second in damage then?
No, I'm not. It's cool that it's gotten to that point. It's cool that players are capable of developing their characters to be so powerful, but I'm not a fan of seeing it, just completely make our content look like it's nothing, look boring, look uninteresting, when we do put a lot of work into some of this. So, and as I've said, this is something I'm very much hoping to start correcting in 3.9.0 and, of course, in Path of Exile 2.
Looking very much forward to it. The trailer looked amazing. The bosses look really hard. We'll go into that a little bit more later, and I haven't actually played 4.0 yet myself. I'm doing that later, but a lot of people have been telling me that some of the bosses are genuinely really hard, even early on, which is surprising. But one of the questions I wanted to start with is, do you both have a favorite boss in all of Path of Exile yourself?
I have fond memories of Edzeri just because it was the original, and it still holds up in some ways.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know why. Generally, it's one of the last kind of set I've worked on, I'd say. I'd say I don't have one that holds, but I mean, a lot of them. My favorite is currently unreleased. I'm not going to say the name just because people might not want to hear it, but it's on my shirt if anyone wants to see it later.
Very much looking forward to that one.
Yeah.
And on the topic of boss design, where does it start? Like, for example, will someone like Chris say, we need a boss for this expansion, or we need a boss for this content, and then you guys come up with a theme, the abilities? Or do you sometimes just like stand in the shower and like, oh my god, I just have an amazing idea for a boss. What do you guys think of this?
almost all of those ways at different times. I mean, one of the bosses for the 4.0 for Path of Exile 2 that you saw was something that we got the concept art, and it's very clear what's going on here, and the family need to be involved in the fight. I mean, his family, not your family as players.
Yeah.
And that the fight came from that, and it changed completely, but it was still like, that was the core of it. The concept art was the core of the whole encounter, while we've got other things that, well, the Shaper, for example, is kind of...
The Shaper has a, very unique story. Well, you actually started that process, I guess, so...
Yeah, I made a boss, and I said, can I have like a star texture on the boss and have like a scrolling star texture? And so we got the engineers to make something that would work with that, and then from that we got a Frostbolt and Vortex space art variation.
Celestial, yeah, that's made a lot of money now.
Yeah, and so from that we like, the Celestial stuff looks cool, let's have something more with it, and it grew until within later on, it was like, okay, the final boss should use the same space stuff. And so the Shaper and a lot of his abilities came from, hey, the space stuff looks cool on this one boss.
So the current laboratory map boss, the one that transfers between the two arenas and has all the portals, that was the inspiration for everything Celestial in the game.
Oh.
That is effectively the start and end point there. So that was a bit of a crazy process, but yeah. So sometimes you have like Rory had a cool idea, he did it. Him and an effects artist worked on this. That then turned into one of the most notable bosses, which is currently on Chris's shirt here, and will be one of the most notable bosses of all time. And of course, a large amount of monetization of Celestial microtransactions, which I do believe is a the most popular option for most players.
I would say so. Hopefully you got a race for that.
I should.
Okay, Chris, listen in. And like, while we're talking about Shaper, he is one of the most iconic moves, like the Shaper beam. I remember like seeing that for the first time, and it's like, everybody goes like, wow, right? So what bosses in particular do you both feel that you worked on the most, and do they have any like particular skill like the Shaper beam that really stands out to you, that you really enjoyed?
Well, I think the Shaper beam was yours as well.
I think it started off as just Scorching Ray, and then they were like, no, we need to make it bigger. No, we need to make it bigger. And then it's like, okay, you can't dodge this if it's moving. We need to make it stationary. So,
I mean, a bit of our process there is we will we've got a meeting room, just a small room, single table, a couple of whiteboards. Me and Rory will just go in there. We know what we need to make by this point. We either have the art or don't, but we know we need to make this. So once we've gotten that information, we then go into the meeting room and we will just talk it out for a while, come up with ideas, come up with plans. Often it's difficult. It's getting more difficult now, that's for sure. After doing so many different mechanics, different ways of killing the players, it's difficult to come up with new ways, and it's also easy to overcomplicate them because we're always trying to make it better than the last. There's a few bosses, I guess, where they've got way too many skills than they need. The Shaper Guardians are a case where they actually have quite few. So the Hydra's got a barrage, got a what we call Doom Arrow, which is the arrows coming from the ceiling in a straight line. You've got the Forking Shot, and then you've got Hydra turrets, and then a minion, very small minion phase periodically. And that's quite a small number. There's only like 5 mechanics there or so. And it works so well. Again, you can get the DPS to trivialize that currently, so it's not, too in a great state right now, but that could be said about the general balance of endgame and everything. So as it holds up, though, it's quite good. A lot of people died to it. It was difficult for a good amount of time, and then we see on the other side of the spectrum, and you see this with a bit of the Synthesis and some of the others, where they just have, you probably don't even know this, but they some of them have 20 skills, some of them have 10, 15 skills. And and half the time they don't even get executed in the fight. So I guess this is something for 3.9.0 that I've been trying to do, is circle back, simplify a little bit, just realize that we kind of did creep the mechanics up a little bit much, and just go back to more simple. And Zeri is a good example of simple as well.
Yeah.
It may not come across like, I say simple and players might not think it's simple, but I just mean in terms of her rotation is quite, semi-deterministic. It's a good mechanical fight instead of, I guess, too much of a ruckus. So yes. As for back to the question of, I guess, my favorite one I worked on
Anything
the most.
that really stood out to you?
Well, I mean, I have to say Uber Elder is probably, one of them, even though it's combining, obviously, Shaper and Elder. I did a majority of the Elder fight. I wouldn't say, from a design point of view, again, it's shared, but from a development and execution point of view, I did the majority of Elder, and I think I did the majority of Shaper. But then Uber Elder was intended to be a completely different fight. And I mean completely different. We had this big brain monster that had the Shaper mounted on the front of it, and the Elder was all part of it, and it had kind of these tentacle-like creatures that you can see in the fight, and they were meant to dismount and start doing mechanics like beams and then remount onto the brain spaceship, and we just never executed it. And we knew we needed an Uber Elder fight, and we were just like, we cannot make this fight work. I mean, there's a lot of tech and what we were at the time calling the mothership tech. It just wasn't really doable in the time frame, but we needed to give an Uber Elder fight. So we just took the Shaper, took the Elder, and kind of put them together. And I believe it really worked, but that was a cool case of just making a whole new fight, or what felt like a whole new fight with mechanics just out of two existing fights. So that's probably my favorite in the sense of how the development went, and of course where it sits in the game. Again, kind of gets trivialized, but it held its own for a good amount of time, except for, I guess, Righteous Fire against it. But
yeah, I've used that a lot for it. But I'd still say Uber Elder holds itself very well, and so does its Zeri. But particularly Uber Elder is something I want to talk about, because that changed a lot even from the trailer being released to actually release. Because for those of you who don't know, in the trailer of Uber Elder, we can see that Shaper has a bullet hell stage. And everybody, at least that does bosses a lot, like me, Dan, stuff like that, we were like, how are we going to do bullet hell and Uber Elder? That sounds very hard. So what was the thought process behind removing that, especially so late?
So, I mean, we obviously have to get a certain amount of, press coverage and trailers and whatnot out at a certain point in time. And often when that's the case, yes, these things are in development. So the trailer, sometimes we try not to. But yes, it has some stuff that's not true. I mean, we're doing trailers before we're doing alpha often, or at least at the same time, and so we do then at least take alpha feedback. Not that it's easy for alpha players to get to Uber Elder in the time frame they have, but so it could be internal as well. And in this case, we played it and we were like, this just isn't. There's no counterplay. I mean, in the Shaper fight, you rely on the Zana bubble, right? I mean, that's not there. It was just too difficult. It didn't feel fair. And I even mentioned to you this a little bit before, but that skill, sad to say, has a lot of desync. If you're not in the bubble, it's not like you can maneuver throughout those projectiles. You'll just die to some invisible... he teleports to one location on the client, teleports to a different location on the server. So all the projectiles you see are just a lie. It's not proud saying that, but it is a thing. I wish it wasn't, and we can fix it. But in this case, that combined with the fact it just felt unfair, even if it was working, it just wasn't fit for it. And the fight was definitely difficult enough and mechanical enough without it. So that was just playtesting. There were three of us mainly iterating on it, and we just decided it had to go.
That makes sense.
That may have been when the statement was said that no one had defeated it legitimately in the office. After removing that, maybe that wasn't. I can't remember the exact timing on that, but yeah.
It looks very hard. Like, it's already a very hard fight for a lot of people. On softcore and stuff, you can go so heavy on damage, and then it becomes kind of trivial, but very few people still kill it on hardcore. So definitely it lasted like the test of time, so to speak, which something you worked on a lot, you were saying was one of your favorites. Adziri, I'd say at least Uber Adziri, which is a harder version of the Adziri fight, still very hard today, and that's been out for 3-4 years now?
Yeah, it has had some numerical tweaks, but also it's got that sort of not super obvious full damage reflection that you can accidentally kill yourself on partway through, so...
Yeah, is it... I would say, for example, Shaper in particular, I would say is very trivialized now, whereas Uber Elder and Adziri is not. How much do you guys plan around making sure that it lasts for a long time and doesn't just get power creeped?
It's not really a core part of the plan, except for the sort of more recent in-game top-tier bosses. Like Adziri Adziri, the game was in a very different place. The damage that people could do was very different, and the builds people were doing is very different from what we have now. So it really is luck as much as anything else that it's actually lasted so well. And it's quite a simple fight in terms of the core mechanics, but it is a lot of damage that it dishes out. So it is a very mechanical fight in that if you know how to dodge it and you do pull that off, you can survive it. But it was never designed to be survivable to take multiple hits, no matter how strong you were. So.
And even today, that is very hard. Like the big yellow lightning things, they do a crazy amount of damage. So it's a very fun fight. But Adziri has a very special mechanic that I don't think we see anywhere else in the game, at least that I can think of, with the Adziri into Uber Adziri mechanic, where you get the mortal fragments to open up Uber Adziri. How do you guys personally like that mechanic, and is that something we can see more of in the future with the same boss, but maybe with just everything stronger and different loot?
It's definitely something that we should do more, considering it's not too challenging for us to implement other than just a bit of balance, but... The Uber Elder was kind of originally conceived as this, except the same fragment system, or making it just a full, straight path from one to the other, wasn't really something we wanted to do for a core in-game experience, I think we could say.
I would say that there is room to do that more. I was kind of talking to Rory about this briefly as well, and it is something we probably should do more, especially considering, and not to demean it, it is very cheap to do on our end. I mention a lot of the time about how stressed for time we are and how busy we are and how there's so much stuff we already can't do. But, maybe that's a good example that we should do a bit more of that and put our attentions in some other places. Of course, no promises, and it is relevant to the content. It is contextual. The story has to support it as well. There's a lot of other pieces, and of course we do need to still, at the end of the day, make all the items. We aren't going to just release it without the loot pool or the drop pool that comes with it. So there is still a bit of work there, but I would say yes, it would be, as soon as we can find a good opportunity to do it with new content, I'd like to just do it. It's I'd say successful so far. Yes. And of course, if people disagree with that, let me know.
I'm a very big fan of that, at least, but I'm sure there's going to be very mixed feelings on that. But you were talking about loot tables, and something I really want to talk about is divination cards, especially for boss uniques. How do you guys feel about a player being able to, especially through a card, for example, the Void, that can give you any divination card reward, so whenever somebody has bought a supporter pack for a Starforge, Void Forge, they could end up getting a boss drop just from handing in one divination card. How do you guys feel about that?
Well, I don't like it, personally. Again, it's not like just because I'm not a fan of it, we can just make this decision and have it happen. It's a team effort. We've got to bring it up, got to have the discussion, got to get all the opinions, got to get the community feedback and see where they sit. So there's a whole process there. But yes, personally, I'm not a fan. I actually saw this with the Reliquary as well. I mean, I know it's not divination card, but it's giving boss-only uniques well before the bosses are even encountered. I remember going on trade and seeing 30 presents of Chiolas that are all you know, the hologram, I can't remember the name, and then there's one presence of Chiola that legitimately dropped from Chiola. In fact, maybe that one was from a divination card as well. So there was a good 30 of the unique item, and Chiola possibly hadn't even been killed in the league at the time. And that really disappointed me. I would say if we're going to do that, at least the reliquary part again, we're going to try and prevent that from happening. As for the div cards, I can't say whether or not we're going to do anything, but yeah, a personal opinion, I don't like seeing the boss uniques come from the divination cards, especially before the content has been encountered. I would say that like later in the league, once they're quite, once they're all over, it's not so bad. But so maybe there is something we can even do there where they're not as available early. But again, it's all speculative. It's not for me to decide here and now. But yeah, not a fan.
It's definitely a problem that if you're killing random monsters, there's zero chance that you're going to get anything truly amazing. So it is a balance of making sure there's something great from just the stuff you're going to find in a regular rare map. But I would like to hope that there's plenty of stuff still to find while doing that.
Yeah.
Or hopefully we can improve the chance of you getting something awesome as you're going through that, in addition to still making these things that you want to do this specific content to get this awesome item.
And you guys have a very varied audience between like players who have played, 15 to 20,000 hours and players who are just starting out playing the game. Who is like the target player, especially for endgame boss fights? Like, who do you try to target for designing the bosses?
I mean, this is a hard one. This is still coming up now. Again, we're making new endgame bosses, and this question is just coming up a lot. We're having frequent discussions, even off the clock ones, amongst a whole bunch of staff members of just what to do here and who's it for, and it's so difficult to decide. Now, it's really easy on one end where, you're creating bosses very early in the game. It's pretty clear where they should be. The power differential and skill differential, well, skill less so, but power differential between characters at level 10 is nothing like they could be at level 90 plus kind of terrain. So the early game bosses are generally a bit easier to make. We just pick a difficulty where we want it to be. I'd say, with Path of Exile 2, we're setting the standards a bit higher, and we'll probably continue to do so. 3.9.0 actually does include some updates to the campaign bosses, making them harder as well, especially less off the curve, I guess. There's some that have just abnormally high life and some that have abnormally low life. We're trying to standardize it a little bit, just so that one boss doesn't die in 1 second and another in a minute, or 5, or however long. But then you've got Uber Elder, which is, again, very easy. The target audience is the elite of the elite at the time. Again, very easy to pitch. But then let's say, Synthesis, which had the last set of bosses, Legion's a bit different, but say Synthesis, it was fully intended that a lot more people can do the Guardians, but the Cortex is, more towards the Uber Elder, set of difficulty. I guess the unfortunate there is it's far more RNG driven, so even the good players can't rely on finding it, which is also a bit of a shame in hindsight now. But yeah, I'd say it varies is the main point. There's no just fixed pointers. But look, we want everyone to be able to, who can get to it, to be able to at least do it several times, feel like they're making progress, feel like they're getting better, feel like they can eventually defeat it. Like, that's a good aspirational goal to have. But yes, there's no fixed point. It does vary.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of it is a mix between how hard the fight is to actually do if you know the fight well, and how hard the fight is to do if you don't know what's going on. And for the most advanced players who are the first to reach the encounter, then we can make sure that the fight is challenging, but that doesn't necessarily mean the fourth time they're doing it, it'll still be challenging for them, as they've figured out the easy to dodge but deadly stuff.
I definitely can relate to that, because I remember the first time I did Shaper, I was literally shaking, whereas, a few years in, you're like, okay, click, hey, loot. So it changes a lot when you are more comfortable with the fight. A lot of these fights, especially at Zeri and Shaper and stuff, they have phases. And we don't really see a lot of people complaining particularly about endgame bosses, but we do see a lot of people complaining about like the Brine King and the Brine King boss in maps. How do you guys feel about like the loot of those bosses not being maybe up to scratch for how long they take to kill, just because the players spend so much time waiting around?
Well, we've definitely made a shift to try and make sure our new bosses don't have invulnerability phases that you can't speed up in any way, or there's nothing to do during that stuff. It's obviously quite expensive to go back and change an existing boss in a major way, so it's not something we can shift back. And it's not the kind of thing that we're just going to say, well, for a player who can instantly remove the life bar of any enemy, we're not going to double the loot for the point of the time they've spent waiting for the invulnerability phase. But yeah, we're moving away from that as much as possible.
That's good to hear.
Yeah, for the Synthesis Guardians in particular, there was just a hard rule of no immunity phases. So we'll design them in a way. The minion phase was designed in a way where they couldn't be immune. Cortex had a little bit, but at least during that time, you've got busy work with ads. And we've been going back to a lot of bosses in maps, or not, I wouldn't say a lot actually. We've done less than we should have, but we have been going back to some map bosses and making sure that during those immunity phases we try and add as many monsters as possible that do give loot to compensate for the time. It's just a shame that the balance has gotten to this point, because when the immunity phases are 3 seconds out of minutes, it's different, but now it's 3 seconds and then 1 second of non-immunity, which is sad to see.
Awesome. Well, that was all the time we had. Thank you so much to both Rory and Neon for joining us here today. And thank you for the always beautiful chat and the audience. You guys are amazing. Thank you for having us.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having us, Liz.
Have a good one.
Hi there, I'm Asuzara, and I'm joined by Ed and Sam, 2 developers of GDT. And we're going to talk about animations today. So thank you very much for joining me here.
Thanks for having us. It's great.
So how did you like the convention so far?
It's been great.
Yeah?
Yeah. Been having a great time, eh?
Nice.
Yeah. I think yesterday was, probably in 16 years of making games, it was probably my favorite moment. So it's wonderful. It's awesome.
Yeah. Awesome to be here too.
Yeah, a lot of emotion, a lot of happiness, a lot of fun, and
people.
Great to see all the fans and
awesome.
stuff. So very, very cool.
Like the keynote was just blowing me away. I'm sure I'm not alone here. Yeah, really good job.
Yeah, it was very authentic, and seeing Chris, sort of get all emotional when he was talking, and I know a lot of the other developers were doing the same. So it's a fantastic time.
Awesome. So I saw that you guys have a nice mustache here. It's about Movember, right? You want to talk about this, maybe?
It is pretty magnificent, isn't it? I love it. No, but really, this is just for supporting for men's health for Movember. We're just trying to raise some money just to support mental health, physical health, everything else to do with for men's health. So
I think we have the URL on the stream right now. If you want to support, feel free to do so.
If it's not up right now, I think at some point they will make sure that it hits the air at some point. So.
Yeah, awesome. All right, let's have some fun. Jump into questions. I want to start with more general questions, but feel free to just add something inside of PoE 2 or 3.9 if you feel like you want to.
Right.
So you work as animators for GDT. How could you describe what you're doing to people? You're the life givers, I'd say, but...
Yeah, we're like behind-the-scenes actors. Doing any of the mainly monsters, characters, NPCs. We give them life. Yeah.
A lot of boss fights from this guy here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. I want to talk about it later. Yeah.
And you can see on his shirt that he is the authentic Katava. He animated Katava. He is Katava. He helped design Katava. Yeah. A little bit different looking, but other than that, he is Katava.
Not quite as big in real life. Yeah.
Not slamming around the whole time.
Oh, no, he does that. Definitely does that.
Okay, all right. What can we find in-game that you worked on personally? I mean, I already heard you're working on boss fights a lot.
Yeah, so I guess most notable ones would be like Katava, Shaper, Elder.
Okay.
All of the Elder
the
Guardians.
big bosses.
Yeah. Pretty much all of the league bosses.
Okay, cool.
Are me.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, and then a bunch in 300 like Brian King and all those new ones.
Nice.
While Ed was doing a lot of the Kitava and those other fights like that, I was doing a lot of the NPC stuff, a lot of the monsters, bipedal monsters, but then also sort of Lunaris, Solaris, Arakali, Unholy Trio, which was probably the most challenging thing that I've ever had to animate, I would say.
Oh, okay.
And more recently.
But how so? How was it the most challenging one?
I mean, it was an extremely awkward character. It had one big leg, another small leg, a deformed arm, a dead fetus on the side of the head with the serpent coming out the top, and I mean, and then you got to try and make it feel and look believable,
And it's like the concept artists give this to you, and you're like, okay, I got to work with this.
And you look at it and you're like, but it can't stand up like that, Like they're like, yeah, that's it. So then you try and make it work, you know what I mean? And try and in a believable way. But more recently, like Bloated Miller and Better Guy from 4.0, and Ed is responsible for the Ranger, and myself Marauder.
Okay. Awesome. So how many animators work with you in your team, and does everyone have like their own projects, or are you like working together on one single thing? How does this look like?
We tend to take like a monster each, but there's not really like, you always get monsters, you always get NPCs. We try and spread that around, otherwise people get bored, Okay.
Fair enough.
Like, even working on bosses like that, that's kind of usually the most fun work, but it can get exhausting. Like, there's a lot of big attacks and things like that. Sometimes you want something a bit more simple.
But it's more like one person is like concentrating on the work of a boss, for example, like you, for example.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
It's nice to keep the continuity there. So sometimes we'll have an anim set that'll come out in a particular league, and it'll have certain restrictions for that league, but then it'll get added onto later. And we'll try usually to have that same person then take over that the next time that it comes in with new attacks or some new specials or something that come in.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
How are you connected with other departments? Do you get a lot of input from others?
We, a little bit of input. Like we work quite closely with the designers.
Yeah.
Because we have to work out timings, how long an attack takes, and what the attack needs to do. Also effects. Effects is the same. I mean, we want to let them know what we had in mind with, we'd do a hand gesture or something, just be like, I thought it'd be cool if this could happen. And,
okay.
Yeah. Those would be the main two.
Yeah, I guess in the pre-side of things, modeling department and rigging department as well. We have a monster, and they give us the model to begin with, and we look at it, and it gets rigged, and we move it around, and we're like, it doesn't quite move exactly the way that I had thought, and so then we can go back to them and get it adjusted and stuff. So we're quite central, I guess, in the pipeline.
It's more us giving the input.
Oh, okay. Nice. The strings.
I think there's a thing of like, oh crap, here comes the animators.
Okay.
Yeah. What do they want now?
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
How do you stay creative? Like, do ideas just come naturally to you, or do you have a trick?
Sometimes we don't stay creative.
Okay.
We definitely have days where, you just draw a blank, or like it can be a whole week where you come in and it's like, can I animate? I don't know.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I mean, for me personally, ideas just kind of come to me. I have a backlog of things that I like, that I don't know, from TV shows and what that I've grown up with. And if I get stuck, then I take a break. Really, come back to it with fresh eyes. Yeah.
Okay. Nice. Yeah.
I guess for myself, I kind of I put the camera out, I get a tripod, we put the camera on, and I act more a little bit, pretend to be a ginormous zombie, or I pretend to be something else, and just sort of see what comes from that.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes
that must look funny, right?
Hilarious. Yeah.
I'm not really quite too sure, but I've thrown myself around quite a lot. I do really enjoy it, and I guess I feel it becomes quite a physical appearance or animation as a result. But because I did it, I got more of an idea from it. This guy just seems to have an incredible way of just imagining things that just pop into his head, which I'm very jealous of. But he does it, so whatever.
I also did. I studied Kung Fu for a while, so I can usually fall back on that if it's a humanoid character. A little bit hard to do if it's like a wolf or something.
Okay,
but, yeah.
Kung Fu wolf.
Yeah. There was the Lightning Guardian Elder guy. He does
Shaolin,
he does a lot of Shaolin moves.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was cool.
So when you create something new, do you look for existing plants and animals or areas? Do you take your input from somewhere else?
Yeah. I mean, Shaolin.
Or from your nightmares? If you eat from the nightmares.
Yeah, I guess I'm a bit of a fan of like Japanese horror. Like they always have quite weird moving people.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know. I can't really pinpoint that many exact things, but I know what I like. And
Yeah, again, for me, like a lot of animal reference or anything off the internet. Look on YouTube for different things. It might be a gorilla, but you might look at something else, or it might be a big human that you're trying to animate, and you look at a gorilla. It can be a lot of different ways around. Anything that you can take reference from, you're like, oh, that could work. And you just sort of pick out bits and pieces and kind of put it all back together, and you come up with what you do.
Some things there's just nothing though.
Yeah,
you get some really abstract monster, and it's like, I don't know.
That's what I was meaning with the Unholy Trio. It was just like, I don't know. Where do I go with this?
Okay. You figured it out in the end.
Somewhat. I don't know.
Do all your creatures have background too, like interactions with each other, like predator-prey interactions, and how does it affect your work?
Not always. Sometimes, yeah, well, there'll be a thing which has a bit of history behind it, but sometimes it's also just up to us to kind of think of a personality that could work with how it looks and where it is, and
how it moves around.
Yeah.
I think in Po2 there's something that we're really trying to push. We really want to try and set a relationship between multiple monsters. They may be from the same clan, they may be an alpha, they may be a beta. There needs to be some sort of synergy between them, rather than just being sort of three separate monsters that look similar. We want them to behave like a family. We want them to exist inside of the world in a way that you're stumbling across them doing their thing, rather than just, oh, here is a monster that I have placed here. We have this thing with the Ghoul Commander and the ghouls that are coming up, and it's really quite demented, but I love it. The Ghoul Commander pukes blood on the ground, and her ghouls come in and feed on the blood, and at that point she is sort of standing guard, making sure, and she looks up and sees as you approach within proximity, and she lets out a howl and then sends her little ghouls out to go and feed. Rather than just having her placed there and them placed there, there's an interaction that's sort of happening, and we hope to try and breed this much more into Po2 as things move forward, make everything a little bit more interactive, a little bit more special.
Awesome! Yeah, highly looking forward to that. So to get a little bit more into the technical side of things, are you working with some cool programs or machines like a 3D scanner you maybe want to talk a little bit about? No?
We're pretty bare bones.
Okay.
We don't really have a lot of special things. We work in Maya, and that's it pretty much.
Maya and a GoPro. That's kind of our thing.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
That's kind of the paper and the sketch pan. The pencils.
All right. Do you have some sort of blueprints you can reuse? Like, for example, the freezing of characters, can you reuse that somehow?
Yeah. We've been working, not we, our riggers have been working quite hard to have reuse matching rigs, so that if there's an animation on a character, we can take it off and put it on someone else. We've done it quite a few times, particularly with runs. Runs are quite time consuming to do. So yeah, it can. When you're dealing with a generic human, it's easy just to grab it and
true,
chuck it on someone else.
Yeah.
If anything starts to become really truly unique, you sort of have to. You can take that as a base though, and you can work from that, and you can then turn it into something that's a little bit different. But it always gives you just that thing to start from, and you don't have to put in 4 or 6 hours work to get to that point. You can then just sort of polish up for 2 or 4 hours on top of that.
Okay.
It works out quite well.
Awesome. And how does this look like for PoE 2, for example? Did you really have to start from scratch because it's very, very different models and everything?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I mean, we've been working really closely with the rigging department, who have painstakingly put up with our requests over the last 2 years, and we've slowly got to a point now where we're on shareable rigs. They might not look always exactly the same for each character because we have different proportions and stuff, but it gives us a base to go from for monsters, for characters, for bosses, for quadrupeds as well, those kinds of things, and also scripts that support all of that stuff to transfer from one to the other. So it's been a big few years.
Yeah, a lot of work. Was there something you just could not get right that took you like forever and it just did not fit?
What do you say, Ed? Everything?
Yeah.
Everything.
I mean, that's assuming we get everything right.
Okay.
A lot of it is, just goes out the door good enough.
Okay.
We, of course, we try to think that we get it right, but you look at it in a couple of weeks, you're like, I could have done that slightly differently. I could have done it better. I think there's more ways, and I think how many times do you reckon we've swung a sword over the last 4 years? I don't know.
Too many to count.
No counting anymore.
Way too many. No. But we say to each other every year, I think I've got it. I think I've got, this is the angle, this is the pose that we need, this is how it needs to be, this is the timing, this is the spacing, but we get it wrong, and then in 6 months' time we're like, no, we were wrong.
Okay.
This is how it's supposed to be.
Can you actually go back then and rework things a little?
Sometimes we can.
Okay.
We can, but usually there's not enough time.
You're very strict.
Constantly pushing forward.
There's art and then there's production, right? You don't always have that time, and at the end of the day, it's a business, and we would all love to be able to sit down and draw our masterpiece or animate our masterpiece, but it's not always the case.
Yeah. So I'm myself a big fan of boss fights in PoE, so let's talk a little bit more about this. There also seems to be a lot of progression going on, comparing PoE from the beginning to now and what you have seen for PoE 2, especially boss fights, and also the next expansion that's coming up, 3.9. Can you tell us a little bit about that? Boss fights in general? You really having a focus on that? Nah.
We've been what can I say? We've been trying pretty hard to develop, to make the boss fights more entertaining, more special. Trying to.
You did a good job there. Really, I enjoyed them a lot. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you play the?
Not yet. I didn't play the demo. You mean?
Okay.
Not yet. But I'm looking forward to later today.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're trying to make the smaller bosses that you just come across in areas more unique, give them more abilities. Really playing on that and large anticipated attacks so that players can dodge and make it more than just sit there and spam attack.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, definitely multifaceted, multi-level. I mean, even with the crowbar, you can see there's different areas, and there's always more stuff that we can do. But I think the more that we do it, and the fact that we are turning stuff around so fast, we get better at it every time. And I think, and I hope by the time that PoE 2 comes out, we can always have these very deep boss fights rather than a sit there spam face tank kind of situation.
Absolutely, yeah. It looks amazing. Especially the crowbar. That looks so good. But I feel like it's also a bit hard. It's always. Gated behind some time, you have to wait until the boss comes into a new area to fight it again, and then we have the people who want to be fast. Do you keep this in mind, people just want to get done with it, or do you hey, enjoy the boss fight here?
Yeah, that's something we've been talking about recently, is when to have state changes, when to have it so you can just go hard on a boss and there's not going to be any invulnerability phase or anything. Yeah, we're keeping that in mind. We don't want to go hard one or the other. We'd still like to have both.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
But yeah, just where that's appropriate. If we know a monster's going to be it's going to be farmed a lot.
Yeah.
try and keep it,
as little as annoying as possible, not too repetitive, not too long intermissions in between stages or states or things like that.
I try and keep in mind when doing those state changes that people are going to be doing this like 100 odd times. Like you don't
more, 1,000 times. Headhunter farming.
Like things can be cool first off, and then after a while you're like, hurry up.
Get done already.
Yeah. So there are big changes regularly happening to skills in game, for example. And how does that affect your work? Like the skills?
Like player skills?
Yeah.
Well, for a while, it didn't affect us because we were trying to stay away from adding new animations to the character rigs because they were so old, and it took a long time to add new skills because you have to do, like, when you add an ability, you have to do one for sword unarmed, sword shield, sword dagger, sword claw, sword.
Oh yeah.
It stacks up. Like it doesn't take much. But with the new character rigs, we're going to have a lot more special abilities coming with unique animations.
Okay.
In Pro 2, we have about 25 different states of different weapon combinations and stuff like that. So we're trying to, anytime you introduce one skill, it is a lot of extra variance. But we're trying our best to make them feel unique in some shape or form. And I think we're just sort of scratching the surface of how unique we can make them all feel. So.
Yeah. Okay. So I just wanted to talk a little bit more about skill gems. I'm not sure if you have for that, but do you have to keep in mind some sort of limitations to, like, someone is getting like super fast attack speed and the animations just
super fast attack speed in our game? Are you kidding me? Oh no.
You were really working hard on your animation and then someone's like slamming and
I mean, I think we animate to a certain speed. There's only so much that you can make look great. By the time that someone is doing 12 attacks per second, I mean,
there's a point you just have to be like, whatever. Go for it.
Thanks. Do you remember how good it used to look? So I guess we're working on at the moment trying to find, there's a certain speed where it looks good, and then there's another speed that you can still kind of work with it. You can cut certain frames out, you can hold frames or poses longer, and that can make it clearer for a certain range, and then after that it's gone. There's just nothing you can do.
I heard you were we were working a lot on the new player characters for PoE 2. Maybe you want to talk a little bit about that?
Wow, I mean, I guess...
Went a lot of work in.
I mean, I think the biggest thing that we've been concentrating on is just trying to make it feel like a more flowing experience. Try to make it feel like such a kind of thing, and we've committed.
Make them like feel unique, every character.
And I think one of the biggest changes that's happened for us is that we used to always try to minimize foot sliding or foot movement because it was so repetitive at high speed. But now we've actually just embraced it for the pose. So we have big anticipations facing one way, and when we close down on the other side, we've completely moved the feet all the way around. And yes, the feet slide, but the pose is much stronger. The animation is much more powerful as a result. And you know what? It's games, and in order to get that feel from it, rather than just sort of having a very neutral pose where there's very even footing and you can kind of slash both ways, we've fully committed to the fact that you're completely this side and then you're completely the other way. And you know what? It slides. Overall, I think it feels more powerful. It feels more grunty, and especially for the Marauder, this is very important. You want to feel like you're smashing things. Like
you were trying a lot in the yourself,
we have some footage that we probably won't share about a few swords flying in a few different directions. But all good stuff.
So can you tell us about some eye candy we can really look forward to in 3.9 and PoE 2?
Candy.
Yeah, I like candy. Candy's good. But I don't know. I mean, what you've seen there is a taste of what we're doing. I think that we're going to keep polishing. We're going to keep adding more systems. I think we're just overall just trying to raise the bar, make everything feel like a world. you know, rather than individual assets. Try to make it feel a little bit more cohesive and give every character a unique experience. At the moment, like we've had one person animating the witch, we've had another animating Marauder and on the Ranger, and it does give a very unique feel to each of them, and we want to make sure that that carries forward for all of them.
Did you guys always wanted to join the video game industry? No? What is your first plan?
I think I wanted to get into TV and to film, to be honest with you. I got my first job at Midway Games in Chicago, and I think I always wanted to be on the big screen for Weta, I guess. I was in New Zealand studying it abroad, and I was like, oh, that's what I want to do. But in reality, after I got my first job, it just one thing led to another, and 16 years later, here I am. I mean, I always played games as a little one. I mean, I'm old. I played Pong.
So old.
Yeah.
37. Oh,
yeah.
so old.
The old man of the company.
Yeah. Everyone lets me know how old I am. It's okay. But yeah, I mean, I think video games have grown so much in the last 10 years that it's no longer one or the other that is the cream. I mean, I think everyone they have their own stages, you know. So.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. Are you also into other art fields like painting, taking photographs? Yeah?
No.
No?
Not really.
Not at all?
I mean, probably...
Maybe cooking?
I cook my dinner.
Okay, nice. Fair enough.
But it's nothing fancy.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, outside activities would just be going to the gym and doing martial arts.
Okay. Yeah, cool.
More physical-based stuff.
All right.
Which helps.
Okay, sweet.
For me, not really either. I'm actually terrible at drawing, like really terrible. I can hardly even draw a stick figure properly.
Okay.
But I like to make planter boxes, and my wife likes to grow plants and that kind of thing. And we're sort of much more outside kind of things. Have lots of animals and that sort of thing. 3 goats and 9 chickens and a couple of dogs and cats and that kind of stuff.
Okay.
But not internal.
Little Sue.
Yeah, little. Definitely, it feels like that at times. 2 children, which are probably more animal-like than any of my animals. But yeah, definitely just a little less digital, and I guess that's how sometimes you get connections to the things that you're making, is by experiencing and observing stuff that's happening outside rather than just all on the computer.
All right. Well, thank you very much for the talk. The time is already done.
No, it's already gone. We're done.
Yeah, it was amazing talking to you guys. Thank you very much.
It was great. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Hey guys, welcome back. And this panel right here, we're going to be talking about expanding a bit deeper into build creations. And we have some prominent streamers and content creators with us, including myself, who's been in the game for a few years now and making build guides. So we're going to talk about that more in depth, basically. Though we do want to shout out that we most likely know less about 3.9 and 4.0 compared to you guys at home who've been watching all the panels. So we don't really actually have any deeper or extra information about the mechanics in the upcoming expansion for 3.9 and 4.0. So we're going to talk about these things, and we're going to dive into basically how we start off our mindset when approaching a build, and what we focus on in designing this. So with us we have myself, Ghazzy TV, and RaizQT sitting here right next to me. Engineering Eternity, and Mathil. So, Raiz, maybe you can start off this with going into how you approach a build when you go into a new league with the information that we have, even though it's pretty scarce.
Yeah, usually the way I'm going to build my builds is I mostly play solo Saveun, by the way. A lot of hardcore as well. But still, I like to play kind of niche skills, not as meta. So pick a skill that I really like, maybe sometimes 2 skills, something for single target, something for AoE, and I'll try and build kind of from the back. A lot of people build damage initially. I try and build defense as much as possible because, well, I'm not that capable of a player sometimes, so I need that extra little bit of a buffer. And so I'll usually layer maybe 2 or 3 types of defense, maybe some leech, maybe some regeneration. I'm a big fan of energy shield and kind of mixing energy shield with HP, especially recently with hybrid. I hope that's going to stay very nice in the upcoming 3.9 and 4.0.
Right. All right. So like when it comes to the situation with designing a defensive aspect, there's a lot of layers one can talk about. For example, that we could briefly touch upon is like a defensive layer could be in the form of you actually shattering or freezing an entire room as you go in, which is in general an offensive aspect, but it becomes a defensive layer. And these things kind of dictates how much of your EHP pool you actually want to focus on. How is this affecting, like, because from our group that we're here with, I've been racing a little bit. You've been more focused on racing. I know Mathil's been racing before with the Ice Nova character.
Yeah, I have to let everyone know every single time that I am proficient enough in hardcore and solo self-found to get at least top 3 in a race. So people doubt my hardcore ability all the time, but trust me, it's there.
Exactly. So like with those things in mind, and coming from a person that races every league pretty much, so with these aspects in mind, how do you design the approach for your sake when it comes to racing? Because that's very different from the point of view that I have when I make guides, for example.
I think it's a better question for these guys, is simply because what you mentioned previously about shattering, for instance, being a source of defense, I kind of lack in that department, I'll be honest. Usually I'll build the hard layer and I kind of worry about the rest later, which is why usually the characters that I build don't really delve very far because the Widow's give me.
Well, it is actually a bit of an interesting question because for the racing perspective, you say you like to build more into defense to start with when racing's all about going really fast and taking risky plays. So do you build more into offense to start with on that and just hope that you hold up with your skill and everything there, or do you still take the defensive approach and then somehow up the speed?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I haven't finished a race in 3 years, yeah.
so taking the right approach, which is the softcore approach, because you say you start defensive, I start the polar opposite. I will start with as much damage as I can possibly get on a build, and then from there I'll start to make defensive improvements as I feel the build needs it, because I want it to have the viability of killing everything and feeling good to begin with. And then you try and fix up the defense afterwards, because yeah, in the hardcore sense, you just start with the defense and then go the other route.
I mean, especially in softcore, when you're going for that first league push, you're really looking to get there as fast as you can. And even if you incur a death or two, it's not a complete setback like in hardcore. So you do go that first routing, and especially when you're considering making your first build, you do have to consider maybe taking the pathing for the final build tree isn't the best option. And I have to kind of show some of the people that I play with, and when I'm going through my own builds, is taking special pathing for maybe more damage, not getting all the life nodes first. But then once you hit that point where you're maybe in maps, you swap back your tree, you put into life nodes, you take out of damage nodes as you increase your gear and your power through different variations. So yeah, in terms of between the softcore and the hardcore, there's so many different ways you can go about making builds, and you can even take the pure blast cannon option into hardcore, and some people do that. But it's all about the player and what their goals are and where they want to go with their builds. And that's a big part of builds. The origin of what you, or why you would even make a build, is why you want to play and how you want to play.
I think that's something that needs to be touched upon as well. Like, we're in a situation where some content creators focuses on actually making guides, whereas the approach of making a guide is very different from making a build that you yourself want to play. Because you can make a build for yourself that costs 500 exalteds, and then you do what you do to get there. And then you have the other approach that if you make a guide, you have to make sure that guide caters to a specific type of player. Is it going to be for someone who is not going to make 100 exalted within the first week, or is it someone basically a build that you wanted to play and just made a guide for this is how I did, and it costs this much, and it doesn't really care about the budget. For the approach that I do, I focus a lot on beginner-friendly builds that are able to be played on a lower budget. So what I do is I pretty much smack up the absolute best stuff I can do through third-party tools like POB. Create the build, and then I pretty much slaughter it down to the point where, okay, this is a beginner-friendly budget state, and it's nowhere near what I first started with. And then at that point, I'll try it and tweak it to a point where I think it's that I'm happy with it. But I kind of approach it where my damage that I'm going for, for the most part, has like a goal. If I want to do Uber Elder, I want to make sure that the damage is enough to be able to handle that, and everything else goes into defense. So that's basically where I'm designing the situation for my personal build approaches with a goal in mind. So if I want to do clear speed, then that's the focus. If it is a boss kill, then that boss approach is the main focus of the build. So I don't want to get more damage than I need, and then everything else can be put into the defensive aspect to allow the player to make as many mistakes as possible while still actually completing the goal the build was designed for.
Yeah, that's a big thing, like knowing your goals and how to approach them. And no matter what, people are going to come to you, or you're going to be looking for builds that are the cheapest to make, that do the most things possible. And that's not always possible, but there are a lot of options and ways you can meld between different builds that end up giving you that growth from maybe a league starter into a lab farmer, then you move them into maps or doing endgame content with minor tweaks. And that's really the kind of builds that I look for, just as my own interest in the game, because I like to do all the content and I like to experience it, but I don't like to break the bank, so to speak, that I have to spend months or weeks, trying to accumulate the gear and the currency just to get to that point. Because I like to cycle through builds, much like Mathil. Every week he's on a new build, and I'm very much the same in that regard.
Yeah, so. And same sort of approach here, where I will absolutely try and cater a build to just being able to do everything. For me, a build, I think definition of success is your own, it's your own definition of success for a build. Do you want it to just be able to do really deep delving? Do you want it to just have boss killing ability? My definition of success is being able to do everything and do it in a fun enough sense. So I'm always building to kill the Uber Elder, to do some decent delving, to do some good clear speed, and have somewhat of an okay budget. So it's really, tailored to whoever's making their own build, and I try and just share that philosophy with everyone. And it seems to get people interested as well, because they also just, for the most part, want to clear the entire game. And if you want, you can then tailor the build yourself to a more specific niche.
I like that approach when it comes to specifically for guide making, right? Not bottlenecking and forcing the reader or follower or whatever is following the guide to basically feel that you just got to do this. There's no other options. So basically have an open template. This is the idea that I went for, but you can do so much more with this. There's so many tweaks. If you want to put more or less currency into it, you want to do a niche style with it, there's so many options. And I think that's a really good way to do it.
That's a huge part of Path of Exile at its core, is how many options you have. And I try to make it somewhat apparent in the guides that I make, that this is what I chose to do, but there are so many other options. And it's really about exploring what works for you, maybe what you have the budget for, or what actually makes the build more fun for you. Because it's a game. It's about having fun.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, I very often just leave builds, let's say 80% done, so that if you really want, you can spend dozens of exalts absolutely min-maxing and fine-tuning it and take it that little bit further. But in the current state of the game, it's really not necessary. It's just, you can take it to halfway and it'll be fine. You can take it a little bit further and it'll be really good. If you take it all the way and spend a lot of currency, it'll be just so much overkill that, well, typically you can play it to level 100 and have enough fun, because if you're going to do that, you probably want to invest a bit more all the way in.
Oh, absolutely. So we talked a bit about our focus on how we approach a league starter, right? So if we take a look at 3.9, we have very little information. Like we mentioned before, we have less information than most of you guys at home, most likely. So with that in mind, the things we know with Metamorphosis that we've seen was kind of heavily showing off these boss abilities, basically, from these monsters. So with that information in mind, how would you guys feel about approaching your next build without having the patch notes? It's a really tough question, and I hate answering it myself, but I figured we could talk about it.
Don't play hardcore. Just don't.
I do feel as though this type of, release and stuff like that is just so much less hardcore friendly these days, because you just never know what's coming. And in softcore, you actually get to play around with these mechanics and avoid them, learn from them. Whereas in hardcore, you get one shot, and when you don't know what the boss is going to throw at you, you just have no idea how to approach it. And I just think, PoE is becoming less hardcore friendly in that viability. And if things get tankier and harder and they're going to require more damage, it's going to be harder to build those hardcore builds and still clear everything in the game without being too slow.
Something cool though in Metamorphosis is that you have a select, to my understanding anyway. The bosses have different types of attacks, so you're going to have like a big cooldown, like a big AoE skill, that sort of thing, and you can kind of build it around your character, which is something that we've never really had before. So maybe there's a particular boss that you really like that drops a particular set of
they've said that they're kind of marketing it as build your own boss encounter, and tailoring it that those boss encounters, not only their skills, what they deal, it's damage, but what they give is rewards. So they're kind of packing in what they had from Legion and all those chests, like those categorized rewards into these bosses. But I guess coming back to the builds, before we go too far into the league, is like we're looking at fighting particular bosses or bosses we're choosing. So that leads to, you could specialize if you know what kind of bosses you're looking at, or you can really look at it as just more like common boss encounters and look at it from the perspective of just general viability of your build. If you're already looking at pushing maps and high-end content, I'm almost positive you're going to be able to be doing a lot of this league content as it is. And if you know a lot of the, it's going to take research to understand which ones are the ones you're going to go after. But once you start to know those bosses and you understand which ones you're going to be fighting, you're going to know what skills are going to work out the best with them and how to build around them. And then, of course, everybody's going to flock to that. But yeah, for me, going into a league like this, I basically look at it as, don't focus too much on the league mechanic, but focus on something that you know is reliable and something that you know is pretty proven. Because I've been burned many a times going into new skills or just new builds that I've never tried before and really struggling to get myself through just the story as it is. So I like to look at it from a general.
So with the tried and tested builds, you're going to start with Tornado Shot in 3.9 and just see how it goes?
Exactly.
It's not a league starter, come on.
But yeah, that's what I try and tell like my close friends or anybody that asks me about going for builds is like, take a look at what worked in previous leagues, and especially if you cross-reference patch notes, you're going to have the same success. Like just because one build got buffed in this league doesn't mean the other build is no longer any good. Like there's many builds like ED Contagion that have been very stock standard for many leagues and work just fine. And you don't have to be completely inventive just to be successful. But of course, everybody has their own desires and wants for their builds.
Yeah, absolutely. With the starter builds, oftentimes I could reuse the same starter build video like 6 leagues in a row.
Oh, exactly.
And that part of the challenge is then coming up with new and interesting stuff that's still going to be kind of cheap, but a lot of the times you still want to recommend the same thing. And especially because you use it yourself and then think, yeah, that was a great starter, why wouldn't I just reuse that one? But you want to give more new options. And it does become a bit of a challenge finding new starter builds when only certain things are just going to be the most efficient and effective starters. But on that same note as well, they sometimes will just nerf something that's way too meta. And I think something that a lot of people fall into as a bit of a trap is they just completely disregard it. They say, well, Cyclone got nerfed by 5%, done, not playing that ever again, when it's still probably going to be one of the best starters out there, one of the best builds, but just the word nerf or any sort of toning down takes people completely away from it for whatever reason. And then at some point throughout the league, I'll jump into the nerfed skills and go, hey guys, this is still really good. And they go, oh, didn't know that for some reason.
I understood that a lot of people deny themselves fun in that way because a lot of the times, even though maybe that skill directly is going to be nerfed, the amount of other stuff they're releasing, like an item that could benefit that, if they just enjoy the skill, they could potentially have just a stronger build next league, even though the skill technically has been nerfed.
Yeah, like I find it very interesting with, for example, one of the more pressing metas we've had in the past has been Cyclone, and we had Winter Orb, for example, and we already know that both of these abilities are still today really strong. Almost nobody plays them. But then again, ZiggyD are also have stated that they like this meta shift. So they're doing this and enforcing them. So we are most likely going to assume that we're going to see Summoner being nerfed for the 3.9. That doesn't mean the Summoners might be, completely unplayable. So, I mean, with that in mind as well, I think that if we're talking about the 3.9 approach of how to approach a build with the information that we have right now, being, from what we've seen, seem to be a bit more focused around bossing, the way I feel about it is that I would rather than just look at it as an Uber Elder fight, how much damage you need for Uber Elder, and then basically make sure that everything I do is for that approach, and then stack up as much defense as possible. So whatever that boss will shoot at me, I will have as much layers of defense or enough EHP to make a lot of mistakes.
Oh man,
so I like that.
I haven't played the demo yet.
Yeah.
But from what I'm hearing, it's like literally the first boss keeps killing people over and over, and like I don't know if you could build enough defense.
Let me tell you this. Like you said, don't play hardcore. For the demo, don't play Summoner.
Yeah?
They ramped up the difficulty. Those, yeah, no.
Nice. Well, summoners might potentially get nerfed, but they also might get a new boost with the new announcements with the sockets, where you can socket multiple gems into each other. Effectively, to my understanding, you have 8 6-links, and that's definitely something a summoner could benefit from. So if you're a summoner fan and you see some nasty stuff in the patch notes, I think the new gem system is coming out with 3.9?
New gem system's in 4.0.
Oh, it is
Yeah.
4.0. Oh, okay, never mind that.
Quite a while to go.
Yeah.
We'll get there, though.
Yeah, we'll get there fast, I think.
Oh, absolutely. So with the perspective of going in and seeing that like 3.9 has these boss spawns, and from my personal take with what I was saying, it's currently from the builds that I play would be an Occultist CI Vortex build. I just love it. It plots the damage, and I can run around and dodge everything whilst I still do damage. So that would be how, with the information we have, how I would approach the league in the current state, because I can get that defensive layers. But EE, how about how would you take it with the information that we have? How would you approach it?
I'd probably approach it like almost every other league where, as I was saying, just reliable starters. Just like Mathil, I like to, even for my own self, I like to play something new to me, at least, that brings something a bit more enjoyment to me, because I really like making builds and exploring all the different mechanics within Path of Exile. So I don't like to go too overboard, starting out the league and make something that's too requirements, needs a bunch of uniques or anything like that. But I, of course, have staple builds like the Thick Jug or something along those lines, where I go with the classic tried and true Marauder builds, or even Duelist builds, and I like to go with a lot of defensive layers, even though I'm in softcore, just because I enjoy staying alive. So yeah, I like to go with something along those lines that I know has been tried and true, and it's fun to play with me. I'll just throw some different skills on it and maybe go with a different setup in that regard.
All right.
Yeah. I don't feel like I have a choice. They were talking about Explosive Arrow. I love Ignite. I love Explosive Arrow. I don't see myself playing anything else, honestly, for a league start. And I've talked about Explosive Arrow before, where I kind of gave it a little bit too much credit. And I've been proven wrong. So maybe this time around it's gonna be a little bit better.
Well, has an Explosive Arrow actually been used as a rather common ability to farm Hall of the Grandmaster?
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's been common for a long time now.
Yeah, for sure. It can definitely be one of those skills, especially with the way Ignites work right now, and the fact that you can build Explosive Arrow around crit. That was something that people were doing. You can definitely make a pretty good boss killer. So I don't think it's going to be too bad of a start. But also don't quote me on that. All right.
But I just think, that's the right approach for one of these big extra content leagues where you don't know what you're going to be facing. You want to take the build that's the most well-rounded, most polished one that you've got, and one that you think can take on any content, which was, for me, years ago when they first released Itziri, which was my elemental buzzsaw. I knew for a fact before I went into that league that I could take on anything that the game was going to throw at me with that build, because it had such good defensive and offensive properties. And there's plenty of builds out there these days that have that sort of real well-roundedness that you should just really try and look into for 3.9. You don't want to try anything too quirky, too crazy, at least if you want to experience all the content anyway.
Whoa. You said it's the right approach, but now you're telling me Explosive Arrow is not the right approach?
I'd say if we're a veteran player like Raiz, it's the right approach.
We'll see if I make it to maps,
Yeah, you'll be fine, Raiz.
Maybe. Yeah, but that is very interesting, because you also like to play you've proven, I think, to everybody, Mathil, that you can literally play any skill and it'll work in PoE.
Yeah, in the current state of the game anyway, as the difficulty ramps up and there's less power creep and all that, it does get quite a bit more challenging to make some of the more lackluster skills work. But in the current state of the game, it's one of the best states, I think. Yeah, there's a lot of power creep. Some things are going to be too strong, but you can also just pick up any skill and make it work and have a lot of fun with it. And even just in your one build that you've already made, you can change up a few little things, play a different skill, and it feels like a completely different thing, and it's still going to be clearing the entire game. And I think it's a really good thing at the moment.
I can agree on that, and I think that's something that we all know exists within the current state. I also think that it's important to also be wary of the fact that like most people are not at the point where they have the understanding of it, which is why it's so good that we have content creators like us making sure that, just to hype us up a little bit here, boys. So I mean, I think it's important to know that the Path of Exile has a very steep learning curve, and for anyone to just pick up any skill and just go play it, it's not, without the information and knowledge behind the game, that's not gonna work entirely. But having the knowledge behind us allows us to do these things, and that's how it's that's one of the best things about the game, the versatility behind it, and I really appreciate that.
I think it's too that sometimes choosing a build where you have to think about a lot of your decisions, maybe initially if you're a new player, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it, but if you try and figure out kind of your own style, what you're looking for, you might engage with a little bit more mechanics than the average guy who just goes on the forums, picks a standard build and does the same thing every time, right? You might get a better idea, and therefore you can craft a better build for yourself for the future. And PoE is one of those games where you are going to be coming back, well, hopefully, every 3 months. And I think that's important, to build that base of knowledge and slowly get better and better at that.
The whole game is really about knowledge. It's about understanding not only what you want to do in the game, but how the game works. And it's very iterative, the process of making builds and coming up with builds and making successful builds. Like, you can watch any of us make builds, and it doesn't exactly translate just watching us. Like, you have to experience it yourself. And unfortunately, for a lot of people, it's a tough experience going through those steps of figuring out, how much life do I need? How much offense do I need? How much defense do I need? And having someone to help you, either through friends or forums or watching people, it's definitely an investment, but it pays off once you start understanding. It's one of those things for me, like, I was never great at making builds in the beginning. I watched a lot of Mathil, Crip, and everybody like that. And, at a certain point, it kind of clicks just in terms of understanding, it's really just a numbers game. And that's really what it is. It's nothing that ominous or scary.
No, absolutely. I think that our time is about to run up right now, so I want to thank everyone for being here. Make sure you hit that Twitch Prime as well, and check out the next segments.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, guys.
Very much.
Hey guys, Tarke here, and today we are joined by 3 lovely people from GGG. So I don't butcher your titles, if you just like to introduce yourself and what you do, and then we'll get into it. So
I'm Blake. I'm a senior environment artist.
Hey man, I'm Saveun. I'm one of the art leads.
And I'm Nick. I'm a game designer / writer thing. My job's nebulous.
since you've got the most confusing thing, so when it came to 4.0, Nick, what was like your main baby for the announcement?
Oh, geez. Well, I worked on a lot of the 3.9.0 stuff. So a lot of the end game storyline, the NPC for Metamorph, all the dialogue for that, and the storyline there. I also read a lot of the 4.0 scripts and proofread and helped Matt, who is a primary writer for 4.0, in putting that together. There's some cool stuff coming. Can't wait for you guys to see it.
What about you, Saveun?
What did I do? For the trailer? I dabble in a lot of this. I think in the lead up, I was doing a lot of the... I was working on that boat. I don't know if you remember that boat.
The boat in the final shot?
Yeah, yeah. So that was the week of, and that was fun.
I came over to his desk, and sorry, Blake, you don't get to tell us what you do. I went over to his desk, and he was working on the ship, and I was going, "That's too shiny. That's not shiny enough." And he was getting very upset.
And I was like, Nick, you don't know what you're talking about.
That's true, I don't.
It's raining. It needs to be wet.
I was going to say, that water looks incredible.
Yeah, I didn't work on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is Alex, and he's on the stage, the main stage right now. And
why are we here? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I ask myself that all the time. Yeah, that water is really cool. I'm lucky to see all this like tech come together.
Yeah.
If you remember, like when we were showing that demo, and Chris mentioned that grass tech, I played a very small part in that, but yeah, no one gave an applause, and I was secretly little hurt.
If it makes you feel any better, when I first started streaming and doing YouTube stuff, and I was trying to get interviews with Chris, I was like, I'm not going to ask for Chris because he'll just say no.
Yeah.
I said, can I talk to the guy who colors in the grass? So I like to think that 6 years later, I finally sort of got
You did it, man. We're here.
Yeah.
Finally made it.
Yeah. Grass guy.
Yeah.
Blake, what do you do?
Good question. I'm an environment artist, so I work on a lot of the dungeons and the dungeons. That's basically it. I worked on the crypt area that Jonathan played through on the demo, which was pretty cool because I didn't know he was going to do that, and so I was a little freaked out that he was playing through there and yeah.
Were there any like bugs or crashes? You're like, please don't go down that corridor.
No, I was actually most worried about the lighting because in the last week we had a big lighting change. So I was like, oh, I hope the lighting looks all right. I hope it looks all right, but it seemed to look pretty good. So I was happy with that. Yeah.
Blake also made the aqueducts. The most run area in the game, I would say.
Yeah, I worked on
people really know those aqueducts well.
Yeah.
Loves those aqueducts.
Thanks.
No worries.
How long were you working on those aqueducts?
Man, so at work we have like an issue tracker, and I had this issue that just said, make the aqueducts. No concept art, nothing, just make the aqueducts. And I was probably working on that for like at least 6 months, I think, like trying to figure out how the heck you turn an aqueduct into like a dungeon, because real life aqueducts are probably about that thin. And
they're very efficient. They just kind of go in a path.
Yeah, and this is a very inefficient aqueduct with lots of interesting paths to go down. But
you had one job and you did it badly. You made bad aqueducts.
Yeah, I did make bad aqueducts. Yeah, it was make terrible aqueducts that people can run around on that don't funnel water into the places they're supposed to go. Yeah, but it's interesting to run through. So
that's fair. One thing I'm always really interested in these things is like the little stories you hear. I was briefly talking to one of the programmers outside, and he said that there was a bug with werewolf form and the totems at the same time. And he had a similar thing of you where he's like, wait, is Jonathan going to do the same thing? And apparently there's like a 30% crash, and he was like, please don't do it, please don't do it. Were there any other like things like that you were like, please don't do it, and you just see Jonathan going in?
Yeah, tons. But it's not necessarily stuff we can talk about, per se.
Oh, can, it's fine.
A lot of skills that are in the works, or skill combinations that tend to blow up the client. But obviously, like especially Jonathan, he will practice those demos over and over and over again to make sure that it's all first of all, you don't want it to crash live, but also he doesn't want to die and be made fun of.
He got close a couple times.
Oh, he did.
Even in the first monster pack was down quite a lot. The whole audience was like, ooh.
The Crowbell fight, there's an element to that fight that nobody has seen yet.
Which you would spoil now.
Nope. Ooh.
See, I had a lot of fun the day before ExileCon. We had a group dinner, and I was blessed, I guess, with Nick's presence at my table. And he was getting everyone to grill him really hard and test how good his poker face was.
Yeah.
And there are a few times I was like, and he's like.
I was saying, what do you think is gonna? Give me your best prediction, and they'd be like, a micro roguelike at the end of the game, and I'd be like, okay.
Interesting.
Did you have fun?
It was really good. I was being rushed between panels. I didn't get to watch the full opening thing because Ziggy credited me. So we got rushed off this. We got to watch the first, and then we got rushed out. But there was a solid 15, 20 minutes of me and Ziggy just going, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. And then I did that once to Crip, and I thought, I don't know if I can elbow Crip. So I was just like, this is really good. Elbow Ziggy. But yeah, no, it was really amazing. There was a lot of there was someone who just kept shouting wow very loudly every 5 minutes.
I'll try and be more quiet next time.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. But yeah, how was it watching the viewers reacting to all the stuff that you've been working on?
I mean, I got goosebumps.
Yeah.
And also I got real sweaty.
Really?
Yeah. Yuck. And my glasses fogged up.
Whoa.
That's when you know things are on.
I think I was completely speechless. It was unbelievable. I'd never experienced something like that before. Because we're sort of separated from the fans. We know that people like the game, and we hear about stuff on Reddit and on the forums and stuff, but we don't get that face-to-face type of interaction, and seeing that much excitement and passion for the stuff that we've been working on, it was just speechless. I was speechless. Yeah.
No, it was awesome.
That feeling, if you watch that announcement, and you can kind of hear it in Chris's voice.
Oh, yeah.
I completely understood that feeling, and I felt that too. It was kind of electric. Yeah, really exciting too.
Sorry, Tarke, have you had a chance to play?
Right, so because I've been doing loads of different panels and stuff, I got a 10-minute window to myself. I managed to sit down in front of the only machine that someone had deleted the login info.
You found my machine, good.
Yeah, I got really confused because I was like, oh, do I have to log in myself? So I was trying to secretly type in my email and check over my shoulders. And then I realized, no, I just got the dud machine.
Oh, man.
So I'm hoping that I'll play it, but I don't actually think I have a chance to play it at all today.
What did you think of that login screen, though?
I have to. We were actually talking about. I was talking to this at the dinner, and I'm actually very impressed that Nick managed to keep a straight face, because one of the things I said to him was one of my main complaints with the direction of the game was the new Dominus login screen. It's but we lost so much, and how the old thing was so timeless. Yeah. And he sat there completely straight face, oh yeah, I guess that is something we have lost, knowing the whole time that these guys just go, and
yeah, it's a fantastic login. I love that thing.
Tell you what, I worked on that a bunch, and we have that 3/4 view of the game, and it turns out if you go like this down to
to ground level sort of parallel.
Yeah, it's really hard with our renderer and everything to get assets to hold up in that point of view. So there was a lot of back and forth, and we iterated on that for months leading into this. And I think it turned out pretty well.
Most things don't get rendered much further than just off screen, and so when you tilt the camera down, it's just gray. So a lot of work has to go into just making something like that not look broken.
I remember for Act 5, we had a shot, I think, of in the Chamber of Innocence, just for the trailer, that was looking up at a wall, and the tops of walls in our game don't exist. So I had to make these walls that, just for the trailer, that would never exist in the actual game, just to make it look oh yeah, this is a full like real 3D space. And then just delete them from and put them in the game because that's how it was like filmed, and then afterwards just delete them.
Was it a challenge to make walls with tops?
I didn't know what to do.
First time ever?
Yeah, I didn't know.
What's at the top of a wall?
Yeah, what is at the top of a wall?
It's a philosophical question.
Specifically for you, since you do environment stuff, I'm just curious, like, what are your reactions to like the hideouts that get made by players, where they have to like try and be crafty and make things? And
they're so cool. They're so cool. Like some of them, I'm like, man, maybe we should like look into hiring some of these people. But the thing is, like those, like they look really awesome, but they are incredibly sort of inefficient on a like a performance level, because like people make these awesome things where they've got one small tile and they'll tile the entire like hideout with them, and that's like insanely inefficient. And if the game had stuff like that, you'd be lagging all the time. Right. But because it's just a hideout, it's fine. But yeah, the end result is just incredible, I think, on some of them. Yeah.
It may surprise you. It's not the most efficient way to make a floor out of hundreds of books.
Yeah.
That's not how we do it.
My hideout, for example, is like it's the MTX Shaper one, the really small one. And the way I did my floor is there's the sand tracks MTX from the wagon.
Okay.
If you get 300 of those and you rotate them around, you get this really nice textured floor.
Yeah.
You also get this really nice spike in your load screen whenever you enter it. But if you use my approach of gameplay, which is AFKing in hideout, it works quite nicely for that.
Cool. Yeah. I do like seeing how creative players get with that sort of thing. Like that's the kind of stuff, like as a environment artist, I'd never think to do. I would just make a floor, and instead like make a floor out of all these dirt tracks. I'd never ever think of that.
Saveun, you are quite concerned about performance when it comes to graphics, right?
Yeah, man, I'm sort of the fall guy. No, not that fall guy.
Not the mobile fall guy.
But when performance is an issue on consoles and stuff, I'll hear about it, and I'll usually have to do something about it. Or it goes to Blake maybe, or some of the other guys.
Yeah, performance is always a thing that we are worrying about. Yeah, especially now on consoles and that.
What kind of techniques do we use for improving performance on an art level?
Hey man,
how's it going?
I mean, if you really want to get into it, there's shadow meshes that we use.
Yeah. How technical do you want this?
Yeah.
Tarke, how technical do you want them to be?
See, one thing I quite like about this is, so if anyone who does it, they have their own podcast. We've basically got two hosts on either end. No, it's good. I quite enjoy it. It makes my job a lot easier. If you would like to become a permanent member of my podcast, it'd make my life a lot easier.
Yeah, I mean, your podcast has a lot more viewers.
I mean, our
if we can piggyback off that.
We're very good at stretching content out. But yeah, no, go into it, dude.
Yeah, I was just. I was just joking that if we could piggyback off your podcast, that would be fantastic. But about performance, you mean? Like we.
No, tell us more about the piggybacking.
We create like very very low. Quality like shadow meshes just for casting shadows and things like that, because like if you had a really detailed model, casting that detailed a shadow like actually has an impact on performance. So there's that sort of thing. There's like just the standard like lowering poly count is always like a thing. There's new shaders that we use that are definitely way more efficient than old shaders.
You guys also remove a lot of polygons from the backs of things.
Oh yeah, that's like a standard thing as well. It's just like, because it's actually kind of cool because like we've got that fixed camera position. If there's an asset that will only ever face one way, we can just remove like the polys from the back of it, that sort of thing. There was actually talking about the aqueducts, because the aqueducts always in the actual level always spawn in this facing the same way. I just went and like deleted all the back faces from that, and being like, yeah, this is a great for performance. I didn't know there was going to be an in-game map of that, and I saw that on screen, and it's all over the place, and it's just like missing half the
geometry.
Walls. The geometry is just gone. So I was like, oh, I've got to go in there. Nobody told me about that.
So on that then, so since we have with 4.0 this new like world building system where everything shifts around, does that make all of your polygon deleting really difficult now?
Oh, Luckily, that doesn't happen at an art level. That happens at a map level. So it's the maps themselves are getting moved around and upgraded and vanishing and reappearing, et cetera, as you socket things. But the layout themselves, those are all governed within the map itself. So hopefully we don't see any of Blake's missing walls.
Hopefully.
Oh, I hope we do get to see the tops of some of them.
We do actually. We do. We've got some new tech that allow us to actually render walls taller than normal. Like anyone that's like played all the way through to the last sort of area, the manor, it has like walls twice as tall, which I mean doesn't sound like much, but it's a big deal for us. Yeah, and we can actually we've got a system where
we did it, guys.
Yeah, we did it. We got
walls,
taller walls. Yeah, and we got a system where these walls will only show on like sections that are facing the camera, because you can't have it. If they're facing away from the camera, they're going to block the camera, and that's going to be bad. But yeah, they only render facing towards the camera, and it makes everything look, bigger and more claustrophobic and just better. Yeah, I was really excited about that.
I could tell.
Going back to the podcast thing a little bit, how did that start in the first place?
The podcast?
Yeah.
Oh,
we used to get curry at lunch.
Yep.
And you guys can tell the story because they started before me.
Sav came up to me one day and he's like, how do you feel about starting a podcast? Just out of the blue.
But it also, my mindset going into it was, we're a bunch of game developers, we're working on a game. It's pretty interesting, right? Just this combination, talking about video games. I thought I could talk more about just random video games. But
I think you wanted to specifically talk about
game development, right?
Well, Rockstar games. I remember you were like...
They're cool, man.
And nothing's changed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was mainly we're in a pretty unique position to talk about video games. I didn't really I got into listening to podcasts just at work, and the idea of putting out content that I'd like to consume is always attractive. Blake, we were working together a whole bunch, so no brainer. And then we had to get a guy like Nick on.
What does that mean?
Yeah,
a guy like Nick.
We needed a Nick.
You're a fantastic host. Do you know this?
Yeah, we needed someone that could fill a void in conversation, and Nick's perfect at that. Like the times sometimes Nick's been on and I've had to host, and it is a serious skill.
Tarke, give me some tips.
I find swearing fills dead air very well.
Oh yeah.
Otherwise, I think it's kind of different because I imagine it might be different. Are you guys somewhat professional when it comes to we have it on this day and we do it on that day? No.
They try to be.
We used to have it weekly, but I was definitely getting burnt out because we're working all day, and I just felt like we weren't sort of we wanted time to play a game so that we could talk about it, and doing one weekly, I just felt like I didn't have time to play a new game every week. So we switched to fortnightly, and it was a lot easier.
Also, imagine seeing these guys 6 days a week instead of 5.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Because the main thing, we did a similar thing when it came to setting up our stuff, is we try and go for a strict every 2 weeks, but then we realized in the early episodes where, especially since we were talking strictly Path of Exile most of the time, we'd often end up filling content. So now we have every 2 weeks for the first 1 to 2 months, and then we relax, and then we wait for the announcements, and then we go really heavy again.
Yeah.
It's that month 1.5. And you've got that awkward 3-week window before the announcement comes, it gets really difficult. So yeah, I think being flexible with schedules helps a lot. But most of what I do is, the main reason why most people stream is because they're not very good people. Morally, socially, they're just horrible human beings. So most of my job is trying to organize other people, and that's what the hardest thing, especially when we're in different time zones. At least with you guys, if you send a message at 6 p.m., you get it at 6 p.m.
Well, what's funny about that, we've been doing this for 4 years now. Only maybe 3 weeks ago, we actually started a group chat to organize.
Yeah.
We'd been individually just texting each other. And Nick, you have to actual text message him, not send a Facebook message or anything, because
I don't want Hangouts on my phone.
When he's not at work, he doesn't use Google Hangouts.
Why would I do that?
So we'll be trying to organize stuff, and Nick just doesn't see it. And it's you have to remember, you have to specifically text Nick, and it was a whole thing, and I was just we've been doing this for 4 years. Why don't we have a group chat?
I mean, it still is on Hangouts, and so I still don't see it on the weekend. I don't know why you're thinking this is a great improvement. It's the same state as it was before.
At least me and Saveun can organize stuff and then tell you what's up.
It's the same as just texting Saveun. There's no difference.
I have a very complex system of I have everyone in the same group on Discord, which I find really helpful, but they never reply to it. So then there's layers to it. So there's the friendly stuff which I keep in group, and then there's the one-on-one. No, why are you messing me about, dude? That you do on. Then it's like you go through layers of like, okay, I've messaged you directly on Discord. Now I'm getting you on Twitter.
Oh yeah.
Now I'm getting you on like Twitch DM. And if you really want to rub in, you wait till they're streaming, then you do it in their chat. Like, hey, you haven't been replying to my messages, and at that point they can't hide from you. So that works. Yeah. Out of everyone you've had, because you've had like a few of the devs on, which was the worst dev you've had on? Just so you put your jobs in jeopardy a little bit.
No.
The few times I've been on.
I don't know. I mean, everybody we work with is lovely. We don't invite people on the podcast we don't like. Because why would we do that? We already work with them. Again, why would you want to see them on the weekend as well?
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, we don't really invite people that we don't sort of get on with. So
does that mean that I can stop inviting Raiz onto my podcast?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
I'll make a note of that.
I will tell you who I thought the best guest was. We used to have concept artist George on.
I was never on a single episode with George.
Oh, maybe that's why it was so great. But he, like you're saying, swearing is a good way of filling a void. It was just 3 hours of swearing, and it was incredible.
I have nephews that are under the age of 5 who would listen to the podcast for a while, and then they started getting George on, and they're not allowed to listen to it anymore. Thanks, Blake.
That's all right. This is an explicit podcast. I don't know why they're listening. It's irresponsible parenting.
Can we swear on this?
You can try.
Farts.
Good try, Nick.
Thank you.
So, obviously you were really excited for people to see everything that you've been working on. Mobile, within the office, how was the office feeling about that? I just have to know.
After last year, after BlizzCon last year, we were really worried. We were really, really worried. And I remember talking amongst my friends at work. I was kind of being like, don't worry, we're going to be announcing other stuff with it. Like, they were bad because they only announced it. That was like their big announcement. We've got all this other stuff. We'll be good. And everyone was like, oh, I don't know. We're worried about it. But how did you guys feel about it? I don't know.
There's a lot of work for, two. So to have to worry about all the trailer and content stuff for Path of Exile 2, and then now maybe do some mobile stuff was kind of rough. Like, I wasn't a huge fan of it still. Oh, dude, I played it yesterday. It feels pretty good.
Yeah? Are you a fan of it now?
I don't play too many mobile games anyway.
It's impossible to get on try a mobile game.
It's good. I was involved a little bit with the art has to take a really big hit, as you've seen on many Switch games. But we had to. So the geometry is different. This is a huge amount of work too, and I worked a whole bunch on trying to coordinate. Well, a way to automate reducing these things. I think we've got a pretty good solution right now, and a lot of there's a huge amount of work, by the way, that went into this, like new renderers and stuff.
Because reducing the poly count alone, it's basically impossible to do just by hand, like going through and hand doing it. So we had to
You almost don't want to do that.
Yeah, you really don't want to do that.
If you do that, you're wasting money, and it may be the stupidest way to do. Like, you can run tools to perform that action and be way quicker and kind of get it to about 90% of where it should be. So that was one of the early jobs going into mobile art. But the game itself, I don't know. We're all just, for me anyway, was focused more on 4.0.
I still haven't played it.
The mobile one?
Yeah, I want to do that upstairs. It's interesting because it really was just like a very few number of people who touched upon it. and it was only until like in the last few weeks I'd started seeing things appearing in our in one of the tools we use to develop Path of Exile. You just see like blah 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 mobile, blah 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 mobile, and it was always at the bottom, like it was just very recently added. But I know that they had been working on it for quite a while. Like it was just originally Path of Exile as a whole on a tablet, on a phone, same UI, same everything, and it was obviously not a smooth experience. So it's been interesting seeing that transition to something that is much more suitable for a phone, without compromising the gameplay itself.
So, without saying like exactly how much of the team is like, so what you're saying is no one's working on 4.0, everyone's working on mobile from now on, right?
yeah, that's exactly right. No, so many people are working on 4.0 that I think a lot of the things have slipped under the radar for some people. Like, okay, so Blake, for example, all of the last league, Blight.
Yeah, I
didn't know anything about it.
Blight I knew a little bit about because, well, mostly just from you, really, basically. But the league that was announced now, I didn't know anything about, really. I knew there was some assets of like weird canisters with green goo in and stuff. Other than that, I didn't know anything because I was so focused on like 4.0 for like the last, well, months, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How much of that was just getting it ready for XCon, and how much is like you were just 4.0 from now until ship?
A lot. Well, I mean, a lot of it was getting it ready for ExileCon, and hopefully after this I can chill out a bit and just work on it steadily until ship. Yeah.
Okay. So I haven't actually had a chance to play much of 4.0 yet. Have you guys?
You saw the login screen. What's the big deal?
Yeah, but like, have you guys got to play it, or has it all just been behind the scenes stuff for you?
Yeah, I haven't gotten to play much of it at all.
I've played plenty.
Yeah.
I like it. It's good.
What's like the main thing for you though, which is like that you're proud that there's going forward with it?
I love the animations, honestly. The fluidity of the characters moving. And we've done some tech. I don't know if we've like shown it off, but like normally in Path of Exile, you hit your Quicksilver Flask, you've got your movement speed up boots on, and maybe you've got Queen of the Forest on, and your character just kind of looks cartoonish running around. We have got multiple different animations based on movement speed. So like you'll have your Marauder sort of jogging, and then you'll hit your Quicksilver, and he'll be sprinting, and like he'll be arched over, and he'll just be moving much more naturally and fluidly. And a lot of the attacks, like you hold down that button, and it's just like sort of random movements. These now flow together, and there's like very deliberate connectivity between each of those animations. It just looks so good. So that's my answer.
One really cool thing about the Path of Exile 2 announcement is that we can get away from those old character models. You wouldn't believe it, but it's such a nightmare just to work with them. Because they were done so long ago, there were a lot of considerations not made back then. Rigs, animations, everything is different. You may not see it like while playing the game, but if you were to try and animate like on the Ranger and then go to the Witch, different controls, different everything. It's really
here's
there was no standard back then. People would just like having an issue, like rig up this character, and people just did it like not really. There was no like sort of standard that we went by.
So then imagine we release a new body armor microtransaction that has to be rigged completely differently for each different character class. And then there's the Templar who is left-handed.
Whose idea was that?
Predates me. Do you guys know?
I don't know. I think Eric just wanted him to be different. But another really annoying thing that no players really know about is that some of them are not even symmetrical. So you may have like an armor on a character, and then on the Witch you'd have to like stretch out her right side of her armor just a little bit more than the left side. So you end up, to make things symmetrical, it means halving the job. But because they're all asymmetrical,
it doubled the work. I've done the math.
It increases that workload. So yeah, it's really cool to like go forward and have these new characters made with this. Well, knowing about this and knowing about all the itemized item and armor stuff going forward, it's cool because we had like a lot of really interesting conversations going into it. So, which yeah, I won't get into here, I guess.
No, you really should. That's the whole point of this podcast.
We did a thing like we did a thing like a universal base mesh is what we were calling it, like in-house. I guess I helped out a whole bunch with this. There are really cool character artists that were like doing the actual sculpts and the texturing. I helped a little bit. Just it means you can kind of texture one character, and you can almost pull certain details and extract them and put them on others, so you don't have to rework them entirely. Like you can actually work on a thing and then from that change it to another thing, and you won't have to build things up from scratch again, which is just a better way to make assets.
One of the really cool things, I got to catch like 10 minutes of a panel with Eric, and he was showing, I think it was the full play, and how now it's got all the like separate movable objects on it now.
Yeah.
How did that come about?
Dude, we had, before this whole thing, we wanted to have John on, Rhykker at Grandiger on, because that full plate armor did not look that way 3 weeks ago. And it wasn't until I think Jonathan saw it where he was like, wait, we have to do this better. And the armors were like entirely reworked. And you know, long hours were put in to get it to work that way. Like, you know, we've been doing this physics thing for a while now. And yeah, it's really just seeing how far we could push it. And I hope you agree, it looks way better than...
Yeah, no, it looked great.
Yeah.
Wait, look, I agree.
Sorry.
I'm so used to looking at our host for like...
Look that way.
It seems like every dev I've spoken to has had a Jonathan story of like, oh yeah, I did all of this work and then Jonathan saw it and I started again. Like, what's your best Jonathan story in that respect for the whole time you've been at the company? Nice easy one for you.
I didn't know he was going to run through the one of the dungeons that I worked on at the demo. I mean, like I was saying, so I guess that was sort of the closest I've got to that. But I mean, it's not like he asked me to redo anything. It was just a surprise.
Blake is competent, so I mean you are, but
yeah.
The Atlas storyline that's coming up, we had done numerous drafts and had to rework them after Jonathan had seen them, and then we started working with Jonathan because that just worked better. So he's had a hand in crafting the Atlas storyline coming up. Saveun, have you ever had to do anything?
No, me and Jonathan are cool, man. Yeah, we my only Jonathan story going into ExileCon was I think last week we got to sit down and just run through the game, and you know, there were just minor things to touch up here and there, and yeah, it was good. The game looked good, like pretty much 95% of what you see now, maybe like a week ago. There were just a few loose ends that needed to be tied up.
For you narratively, Nick, since a lot of what we were talking about at the dinner was like some of your frustrations with like the old narrative, with Path of Exile 2, like how was the narrative expanded for you, and why do you feel it was necessary even to do the whole Path of Exile 2 rather than just improve the old campaign?
That's a good question. Having a big time jump allows you to, it's close to a blank slate, but not exactly a blank slate. It means you can leave lots of little things and hooks to grab onto later without the baggage of a lot of characters being expected to appear, or the state of the world being a specific way. 20 years is enough time that you would expect quite seismic shifts, especially in the wake of, say, the gods rising and then dying. So I think that it's just a very convenient way to tell a new story and still grab onto the things that are most interesting about the old one.
Also, it seems like this is going to be a lot more grounded of an experience when it comes to the storytelling. Like, we killed the gods, and it's like, where do you go from there? Would that be fair to say it's more of like a base kind of adventure experience?
Certainly in Act 1. There's stuff coming down. I mean, we want Act 1 to feel quite grounded and gritty because that's sort of you can't jump straight to 10, right? If Act 1 was Kitava's back, you'd be like, oh, where do you go from here? So it's quite a calculated decision to keep the first act quite grounded and low fantasy. But there's stuff coming. Can't talk about it, obviously.
A lot of this is me just basically trying to get them to either, one, ruin their own job prospects, or get them to leak stuff.
Oh, I don't need help with that.
Okay. So with your podcast, most of what you do is talk about other games, specifically like Switch games.
Much to Saveun's dismay.
Yeah. When it's come to like elements that you've been bringing into Path of Exile 2 with the environments, have there been like any inspirations or story or anything like that?
I think Witcher was a bit of a... Oh, Dark Souls especially. I mean, once I started playing Dark Souls, I was like, this is an awesome vibe for Path of Exile. So we tried to get that in there. And I even added a little, when we released Act 5, added a little Dark Souls bonfire Easter egg in there. But yeah, Dark Souls has been quite an inspiration for myself as well. I guess The Witcher, although I can't really think of anything specific that The Witcher influenced, more of just the general vibe, I guess, of this oppressive, muddy and gritty world kind of thing.
For me, I have to give a shout out to Rockstar.
What? No way.
Dude, when that game came out, there's so many things that they kind of standardized.
Hang on. Which game? You just said Rockstar.
Oh, shit. No, I'm just talking about the company. No, Red Dead Redemption 2 came out. And the way they do grass is pretty impressive. It gave me ideas of how to do our grass differently. Fur was a really big one. And we actually kind of do what I think is a similar method to what they're doing. They never talk about their tech, by the way. So it's pretty much me just looking at screenshots for hours.
Which he does anyway. It's got nothing to do with work. He just stares at Rockstar screenshots.
Hey man, if I'm charging for it, it's work related. You understand?
I remember there was a point. I remember you had I guess it was Grand Theft at work, I think. And he had you had a sniper rifle, and he was looking through the sniper rifle at the ground, moving back and forth, and being like, "Look at this grass! It's incredible. This is fantastic."
You can try this. You can try this at home, by the way.
Can we please? Let me do it.
Nick, you're making fun, but we actually take from these guys, okay? Grass settings on high, ultra, whatever, the highest setting. Get your sniper rifle out and just find a freshly mown lawn and just look along it. And you'll see that they do this I believe it's parallax occlusion, but they also have muddle and stuff too. And you can interact with it. You can actually drive cars over the top of it.
When you say muddle, what do you mean?
I think, I'm referring to our engine. The muddle effect, it will either, there are two kinds. You have a vertex and a texture muddle.
Oh, I'm lost.
And anyway, it'll put this, I think the standard one is just a sine wave, and then you can do this kind of effect.
It sort of makes it move.
Yeah.
And then you can increase how much it moves, and
I've seen the wiggly leaves.
Yeah. So every video game does it. It's a form of muddle.
Yep.
Gotcha. Did you know that? I didn't know that. Cool.
So is
can I ask
the
you,
peak grass then?
I think so right now. Yeah, they have the grass to beat. I remember watching some of your content, and you were saying a certain other game had muddy ground, muddy textures. Sorry. Do you know what I'm talking about? How were our ground textures?
Putting you on the spot a little bit. Okay, so I mostly like all of the textures in PoE. The main things which irritate me when it comes to the environment stuff for PoE. Anyone who's watched me complain about Delve, there are some particular shades of blue that you guys use which I like to affectionately refer to as "fuck you blue," where it's just the right shade of blue that my eyes hurt.
That's what the palette says on it.
Yeah.
When you click on it.
I actually had to start wearing glasses for Delve League. So, yeah, I don't know. I generally think the Path does a really good job with that, but I do always find it interesting, especially with PoE. It must be very difficult from the art side of things where, Molten Strike, that's a cool ability. What if I add 1 million projectiles on top of it, and I was like, I can't see the screen?
Yeah, that's a thing. I think, was there something you were dealing with on stage or anything like that, or?
I mean, I think every single skill eventually goes through the how bad can we make it test. Effects artists, every new effects artist, I think, goes through a phase of I make this beautiful effect. Look at this projectile, it's so cool. And then QA or game designer or another effects artist will be like, okay, now put 10,000 of them on screen. Does it still work? And the answer is always going to be no. So that's just, it's something that's taken into consideration in the art pipeline in particular, is what happens when you have 6 different characters doing that 15 times a second. The answer is it starts to break.
On that note, what are the other things which players wouldn't know about where when you put it through the PoE game perspective, stuff stops working? We had walls, now we have the new fancy walls.
I don't know.
Can you repeat that question? Sorry.
Basically, what about designing for PoE in particular is way harder than you'd imagine?
My go-to is that tile generator. It is rough. The guys have made it very clear that randomization is a priority, and it turns out that, hey man, you've got one tile, and everything needs to kind of fit on this one tile. And if you want to make it larger, you have to make it fit into this much larger tile. There is no in between. It either needs to be on this one tile, or the dimensions are very much set, and getting assets to kind of work within that is tricky.
That is also a new thing that newer artists that join have a lot of time adjusting to, because they might come from somewhere where you just put stuff in an environment and now you have to work within this very particular box. You're making one little piece of a puzzle that is then put together by level design to create the whole dungeon. And that, I think that's a little tricky for them to get their sort of head around for a while. Also, it's cool to make a really epic wall, but if you have a dungeon that then generates, 50 epic walls, it suddenly doesn't look that epic. So you need to figure out how many sort of variations of this of walls or any other asset there need to be to make the cool thing stand out as cool, but then also still repeat around the place and just make the dungeon feel lived in, without it just being all the same, all the same type of thing.
You guys also do some really cool stuff. You've improvised neat little art techniques using existing tech. I'm thinking specifically of the haunted house map.
Oh right, yeah,
the paintings in there transition between 2 phases. There's just the family looking happy, and then all of their eyes are carved out and blood seeping down, and the elders snuck up behind them when you're a certain distance away. And that just uses the same tech as something obscuring the camera. We fade it out.
Yeah, it uses the roof fade tech. So the same as you walk into the warehouses and the roof fades. That's the exact same thing that's happening on those portraits. Is that there's the nice portrait in front of it, and then as you get closer, the roof fade kicks in, and that fades, and there's a horrifying one up behind it. But it definitely has that effect. It just fades enough that it looks it's just changing, and it's subtle enough too that players just rush through and they don't notice it. But the few players that do post about it on Reddit, and it's that kind of, I really love adding that kind of little detail.
It's also something that as someone who's interested in narrative, I love looking to the artists to see what kind of visual storytelling they can pull off. And that's a great example of Blake taking great initiative in telling a story through art assets.
I tried to tell it. I first had the idea to these paintings should change. That would be really cool. Started making them, and then about halfway through that, I was like, I could just add a little story happening in here. And I wish I'd thought of that from the start because I could have made it a little more clear because I just already made a whole bunch of stuff. I was like, how can I kind of turn this into a story sort of thing? But I think it worked out in the end. I got the level designers on board and they put like the corpse of like one of the characters that's in the painting somewhere in the thing, so it sort of connects to the story. I don't know how many people have noticed it, but I mean, it's there. Same thing with like Dominus's portrait and his office. Like, that was just an idea that we came up with over lunch to be like, what can we add to here? And they're like, well, this is like sort of where Dominus was like, this was his like headquarters kind of thing. So wouldn't he have like an office or something weird like that? And like, well, and then what would his office be like? Well, he's a real like dictator type guy. He'd have a giant portrait of himself. So we just like had that. And then one of the level designers got the glove and like put that on there, like the
Doriani's fist.
Yeah. And had some like gems around the place and that sort of thing. And also artifacts that he'd like, as if he'd like had expeditions to Ray class and brought back random stuff. So there's like some weird Val stuff back there and things like that.
I wonder if we're going to hook into this in the future. Maybe in 3.9.0. We will. The answer is we will.
I think stuff like that's always my favorite things. It's like when you're playing a game and by accident you discover upon something like a random abandoned camp and stuff like that. One thing you probably didn't see it is with the new like map generating content, we had Nig and Octavian, who both had a chance to play it on our podcast. And they were talking about how they had different experiences. So one of them had found a side boss that the other one hadn't because of how different the maps are and how non-linear it would all become. So that's one thing I'm really excited to like see when we finally get 4.0.
You should try it out.
Okay, this is the issue that I have is because I've got so many panels, I haven't got a chance to play it. So I'm hoping that if I don't play it, GGG guys will feel so bad. They'll be like, oh, come play it in the office.
No. No, we'll just laugh from afar.
If we could get rid of Nick, that'd be great.
Goodbye. No.
One thing though, when we had our dinner, you were talking about how like difficult it was to design narrative about how like ARPGs work. Particularly, do you want to talk about that at all?
Sure. The repetitive aspect of a lot of ARPG content does not lend itself well to a fulfilling storyline because you get to the end of it, you kill the big bad, and then you do it again and again and again and again, and it doesn't really, like, there's obviously a conflict there. How can you end the storyline 400 times? And so we often run up against this problem, and I still don't think we found like a perfect solution. Sometimes the answer, we've tried just not addressing having an ending, sort of hinting that there's something in the bigger that we can potentially hook into later. We've discussed trying to make that repetition part of the storyline, but then that sort of leads to feeling quite unsatisfied because it keeps hinting at something that you can't reach. So ultimately, we just kind of have a storyline that you just repeat over and over again. I mean, Betrayal is a really good example of this, where you find out who the mastermind is and you defeat them, and then the board resets and you start again. I mean, that's just the act structure is much cleaner than the end game sort of stuff, and the league content that is designed to be repetitive, or at least played repetitively. So it's something that we keep bumping up against, and I don't know, it's something I think about a lot, and I still haven't got a good answer for it. There's no perfect solution, because anything that we do on that front is going to take tons of work from other people. Like, for example, if we wanted to do the Syndicate storyline, where anybody could be the mastermind, we already had 2,200 voice lines for Syndicate. Imagine then if they all have to line up with every other possible character being the leader. Yeah, so there are limitations, and we just have to work with them.
It does seem, though, especially with like 3.9 and Conquerors, that you're having fun with it a little bit, like the Exiles going mad. Like, whose idea was that?
I think that was one I pitched because I thought it was kind of a funny idea. Like, what if the player wasn't the Exile who killed the Elder? What if it was a different group of Exiles that Zana had brought into the maps? And then what if we kind of made fun of the fact that they just keep grinding the maps and then we turn that into the hook for the new storyline. So something interesting about this is we now have a little bit of a time skip between when you destroy Kitava and when you enter the maps. And so there's events that transpire that you'll learn about while you're exploring the Atlas. Yeah, I think that's all I could probably say on that front. But yeah, that was a fun little idea that surprisingly people liked. I thought for sure people would be like, no, that's too meta. But no, they're like, that's just meta enough.
No, everyone seems to be loving it. Without going too crazy, since we are running a bit low on time now, what would be some of the lessons you've learned narratively from previous leagues? Like we spoke a little bit about the pain of synthesis and how you had all this amazing story.
Try not to hook it too much into the main storyline, because if it gets torn out, it feels bad. Other than that, I think try to tie up any loose ends as best you can. We've got some loose ends from Blight still.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
That's all right. So just to round up, could everyone just give their final closing thoughts on ExileCon?
Oh. Overwhelming. Yeah. It's been so overwhelming, just meeting everyone that loves this game with such a passion. It's so easy for us to get bogged down in the day-to-day of making it, that meeting people that it's one of the most important things in their life is just I'm speechless from it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really cool. We worked pretty hard, and it's cool to see the week out like this for me.
It was exhausting, but also super fun. I've had the opportunity to meet fans before, but it's never at this scale and never with such an incredible event tied to it. And I hope it's not the last one.
What have your thoughts been on it?
Yeah, Tarke.
So it's been, the main thing for me, and this is going to sound really sappy, is getting to talk with ZiggyD guys. It's felt very familial. There's this really nice energy with everyone. I was especially, because I have had a surprising amount of programmers especially say, oh, we watch Bayclast. I was waiting for that one of dude, I heard what you said about my game. I'm going to beat you up after this. But
that's coming, don't worry.
A programmer doing that?
Yeah, fair. But it's been really sweet, and it's also I've had a few people. I think the best thing I've had actually was the day before, this was at the dinner, Crip, Ziggy, and me went off to the side to have a moment to try and plan, we have an hour, we need to improv, what are we going to do? And while this was happening, someone from support came over, ignored Crip and Ziggy, and went, oh, hi, Tarke, massive fan. And I wish I'd had a screenshot of Crip's face, because when you do these events, you're very much practicing the, oh, hi, nice to meet you, shake the hand, and seeing the no, we want Tarke. I was yes. So yeah, Natasha's my favorite now.
I thought it might be Natasha.
Yeah. And also, I'd just like to say I'm just very grateful that you're allowing me to be the highlight of your ExileCon, obviously, because you clearly begged for this interview. So
it's all right. Only the best.
Yeah, take that, Crip.
Yeah.
So yeah, and also we'll definitely have to try and, or I don't know how we'd get the numbers working. We'll try to have to do a double podcast at some point with 20 people.
It's hard enough just to organize 3.
Yeah, it's difficult. Yeah. We had 5, and then it was oh, this is difficult. I think the most we've ever had is 6, and there's a lot of people just mumbling over each other.
Yeah, I remember, I think maybe 6 is the most we've had, and we had one point where there were 2 conversations happening at the same time between different people, and I was listening back to that being, this is terrible. You can't hear any of this.
Maybe if we could have a choose your own adventure podcast or something,
where cool.
You have 2 things happening at the same time and somehow you pick between the 2.
Which, the left or right ear, you can do it stereo.
Can we get Netflix involved?
Yes. Okay, I don't know if anyone here works at Netflix, but the pitch.
We think audio is going to be the big new thing in streaming television. So
all right, I'd just like to thank everyone, and yeah.
Subscribe to Frenzy Gamer. Woo!
Twitch Prime, 1 free sub each and every month. Doesn't automatically, you got to manually press that button. Twitch.tv/TarkeCat, by the way. Would really appreciate
Cut his feed.
Okay.
Well, thanks, Tarke.
Thank you, everyone.
Welcome, guys. I'm doing 4.0 live at ExileCon for the first time. It's Mathil. You might know me if you play PoE. I make builds, I play softcore, and I'm on every day of my life. So I haven't done any 4.0 yet. I haven't looked at it. I haven't touched it. I wanted to have an absolutely fresh experience, and I am terrified of how bad I'm going to be at it. But yeah, we don't have much time, so I want to get straight into it, if that's okay. So we've got the standard to be set here. Cripper, the level 16 Marauder. We'll do our best to get better than that, but I'm also gonna try and explore everything as much as possible and experience it all as much as possible. First time I'm seeing this, and as well as that, I don't ever play with a laptop. I don't know anything about laptops, so this feels awful to me. Marauder, Ranger, Witch, we'll go the middle one.
You treat us like wild beasts.
Mathil.
Quick, precise, and without...
We'll give it a shot. Oh, it already exists. What a stitch up. Matt Hill. Is that cool? Hey. Jesus. And with our first action, we've killed 6 people. And we're exiled. All right, hopefully I've made the right choice. I can start by probably not skipping all tutorials this time around. Got a bow, looks like it's on, has some 4-link stuff. What do we do here? Grab a burning arrow. Press I to view the inventory. And what do you know, we socket things up here now. My God, the technology. All right. If it ignites, it deals a bit more damage. Where are we going? What am I doing? What's happening? Oh man, the immersiveness. A porcupine crab. Jesus. I am not used to this mouse, I'm telling you. All right, so 5 is our flask. We got our porcupine crabs. I can almost guarantee you I will be dying to the boss, because this just feels weird. Oh man, and we're pretty much That is some just gorgeous burning arrow action though. Easy. How do these crabs hit so goddamn hard? Let's hit Alt. All right, we've got some stuff. Press that, this, that. All right, we're back in. Evidently going the wrong way. This feels basically like my first time playing a game all over again, for what it's worth. That is how different this feels. So that's good news, I guess. Brand new game for us to play. All right. So I guess we're coming up upon the boss soon. We've got some pierce action going now too. Attached our pierce to the burning arrow. There's a bit of a bridge. Don't really want to jump across that yet. Yeah, that burn effect is beautiful. All right, we're almost there. Oh, juke those crabs.
And survive.
Easiest level 2 of my life. So look at our passives. Things are pretty business as usual. I reckon we'll get some damage. We're not one-shotting hard enough. Slay the bloated miller. Oh, the deeps is off the charts. All right, what's he doing? Ah! Did he heal himself? Is that allowed? Juke City over here. Woo. That was a crit that you could feel. Ugh.
Slow and lumbering always falls to quick and deadly.
All right, nice. To the clear fell encampment. What do we got? What are the fat loots? I like it. And clearly an upgrade, even though I'm never going to be hit.
That is the name. Your skill.
So I'm pretty good, he reckons. I agree. Split arrow does some extra damage these days. Fires 4. Galvanic arrow. Lightning, attack, prod, AoE, bow. Releases arrows along with a burst of lightning which damages all enemies in the cone. The arrows degrade and fires away. Yep. And a caustic. I reckon I'm going to go with a nice fat lightning something. So we socket our things over here nowadays. Fair enough. And let's press it for a Q. Alright, got some quests.
Welcome, fine stranger. I am Finn, and I shall be your humble provider of useful and diverse objects. I suppose I should give you a little something for free.
Alright, he's giving me stuff, right? No? Got iron rings, belts, flasks. I don't know, I reckon I'm just cruising. How about one of these? I've got an alteration orb, why not?
Remember us when you're famous, eh?
Welcome to the camp of the lost, stranger.
You play for what? Alright. Search the felling for the entrance to the mud, slay the devourer or something. This way, that way. Let's click it. So ExileCon's been pretty overwhelming. I had no idea I was this popular. And yeah, I'm still to this day shocked that anyone cares about what I do or what I say. Yeah. Still some fans in the crowd too. Alright, so we want to check out the middle click. How do we press? Where is my middle click on this thing? Insane. So it's a new shrapnel shot, I think. Who's this guy? Vile Hag. Met a few of those in my life. Lumbering Dead. Yep. Looking like a regular zombie. There's our tab. It's very nice. So I got the middle click, but we want to press Q instead. Big rotten wolf, terrifying stuff. Yo, calm down. An orb of chance, eh? What's my bow here? Yeah, we'll get a unique. Fuck. I believed in the streamer RNG. It's feeling pretty crisp, but there is a lot to explore here, though, as well. Nothing in that one. Hunter's Cache, that's got to be fat loot. Oh my god, I should have alked it. Alright, the next one. That's what we'll get. So what do we look? Find the entrance to the mud burrow. Alright, that doesn't look like an entrance. Da. Okay, sorry, that was nothing. Feels like dangerous stuff out here. A lot of stuff to click, a lot of loot to be had. So supposedly we'll just get to choose between the two versions that we want to play from the start. We'll grab one of those. Once 4.0 comes out eventually, just means you can play through the old mode or play through the new mode, maybe something you're familiar with, and just go a bit faster, or learn it as it goes. Yeah, I'd rather something with a bit more evasion. More deeps is always the play. I'm not pressing Q enough, am I? So it's pretty strong single target if you're up close. I do feel like we need a Quicksilver Flask though. Alright, we found something. And another something. The Mud Burrow. Ruh-roh. Going in, boys. And girls.
Mud, blood, and death.
Let's make this quick.
Seriously? Oh my god. You'd think the game was trying to kill me. Another chance orb. Might add, by the way, there is a lot of light in my eyes too, so that's just another excuse I got ready if I need it. What's happening? I see. That is pretty hard to react to without a dash skill of any sort yet. Mud Simulacrum, and he got burned to death, as he should. Very solid dead end over here. Pick up my loot, alch this bow, get a fat upgrade. Easy clap. Oh god. Decisions. Yeah, we'll take it. Do wonder though if it's going to pay off being ranged with a lot of these bosses, but yeah, supposedly things are pretty anti-range these days as well, so it won't just be a pure melee. Well, it won't be a range meta. Might suffer for being at range and not just proximity shield wise. Let's grab one of those. Oh god, they get out of their burrows. Alright, there's our boy. Yeah, no, that's fair. Alright, giving him the burn damage. Whoa. Slippery stuff. Maybe I should go face tank him with my lightning skill in a sec. See if he poses any much of a threat there. Oh my god. That's a big area. Okay. Okay. Going in for the face tank. Did it work? Okay, we're winning comfortably by a mile, and I don't like what's happening now. Get out of here! Look, it was bullshit and you know it. Right. There's no way I die again, surely. Yeah, we got this. Maybe. What? Okay. Seems legit. Still good. That's not very friendly. There it is. Let that be a lesson. Nobody kills Mathil 1 twice. Alright, we got some stuff. We got some loot. Let's pop a hood on. We're looking ominous. That was some, yeah, no, that was serious business. I'm not going to lie. I mean, kind of have to learn mechanics very early on, it seems, these days. Talk to Renly and Finn for your rewards. So, do we bail? I reckon we do. Now that is a stunning portal. What's he got for us?
You cornered the Devourer in its own lair so it didn't have anywhere to flee.
Deathless first try, I agree. Volley or fork? I'm feeling the... Wait, really? Fork this early on? Feeling the volley. Travel through clear field of the old forest, find tree of souls. Renly, what do you got for us? A shrapnel ballista, an ice shot, and a puncture. You all know how much I love totems. Let's give that a shot. So, we want to try this out and put it somewhere. Somewhere like that. We've got a volley attached to a pierce and a burning arrow. Sure, the more the merrier. Grab some more deeps since we are unkillable. And to the old forest, we reckon, eh? So what's our skill look like? That? Oh yeah. Can get used to that. And that's our ballista. Well, he's gonna hard carry from now on now, isn't he? Easy. I reckon I need one of those. The old forest, yep, that's where we want to be. So we don't have much time for this little demo, just another few minutes, and it's really having a quick look at the game. Which, like I said, feels like a pretty much different game altogether at this point. Still core basics, but my god, has it been upgraded. So one ballista, what's he doing for us? Yeah, he slaps. Let's see how many we can even put down. I'm sorry, how many can I put down now? That seems fair. That looks like a future spec of mine. Drop some of these. How's it working for us? It's pretty damn solid. Not even linked up. Yeah, not gonna lie, the Ranger does seem like a pretty solid start. Don't touch me. Okay. As I was saying, pretty solid start. Some good skills, good synergies, some good early gem adaptations. It's actually surprising you can get some of these supports so early on. Buried cache, hunter's cache. Okay. So what are we looking for? The Tree of Souls. Still looking. Grab one of these real quick. Do we dive into here, or is that a risky play? Red Veil. Search the old forest for the Tree of Souls. Got a staff?
Stay alive.
Yeah, we don't need a staff, it's fine. I'm going to assume it's somewhere in here still, and I might die here. No, we're good. Alright, what's over here? Uh-oh.
Life and death, woven together.
Talk to the hooded one. Is he okay? Alright.
Hello, do not be afraid. I intend.
Perhaps we're on the same Yep, sounds terrific. Look at the base. Ancient magic guards protect this region. Neither blade nor fire may harm it, but the right words spoken in the right place may bend the tree to your will. So we've got to seduce the tree. Offering to the dead a dash. You're not unhappy with that one. Chuck it there, and all of a sudden, swoop. Pretty good. Pretty good. Find the entrance to the Red Veil. Search Red Veil for runes of power. Let's see if we've got enough time to do one of those. I think that was the thing back there. Oh, that is a fluid dash if ever I've seen one. Look at the violence, speed, and momentum of this character. What do we got in here? ExileCon 2019. I hear that's the place to be.
And also of rot and decay. The land.
Plants fighting back. Now I've seen everything. Uh-oh. Totems. Alright, I'm going in. Activate the Obelisk of Rust. Well, that's just fine now, isn't it? And Burning Arrow feels pretty legitimate. Got ourselves one rune. Do we need more? Or is that just the first one of the lot? Do I need to ID that? That's fine. Can't even wear it. Not high enough level. Water scrub. Uh-oh. There's another one of these. We'll drop our totems in anticipation. My god, they do not mess around at this level. Got a lot of buttons to press early on. One more rune, we reckon. How about this way? So it looks like we probably have enough time to still finish the quest, see what's going on. But the rewards are pretty much similar to how you'd expect it in the current game. Just how you go about getting them is slightly different now. Oop, nope, don't want to press that. Did I go the wrong way, or is there more to it down here? Get away from me. Oh god, oh god. That's a lot of flowers. And they keep on coming. Can we get one more passive? Have I strayed too far from the correct path? No, this should be right. Go ahead. Set it up. Got a tower defense happening. Here it comes. Any sec now. What the hell? The Rust King. Okay, we're good. And he's got some HP, doesn't he? Okay, juked effectively. In with a shrapnel, another shrapnel, another shrapnel. Juke him. Juke him once more. What? No, what? Okay, that's fine. That's an intended dodge. I totally meant to do that. And he's at 50% HP. That is quite the raid boss. What? No, what? Okay, that's getting bigger, I guess. Feeling a little bit here now. And we resort to default attack. Feels good. Maybe I need some of that on my bars now, huh? What? No, ja. Oh, we got some mana. Put this clown down. No. This is fine. Nobody move, nobody panic. Dodge. That is a serious bleed, though. No. Please, just don't embarrass me. Same team. And I lied. Yeah, what can I say? I'm just a gamer. And a massive amount of huge upgrades that I can't even wear. That's a solid upgrade. So what do we got going on here? Level 6, Red Veil. Man, that is a streamlined process here, isn't it? Definitely a bit of a different game. That's just about all I've got time for this little demo, though. It is just looking sweet, isn't it? It's gonna take a while to come out, for the game to come out, I think, but it's ready when it's ready. Who knows, maybe by the end of next year. But 3.9 is looking pretty juicy in any case, and I'm thoroughly looking forward to being a bit more engaged with some bosses and some single targets, and that's what 3.9 looks like it'll be. I just cannot wait to try out some of these boss fights that are very dynamic, so you can't really learn it that well. But for now, 4.0 is looking amazing. That demo was pretty sweet. I've loved ExileCon. Thank you very much for supporting me all the way through here, and yeah, enjoy the rest of the show. Thank you very much for watching, guys.
welcome back to the couch. My name is Octavian. I am joined here by Rory and Neon, who are the senior game designer and content lead. Did I get those right?
That's right.
That is correct.
And we'll be talking for about a half an hour about a tiny little subject matter of design and balance. So
I've done that occasionally.
Once in a while. All right. I feel like I want to lead in with a question about 4.0 here. We've got 19 new ascendancies coming. That is quite a lot, and you said we're not getting rid of any of the older ones, right?
That's right. They'll be available once you've played through the original campaign,
okay.
the Exile campaign.
So, and that's like, is that grandfathered in for older players as well?
Yes.
All right,
all
that's
of them
awesome.
will be available if you've played PoE before.
All right, and how are you going to go about getting 19 new Ascendancy classes into the game without treading on the toes of the other ones to make something feel redundant?
There's going to be a lot of new design space available to us. We've got the new skill system that lets us have mechanics we didn't have before. There's some themes that we haven't really explored, and a lot of these new ascendancies will be quite thematically focused. Like with a lot of the old ascendancies, we've had catch-alls, like the Raider kind of was there for if you're playing just about any Ranger build, then you can fit it in on the Raider. We're not going to have that so much with the new setup. There's going to be more like you can play anything with maybe the cat-themed character, but you're going to be also focusing on the fact that you've now got a cat companion with you. So there's going to be more of a way to, the ascendancies add a theme to your build for some of them, and for the other ones, they're really focused on specific mechanics that will be big core mechanics.
Yeah, like we saw
the totems.
We saw, I forget the name of it, pardon me, but we saw the one where you could like call in flares from a flare arrow. That's what it was called, and have a rain of arrows, of a rain of ice shots, or a rain of barrage, or something like that, which is amazing. Is that sort of focused kind of, well, I suppose focus, going to be applied to some of the older ascendancies as well, or will those remain jacks of all trades or catch-alls or that kind of thing?
They will keep their core mechanics. They'll possibly have some new twists on them that fit with the new systems, but a lot of them will keep their core system. So it should still be that you can feel like you're playing a classic Berserker. You're not playing something completely different, and it's like a different game if you want to stick with one of those original ascendancies.
Well, I still don't know that it'll be an easy task, but that certainly sounds like a good way of approaching it.
We had a moment where we did have to just sit down and we had to ask the question, can we actually do this? This conversation actually occurred between us two and Jonathan. We were just like, if we're going to do 19 new, we thought we could do that. Can we also keep the 19 old and have both, at that time, have both available for everyone? And it took a while for us to be able to answer confidently, but we believe we can. Of course, as much as we want to keep the existing themes and all that intact, a very substantial rebalance must occur in order for these to coexist, and we can't even now know where that should be. We need to be some amount of time in the future and development of Path of Exile 2 and know more details in order to be able to do that, but we can, of course, plan for it. We can start to analyze it. So we don't have very explicit plans on what we're going to do with the ascendancies between now and then, the current set on live, but we are definitely going to be adding a lot of new mechanics. I can't even say what those are, but we're going to come up with them. And we have come up with some, of course, yes.
So, some of the changes that you're making in order to prepare for the new wave of ascendancies will be rolled in over like 3.9, 3.10, 3.11.
Plus, we're making a lot of balance changes to mechanics as we see necessary over the next year anyway, in terms of all the subsequent patches. Like, well, obviously, bows are being improved in 3.9.0 and changed around a bit. We're going to keep seeing that in 3.10.0 and 3.11.0. So even if we made balance calls on what bleeding is going to look like in 4.0.0, that may not be the case in a year's time after we've had the changes in the main game.
Your answer actually kind of leads into one of the other prepared questions that I had, which was to do with the fact that you're opening up space now with 4.0 rolling around for people to have lots and lots of different varied main links, so to speak. You don't have it was a big point that they made on stage. You don't have the 2-6 links now. You can have, was the number up to 8 at the top end?
It was 9, right?
9 from your standard armor set, and then, additional ones from accessories.
So as far as the question that I have is, how are you going to encourage players to actually make use of all of that? Because right now, Path of Exile is perfectly beatable with 1 or 2 6 links.
There will be an increase in difficulty and scaling up as we go. And also there'll be new support gems and ways to take advantage of these extra spaces. There'll be new ones that affect auras and that affect your utility skills in a way that you'll really want to care about. So there will be that extra power that you get, and you will need that power to carry you through to the end of the game.
I know you can't reveal too much, but is there any sort of utility space that you're like building into with that hasn't really been explored much in the rest of the game yet?
Well, hopefully. I mean, the meta skill gem system was there to utilize this new system. It was to, to obviously solve the problem with auras and all that. There are potentially, or very likely, more things like that we're going to be able to add to, achieve similar goals. I mean, these, again, are things that we probably don't know about yet. I mean, we have to design them. That's what we do. We might not come up with anything. We also might. Also, the players might. This promotes a good opportunity for people to, of course, have discussions and suggest things. And we do often see that and are like, hey, that is a good idea. You don't have to be a trained designer. You just have to. There's a lot of passion, and a lot of people have good ideas. A lot of people are capable of designing. We just got lucky enough to be paid to do so, I guess. I wouldn't say it's all luck, but,
I wouldn't say so either. You guys have been pretty consistent about pumping out some great content, and the stuff that I've played on the demo has been excellent as well. That actually rolls into one of the other questions I had prepared. That demo was hard as nails. I died a lot, and I'm not ashamed to say it. I didn't catch all of Mathil's stream because I was back getting all touched up, and they made sure I was real pretty for the stage. I have no idea how many times he died, but everyone I've talked to has perished at least once or twice. The Rust King got me a bunch. How do you plan on scaling the difficulty of those bosses so that that experience is consistent throughout the story? Because I worry that, it's a 7-act structure, right? Mm-hmm. So by the time I get to Act 6, I have a character that's actually functional at that point, and suddenly that feeling of being in an oppressive boss fight is kind of gone because I'm at the point where I'm, overpowering the content. I've overtaken it.
Well, we've talked a lot about adjusting the progression, the rate that you get skills and support so that it feels like a more smooth progression. At the moment, it's quite front-loaded, which is still a relic from when we had the 3 difficulties. By the end of the first difficulty, by the end of normal difficulty, we expected you to have a full skill set. So there will be some adjustments, so it feels like a more natural flow as your character's growing towards endgame. But even then, boss fights will become even more difficult than they currently are on the current build for the high-end content. We're going to make sure it's challenging, but also that players are more aware of what tools they have available to them. We're going to have some more telegraphing, more information given to the player, especially when they're making a mistake, like not realizing they're low on a resistance or something like that. So there'll be a bit of helping people out, but a bit of making sure people need that in order to survive.
One thing on this note is it's as much as we are going for more difficult here, do consider the fact also there's, for example, no league running on this build here, and leagues can be, not always, renowned for, giving a lot of items or itemization, rare items, uniques early, which does make things a bit easier. So we don't have that here. It's going to be something we're more conscious of, as we're going into the future. One thing about the difficulty being like this is, of course, because we have the 2 campaigns running in parallel to a shared endgame, it then goes, if this is this difficult and the existing campaign's very easy, then there's a imbalance in efficiency of getting to endgame, and that for competitive players is problematic, right? We don't want it to be that your first instinct is, you should want to or feel free to play either, sure, but it shouldn't be that, this one is clearly twice as efficient, so I'm going to play the existing campaign. We want them to be relatively balanced and close, and again, not exactly sure how we're going to do it, but as you can see, if we're going with this level of difficulty here, we are going to even have to go back and rebalance all this existing content as well. Again, we're doing a little bit of that in 3.9.0. Campaign bosses are getting their life. I would say it's kind of normalized, not fully, but a lot of bosses are getting their life raised. A lot of bosses are getting their damage increased. To be more reasonable. Just some stuff was ignorable. So you'll even start seeing some of that difficulty increase in 3.9.0, and hopefully that then goes into the end game with the rest of the content we're adding there, which is a lot. So yes, but as for the difficulty of this, it's going to be hard. That's really the summary of it. I want it to be. Again, I've said it several times here. One of my measures of success is killing characters, and including my own. And so I want that to be the case. So yes, difficult.
You've succeeded against me then. I perished a number of times against a few different bosses, and disappointingly enough, some of the trash monsters as well. But moving swiftly on past that, and onto 3.9.0. The new end game that we're getting, I'm curious as to what the kind of focus was on that, what the explicit goal was in shifting the Atlas to be able to, I think I'm right in remembering this, be able to upgrade every map up to a 14 to 16. What are you hoping to accomplish with that change?
Well, ultimately what we feel like we're doing here is giving more freedom, which is key. So firstly, what we had a very early iteration was that the entire Atlas would ascend 4 times or whatever. So they all start at tier 1 to 5, then they all become tier 4 to 9ish, and then 8 to 12ish, and then eventually all 14 to 16. Then we got to a point where, but some players do just like farming lower tier maps. Could be divination card farming, could be just enjoyment, could be whatever they want to do. We don't want to take away that freedom and that choice. This is the amount of discussions we had about the Atlas rework. I don't think we've ever had about anything like that in this. The amount of time it took us because of just the unbelievable amount of constraints. So we finally got to something we were happy with, and we hope everyone is happy with, or at least a good majority, which is that, yes, you can upgrade certain countries, or we're calling them countries internally, regions, sections of the Atlas. Yeah. And it allows you, and then of course you can just downgrade them at will. You can, between one map and the next, upgrade and downgrade if you want to run a particular map. It doesn't mean that the maps you have, the items you have, are all of a sudden upgraded. You still have to have that map at that tier, right? So you can't just bypass, but if you don't want a certain particular map to be dropping at red and you want it to be yellow, or a white map instead, then you can just take up the sockets from the Atlas and keep running it, and that's fine.
You said this was done in regions on the Atlas then, so like countries, as you put it. Is it still possible to selectively shape an individual map on the Atlas?
Oh, so that's one thing that is somewhat lost, right? So instead of now going, I'm going to farm this tier 16 map, you can still kind of do it, but instead of saying I'm going to farm this tier 16 map, the whole league, it's now I'm going to farm these tier 16 maps in this region. That might be one map. That might be a single one. Not all region necessarily has to have many tier 16s, all tier 16s, or just one. And potentially this is not, exactly the right answer, and maybe we can even do something about that. But yes, it will be that you kind of select your region you want to farm if that's the strategy you want to go with. And yes, so there might be 2 or 3 or 1 again, or more, 4, 5.
That level of freedom sounds awesome. I mean, personally, it's something I've been waiting for a number of leagues, and a focus on endgame. So I'm really excited about 3.9. But I had some more softball questions prepared as well. I'm not just all, machine gun fire here. You guys have both been with the company a really long time, right? Yep. I was curious as to, across the board, since the beginning, what would you say you're proudest of that you have your hands on in the game? Take your time if you need to. I know that's a pretty big one.
Me personally, I can't. I think about this. I've been asked similar questions here, and I really struggle to find a single thing. the whole thing, the whole package, everything about it, the success, this whole scene, environment, the convention, this happening is,
It's a fair answer.
The honest point of pride, but yeah, I'm not entirely sure on any selective thing.
See if I can narrow it down further with a question. What's your favorite kind of thing to work on? What do you have the most fun with?
The bosses are amazing.
Are there any on the demo that you put together or had a big hand in?
Yeah, I mean, I'm involved in all of them. So this was a bit of we've got a guy called Dan T. He joined us. He was a player as well. He came from Australia, and he has been helping a lot with this. Rory participated in it as well, as did I. So I'd say us three as designers did the majority. Well, we did all of the boss work for 400. Jonathan, obviously a lot of input, and of course QA and other members of the team just playing it whenever they can.
The animators had quite a big input on these ones as well, because we had some really extreme boss designs, like right from concept, they're quite insane. So asking how these boss abilities work, they were involved a lot. So
it's really good. What we've learned over the last year or so actually is we go more to the animators and to the effects artists, and just be like, how do you think this monster should move? How should it attack? And they know, the animators know what's possible with the monster they're working with, like what kind of things we can get away with. Again, like I said, like a lot of people have good ideas and we like to listen to them and we like to put them together. So where it used to just be me and Rory in a room designing a lot of these and coming up with it, it's now a lot more of us involved in the process, and I think it's improved drastically. And that's what you're seeing with a lot of these 400 ones, or in fact all of the 400 ones, is a much larger team working on all these, even for balance. We've had a lot more of the team, the animators, playing through every day. They play through every day, giving feedback. They're not necessarily very experienced players, which is also a good set of feedback.
Yeah, that's the kind of feedback you want. I mean, that's something that I've heard concern about on the floor, actually, from some players. I was talking to someone earlier who, plays mostly hardcore, but is relatively new to the game, so, isn't yet experienced at learning bosses. So props to him for being brave enough. And, was just really concerned about his chances going up through the future acts, given how difficult the bosses were this time around. Is that really, who do you design for? That's a big question, I know, but which group of players is forefront in your mind, if any?
I answered this very similar thing earlier today, and the answer is there isn't an exact point. It is everyone, or at least as many people as we possibly can, as well as ourselves. I know that's a non-answer, but it's too broad. It's too difficult to say. But yes, we're bumping it up here in difficulty, sure. So there is going to be a subset of players that can't play, or can't succeed at this new content. They may end up not playing as a result. They also might see the difficulty and strive for it. They might be inspired by it and might be like, cool, this is cool. I want to defeat this now and get further. And I believe that desire to have more difficult content and to overcome it is actually more important than just seeing an epic boss and then doing the fight and being like, that was underwhelming. I didn't think that was difficult at all. I'd like to think there is a higher desire for things being challenging and overcoming those challenges instead of just being a face roll.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I mean, that's why I was concerned about, I really enjoyed that feeling of overcoming the Rust King and the other bosses that we had. So that's why I was concerned about you guys' ability to keep that consistently up through the future acts, but I'm glad to hear your confidence. I don't think we ever got an answer from you, Rory, on what it is that you're proud of in the game that you have.
A lot of what I've been doing for the past few years is primarily skill design stuff, and so a lot of the skill stuff I'm proud of. The chaos dot skills are a particular point of pride because they're something the Essence Drain and Contagion started off as an idea, and a lot of us were unsure if it was even going to work because it's the first time we've sort of had two skills that are tied closely together.
Functionally,
yeah.
Would work. Okay.
And it's obviously not everyone's cup of tea, but from that we were able to build on the damage over time system, we were able to add damage over time multiplier and other mechanics that let those systems become one of the core ways that you can play the game. And that's something that's really cool, just adding this entirely new way to play to the game.
I mean, I think there's a lot of room for that going into 4.0 and going into having 8 or 9 or however many you guys said damage links that are actually relevant, you know. Is there going to be a focus, perhaps, on things like Frostbolt Ice Nova and Essence Drain Contagion? There might be a few others I'm forgetting.
It's definitely something we're going to play around with a lot more now that it's much more available, having 2 skills that are fully linked up that you can build for. But we don't want to force players into that niche. We don't want to force every player to have to put 4 different effects on a boss before they can start dealing reasonable damage to them. So there's going to be a balance in making sure if people want to press one button and just have a nice relaxing experience when they're not being crushed by a boss, then there should still be that available as an option. But the optimum way to play should still be doing the most, well, maybe not the optimum, but like you should be able to be rewarded for the challenge of having a complex build as well, a complex skill rotation.
So likely there'll be, you know, as you mentioned earlier, the reduced reserve, some passive utility effects you could make use of the rest of the space.
Yeah. I mean, things like, well, even since we added Blasphemy and other ways to more easily apply curses and the things that felt necessary to deal enough damage, there'll be those similar options for every sort of setup.
We didn't hit on 3.9.0 very much, though. I apologize for that. 4.0 is a really big topic, and I was super interested in it personally. Was there anything about the, you know, much more close deadline that we're going to be hitting, what, December? Early December, that you guys wanted to talk about?
We were making a lot of changes to ranged attack totems. I don't know if it's been clear in some of the demos, but there's now most ranged attack totems have 3 minimum totems, and there are more additional ranged attack totems on the tree. There's things like that
specifically additional ranged attack totems instead of additional totems.
Yes, there is, I think, 1 additional attack totem somewhere on the tree as well. So there's a bit of a shift around for how totem builds play, and especially ranged attack totems deploy much faster than they used to and deploy close to you. So it's really changing up that system quite a bit, or making it a core system that you can play around is going to be interesting, as well as the sort of rebalance that bows and ranged attacks are getting at the same time.
Okay, and in terms of meta more specifically, we haven't seen too terribly much on the League mechanic, but how do you go about rolling in so many different bosses and different mechanics into one enemy and not having something break? How?
Well, we do have it break. Just hopefully fix it all before it goes live. I'm sure we won't catch it all. Quite a lot has been breaking, in fact. Again, with the level of complexity in the game and its mechanics, and the code base has just gotten so large over time that you can't touch one thing without something else breaking. It's very sensitive at this point. So yeah, a lot of putting these bosses or putting these skills interacting with other skills has been you know, quite tricky. We've had to go back and take a lot of the older monster skills. They often get their own implementation, so they don't really have names, but we've had to go back and rewrite half of them and make them work in certain conditions, and it's been tricky, that's for sure. But it's good. A lot of work for our gameplay programmers, which is good to have. As for if they're going to break on a balance level, well, yeah, they will. They'll break.
The aim.
They'll be hopefully high threat. Some cases, it might be, I mean, that's your freedom as well. You kind of can see what you're building, what you're putting together, what the boss is you're making. Yeah, there's learning to do before you're comfortable with that entirely, but just think the input monsters are always the ones coming from that zone or a boss, like, and so people who have played the game a lot, and well, you've fought the monster before, you know this monster fires a frostbolt. It's going to be that when it's used in boss form, it's going to fire frostbolts in some formation. It may be just it's a GMP one because it's quite simple. It may be that it fires a barrage of them, or it may be that it does a kind of spiral nova or something like that, right? And depending on where you put it, but it will have the name of the skill underneath it, and it kind of explains in a vague way what the mechanic will hopefully be.
That is incredible.
It's
I am really excited for that mechanic now. But I don't think we've gotten a lot of talk on 3.9, or at the very least, I wasn't able to be a part of it, having to be somewhere else at the time. So this is awesome.
It's sometimes the fight's underwhelming because it happened to be that the mechanics of the monsters in that area were just kind of boring or lame, and then sometimes it's extremely hectic. There's something cool I felt about when I first saw Malachi turning into another boss and turning into another, like, you know, into Brian King and into Avarius and doing all the skills. It was a cool moment where I'm like, yeah, this is good.
Well, as much as I'd like to take up even more of your time, I do think we have to move on to the next segment pretty shortly. So I hope you all enjoyed my talk with Rory and Neon. I certainly did. Thank you for tuning in, and we're going to be having, I'm actually not sure of what's next, but we're going to be having something very exciting next, I'm sure. And thank you all for watching.
Thanks, Octavian.
Have a good one.
See you guys.
Hello, my name is Zizaran, and I'm joined here by Chris Wilson.
Hey, good to see you.
And we are going to be playing some 4.0. This is going to be my first impression, as I have somehow avoided playing it until now, and I'm very excited.
Must have been difficult to avoid the temptation.
It has been, and people have been throwing spoilers at me, so I know that the bosses are supposed to be really hard. And while we're doing this, we're going to ask Chris questions, and something I think was really interesting and I want to focus on is particularly what have you done, Chris, for GDG? Like, what have you been involved with? Because I remember you told me during one of the podcasts that you particularly had like a lot of hand with the fusings, which are now going away. Like, you designed most of fusings and like the way the formulas work?
Yeah, I mean, I've been involved since day one, you know, starting the company, initial design stuff, and since then it's pretty much whatever Lead's doing outside of that. Like, the fusing example was some guy needed to come up with the math on how item linking was going to work. Everyone was busy, so I sorted that out. But it's like, you know, delve, balance randomly, just, you know, sorting out the, you know, the progression of different depths and that kind of stuff. This, whatever Lead's doing for a particular expansion. Like for Prophecy, I wrote a simulator to work out the progression of prophecies you're going to get and the various odds. It's, from a game point of view, it's pretty much tasks that other people are too busy to do that I know I can do a good job with.
So every time we have bad RNG, it's basically your fault.
Exactly. At least, you know, I'm the guy that can get blamed for it.
Wow, this like feels, it's weird playing on a laptop. It feels so weird. Oh, I was not expecting that. Okay. Yeah, if I die, I blame the laptop. Just.
Yeah. It was asking earlier if we could play in hardcore.
That's true, I did do that. Oh. It like feels like a completely different game.
The porcupine crabs there hit very hard.
Yeah, I can tell. Actually, I had to use a pot already. So how much have you been able to play of this?
I've done some playthroughs back in the office, but a lot of my focus, like Jonathan and Eric have been leading up a lot of the 4.0 demo polishing while I was working on core ExileCon stuff and making sure 3.9 was coming along well.
Yeah, that makes sense. It must have been like such a big relief getting everything off your chest.
Yeah, honestly, yesterday was a big relief. Like, recently I've just been waking up feeling terrible in the morning with so much stress preparing for the convention and getting all this stuff ready. And it was nice today to wake up and feel the internet loves me for once, and, you know, it's good.
I'd say the internet loves you quite a bit.
I read all the Reddit comments, though. The little ones that are downvoted at the bottom, they're the good ones.
Yeah, I know, I feel ya. I did the same thing. But still, even with that, I'd say you definitely have a positive aura on most chat channels.
But it's been a great weekend so far. The team are really loving it as well.
Yeah, no, it was very emotional watching you like release everything, and it was great sitting there in the audience getting to see everything. So your role has changed quite a lot, because early on, you were like, you know, a lot more hands-on, and then as time went on, it changed for you doing more marketing and stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Each league cycle, I write all the marketing text, I talk to all the journalists, I approve all the screenshots, I basically make sure everything related to Path of Exile that goes out is something that I personally checked and made sure hits the right messaging and stuff like that. You know, if we're doing a controversial patch note, I'll make sure to be the person who tweaks the text in it and suggest minor rewording, you know.
So you're the fall guy?
Yeah, I mean, it's my responsibility to make sure that people are happy.
And generally people are. But with all, like, you're doing so much work now, how much have you been able to play yourself lately?
I haven't played on the live realm for quite a while. I'll play on the playtest realms internally before releases come out, check out the new content, but a lot of it's jumping around on cheat characters and stuff to make sure that things work correctly. So that's why I've been deferring a lot of balance-related questions to other team members.
Right.
You know, Mark and so on, Neon, because they honestly are in a much better state of understanding exactly the minutiae of where the game is at.
And is that something you regret? Like, do you wish you had more time to play and stuff?
Oh, for sure. Like, I totally intend with each league to spend quite a lot of time playing, but there's a lot of time spent fixing problems and then getting the next one underway.
So what's the highest level you've ever been able to do yourself?
On the live realm, 86. Hardcore, of course, but maybe it was 88, but one of the two.
Yeah,
it's not in the 90s yet.
I always see you on my friends list pushing away.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, but, you know, I've not played red maps on the live realm, for example, and that's the reason why I should not be working on content that involves red maps on the live realm. But we have a lot of team members that live there, so that's good.
So, like we talked about fusing orbs, especially early on when you were like, when Path of Exile was smaller and you were like doing a lot more, what else were like some like iconic things that you particularly were involved in?
Pretty much anything to do with atomization. The entire progression of stats on all the core base types in the game was handled by me. I was basically the only balance guy for a long time until we hired Carl back in 2011. So technically, the first 4.5 years were entirely me setting up everything from monsters through. So basically, the version the early alpha testers play, every single numeric value came from me.
Wow.
And obviously, it's a lot better now that other people are doing it to do a better job. But yeah, that was my contribution early on. And soon it came to kind of overseeing it and making sure the right philosophies were applied. Any meeting involving items, I'll be in, and I'll just veto ideas that are terrible and are going to hurt the game. You know, I make sure to be heavily involved in any item-related stuff. Just how if anything's being discussed with skills, Jonathan is right there. Like, if there's a skill discussion, I'll get Jonathan, and then I'll leave to go and do some other work, because I care about items, he cares about skills.
Right. And you had an idea for 1st of April that got shot down pretty heavily. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Oh, it was cruelty.
So...
I know what you're talking about.
So for those of you who don't know, So for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, it's for 1st of April, where we did get the Battle Royale feature. Chris Wilson himself wanted us to, I believe it was that every transmute was going to show up on filters as a Mirror of Calandra. And then when the player went to pick it up, it would just be a transmute.
Right, so people are thinking they're getting mirror drops when they're not. Yeah, the team thought it would be kind of bad punishment to give to the players, so you know, too many heart attacks would be caused, so that never happened.
I'm kind of sad about that. I think that would have been really fun seeing everybody's reactions.
Yeah.
Maybe a little too cruel.
What should we do for April 1st next year? Announce a mobile game, or?
Good one. Yeah, so like, how did that work? Like, was that something, because you said you were skeptical initially, so did somebody else come to you and propose that idea?
We've been looking at new platforms for a long time. Like, we had Xbox and PlayStation underway, and so the thing was, we realized that if we did a port to Vulkan, which is a renderer that's used on phones and various other stuff, we'd get Mac support, we'd get Linux support, we'd get support for things like Google Stadia and so on, we'd get phones. It was just worthwhile to do a Vulkan port. So we started that because it's going to be good for all Path of Exile players. We then realized that it's not actually that hard with the Vulkan port to get something running on the phone just as an experimental thing. And we kind of, like, people have been telling us to make a phone version since before we even started the main PC version, right? It was a thing where we say we're making a game and people assume it's a phone game back in 2007. So it's been on our mind, it's just that phone games are done so badly, we had to know we were doing it well. And so we started with just getting it running on the phone as it, you know, as current Path of Exile and see where it went. And we ended up with a good control scheme we were happy with, you know, with a cool, I don't know if you've played the mobile version upstairs.
I'm actually going to do that after this.
Yeah, it's got some interesting stuff where you can like do swipes on the screen to use specific skills, like you swipe down to leap slam or whatever you've configured it as in a specific location. So all of that stuff actually works really well. And so the problem was, is this a real game? Are we actually going to announce it? And then the whole Immortal thing happened and became an unannounceable project for a while.
So if Immortal hadn't happened, is that something you would have announced sooner?
Not necessarily. I mean, it's only been like ready to announce recently, but everything feels very close to announcement as you're working on it.
Yeah.
You know, everything's 3 months away.
This boss is actually fairly hard. And that's very, very interesting because I am level 2. So how is this going to be for somebody trying Path of Exile for the first time?
It's tuned a bit difficult for the demo here because everyone's very experienced, but we still want the game to be hard. This is the equivalent of Hail Rake.
Wow, that is a hard Hail Rake, and I am out of mana.
There are some ad phases where you get some worms to fight, I think, occasionally.
Let's hope one comes soon. Oh.
Checkpoint.
Just like a normal sys stream. Wow.
I think it's up there. Yeah.
You know, I was actually thinking, a lot of people throughout today said it was really hard and that they had died, and I was like, okay, bro. But apparently...
You've got a default attack as well for when you run out of mana.
Yeah, but that's not great.
It does actually do damage at level 2.
Not a lot, unless it's changed. But no, this is actually great. So, is this something that's going to get heavily nerfed, do you think?
I mean, realistically, if it eats level 2 new players, there's probably a problem. So yeah, it's tuned a bit hard here intentionally, but we'll see. I mean, we want to make sure the game is challenging, and there's no harm in dying occasionally, even if you happen to have played for thousands of hours as your job.
Right.
Says
19,000. So I want to cover one more thing. Wow. Okay. Definitely might need, you know, a little nerf, like tiny one. But I want to cover one more thing with the mobile version, because most mobile games end up having insane, or at least some pay to win. But Path of Exile is known for not really having much pay to win. How do you guys feel about, what have you thought about pay to win in mobile games?
We're not going to do it for Path of Exile, right? Like, we're just not going to do all that stuff. It's going to be a PC game on the phone as far as the monetization goes. I mean, if it doesn't make any money, it was a fun thing to do, right? Like, the priority is keep the PC players happy, and then we'll make money there. And if they can have a phone game to also play, it doesn't matter if it's making, never once in our projections have we put $1 of revenue on the mobile game.
Right.
I mean, we'll still sell micros and stuff, but it doesn't matter whether it does well. You know, it's the PC game's doing well, and that's the important thing.
Wow. That's a really great philosophy. Actually, something I really want to talk about. When Path of Exile started when was launched? 2012?
Closed beta was 2012 was when we started selling packs. 2013 had open and release.
So we all started with 4 stash tabs back then, but we still have 4 stash tabs back now.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that's something that might need to change? Because it can be, I would say it can be pretty harsh on new players having just 4.
Yeah, you're right, and it does raise the utility value of the stash tabs. The purchases become more necessary. That's a bit of a gray area. It's something we do discuss occasionally. There's other things that are considered, like baby currency tabs, for example, you know, introduction speciality tabs to teach people about why it's a good idea to buy them, and also helping them out a little bit in the process.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone can argue about the amount of content we get with Path of Exile. Like, if I look at other games and other streamers, so many of them can go years and sometimes even more without getting content. Like, some of them will add, treasure goblins and stuff like that, maybe 4 treasure goblins. But it's insane how much content that we do get. So I think everybody's very, very thankful for that. So with all the leagues that Path of Exile has, do you have a personal favorite that you really enjoyed?
Well, I have a personal favorite I enjoyed working on, which is Talisman, for various reasons, but we don't need to get into that.
Really?
In terms of ones I enjoyed, I actually liked Abyss quite a lot. I know it's possibly because of the character I was playing was really enjoyable, but that was a lot of fun for me.
Abyss was actually really great. I did like that. I felt slightly attacked because very recently you were talking, I think this was on one of your talks, you were talking, this was the big developer talk you did, and you mentioned that Dark Shrine was 3 people's favorite leagues. And it was my favorite league.
We've got 4 players who like Dark Shrine.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. It was popular enough. Numerically, it didn't do very well. It had just come off the back of a long league itself, and it didn't get a lot of players. Dark Shrine was something Jonathan threw together in a couple of days.
Wow. That is insane, because it was very detailed. For those of you who don't know, Dark Shrine basically corrupted all the normal shrines, and you could put items items inside them, and something different would change with either the map or your items. Some of them would scour your entire inventory. So it was a very, very different league.
Yeah, it looked at the mods on your items, and people had to work out what the different mods contributed to in terms of the modifiers.
Yeah, it was a lot of exploration, and that was sort of before the whole data mining. Now everybody knows a little bit ahead what's going to happen, but this was a bit before that. And is there any real way for you guys to prevent that?
It is possible for us to do more data mining protection. the data does, like physical strings and stuff have to be physically present on the hard drive in order for the computer to use them. But it's possible for us to store them there encrypted and have the server send down the encryption key at the point just before it's required. So it says this item's dropped, you don't know what it's called, but it's number 19 and here's the decryption key, and then, but that's a bunch of work. And is data mining really that harmful? Like we don't let anything super important get out. Like, you know, no one data mined Path of Exile 2, you know.
That's true. That is true. That did come as a big surprise. So I'm very, very excited. And especially since it doesn't sound like something that is like crazy far away.
Yeah, well, there's a fully playable Act 1 here. I mean, it gets a bit less finished towards the end of it. The players who got to the mana have noticed there is no final boss.
And how long have you guys wanted to do shape changing?
Oh, we've wanted to do shape shifting for ages. Like, we just needed to find a good way to do it. And it kind of needed the new animations and new animation system. And so it slotted in perfectly with our plans for Path of Exile 2.
It looks very cool. I loved seeing it in the demo or in the trailer. I was hoping it would be playable here as well because it just looked so smooth switching over. And with the, we only have werewolf so far?
We have a werewolf and a bear, I believe, you know, internally available, but the wolf is the most finished one at the moment.
Oh, okay, so there are two.
People were talking about a ascendancy-specific cat form. I don't know if that's been discussed yet on any of the panels.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, that sounds really, really good. I'm very, very excited for it, especially how it's going to like change everything. I am not like super familiar, or I don't know how much other panels have talked about it, but what's like the big change when you actually shape change?
So basically the different forms have different characteristics. We haven't nailed down the exact stats of them. It's going to be, you can only use the attack abilities that make sense in the form. So because you're restricted from being able to use your other abilities, then there are benefits, of course, to being in the form. And so we wanted to make sure that it was very seamless getting in and out.
Yeah.
With the old way that skills worked on Path of Exile, you'd have to wait till you're not attacking and then transform, wait for that to finish, and then do some attacks, and it felt really janky. So this method here, where you can kind of flick in and out seamlessly whenever you want to, means you can kind of turn on and off the benefits of being in that form.
Right. And that's something that changed fairly recently with like all the moves like Flame Dash and stuff like that becoming instantaneous.
Yes.
And that, I feel, was one of the like, especially as somebody who does a lot of racing, one of like the really like feel-good changes for the game.
Yeah, it was part of the big melee redo in Legion. And what we weren't able to say at the time is, so at the time we said, hey, look, we made a bunch of melee changes. What we wanted to say was, okay, so Path of Exile 2, which you haven't heard about yet, has entirely new animations. And we've made a bunch of melee changes that are really good with those animations. And we've made it work with the old ones. So we're releasing it now because it makes the game better, but it makes the game a lot better with the new animations that we can't talk about in the
sequel. Makes sense. It must have been a really hard like secret to keep as well.
Yeah, for sure.
So how long has Path of Exile 2 been in like development?
A long time. Ever since we finished Act 10, basically, we started work on Act 1 of 4.0. It was called 4.0 internally. Like, no one on the staff knew it was being labeled as Path of Exile 2 until the decision was made that we're going with that branding quite recently. Like, you know, we had a staff member depart a few weeks ago who messaged me last night with, hey, that 2 decision must have been pretty recent. And that wasn't us necessarily hiding it from the staff, just a matter of the question of, are we branding the sequel campaign in that way? Because we knew it's Path of Exile 2's campaign is a sequel to Path of Exile 1's story. It's just a question of how are we labeling the actual announcement day. And we feel this is much clearer because it signals to everyone this is a new 7-act game, there are 19 new ascendancy classes, all the things are new like you'd expect from a sequel. Of course, there's the concern that it causes people to think their old characters or micros are abandoned, but we've tried very hard to communicate that that's not the case.
Yeah, because I think that was one of the first things you guys said as well, and I remember it wasn't that long ago that you said that there would never be a Path of Exile 2 because of that reason. You didn't want people to lose their microtransactions. So that was very interesting. I was like, wait, really?
Well, if we announce Path of Exile 2 as a separate game, you had to like download new characters and new microtransactions, it would be chaotic. Like what would happen immediately is people would stop playing the original one because there's no reason to anymore, you know, because it's all being lost. And then they'd wait for the new one to come out, and then they'd probably be annoyed they don't have the stuff. So instead, by us committing to taking as many features as we can and rolling them out in updates between now and then, people can still keep playing Path of Exile with our existing content schedule, lots of awesome stuff coming out. Path of Exile's best expansions will occur between now and the release of Path of Exile 2. Conquerors being the first of those, of course.
Yeah, it's very, very exciting. That looked so fun. I actually can't wait to play. And that was December 12th, 13th?
Yeah, December 13th.
It's my favorite day is Friday the 13th. So that's very, very exciting.
Yep.
And can't wait to see more about what's all going to come out. And can't wait to throw a lot of hours.
Teasers there. Got a few weeks of teasers to
I know. And is Bex going to help with the teasers at all?
Of course, yep.
Oh, that's great.
She
I'm
was
sure
present
people-
at the con yesterday doing signing.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to meeting her as well. So it's crazy actually being here in Auckland.
Yeah, it's really good to meet you as well.
Thank you.
I'm trying to distract you away from the monsters that are about to kill you.
I know. I actually didn't think it would be this rippy, but it's like the pace has changed completely. And one thing I wanted to ask about that, like years ago, Path of Exile used to be balanced and focused around hardcore gameplay. Probably because you and a couple of the other lead developers used to only play hardcore yourself. But that has changed recently, right? And has that factored a lot into the recent balance for Path of Exile 2?
I'm still doing all of my balance work around hardcore mode, but
Oh.
I'm doing very little actual balance work myself. So the rest of the team play a variety of modes, and it's good to have representation from the different types, right? Like, we have people that only play SSF. They make sure that SSF players can actually complete challenges and so on.
Right.
Which is debatably successful. And we have people who play standard, we have people who play hardcore. There's quite a lot of different views.
Wait, people or person that play standard?
I think there's more than one.
Wow. Okay, I'm just kidding. It's been around for a long time now, so it's like interesting to see like the population. Hardcore has been like a little less and less people playing, but especially with private leagues and stuff, I've been trying to like coax people into playing hardcore, and a lot of people have been having a lot of fun.
Hardcore is great. Honestly, I enjoy the game so much more in hardcore.
Yeah. It's like the thrill of almost dying.
Yeah, I would turn the other mode off if I could, but I can't. They physically tie me down if I try to do that.
Oh, I feel you, I feel you. Oh, wow. Oh, another boss. There's a lot of bosses early on.
Yeah.
Wow. I wasn't planning for my build to be inspired by Quin, but I have very little damage.
Is that an attack on New Zealanders in general? Or?
No, just Quin. Just Quin. No, I love Quin. He's great. I got to meet the BlizzCon was actually the first time I met him. So
nice. Yeah, I met him for the first time today.
All right.
Oh, yesterday technically. Yeah.
Yeah, it must be unreal having like everyone and so many amazing, beautiful Path of Exile fans here at the convention.
Yeah, I've met some amazing people so far. It's been really good. We've had like 12 or 13 Shaper kills so far.
That must have been like a little hard, like so many people wanting to kill you as well, just to farm you.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun meeting everyone.
So how many people have farmed you so far?
I've had 12 or 13 actual kills. It destroys all of their items when they kill me, so they can only really do it once.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I thought people were like sharing items to kill you, but that makes sense. So seeing the success of the card game, has that made you guys want to explore doing more with that?
Well, it's difficult because it requires having 100 GGG staff members, a real Zana,
right,
a map
but something
table.
like an online thing.
Potentially. I mean, we honestly don't have any plans to actually sit down and make a card game. I mean, it would be awesome. Like, I love card games. I spend a lot of my time on Magic the Gathering, but we also lack time, and we have some very large commitments to projects at the moment. I mean, 6 more acts of this to make, for example.
I'm very much looking forward to it. And about that, so there's not going to be any switching between campaigns, right?
That's right. You have to play through in the campaign you selected. Even if it kills you constantly.
Not constantly, just 3 times. Okay, I was really hoping not to die. So something I wanted to ask about that, and I don't know if that's something you're actually able to answer, but what if I'm playing on this campaign and Nugian is playing on the regular campaign and he asks, Ziz, I'm stuck on Dodri, can you help me kill her?
Right. With the current way we have that working, you can't go to the other campaign to help. You meet up in the shared endgames. You're isolated to your campaign. But we're trying to get it so that you can both be playing the same league, essentially.
Okay.
So ideally, and this isn't a promise because it's hard, ideally a new league comes out and you can play to the end game in either campaign. That of course means one of them can't be substantially faster than the other.
Yeah, that's going to be really, really interesting for racing. I could definitely see a lot of people, oh my god. I could definitely see a lot of people ending up with the old league just to get faster to the end game.
Yeah, the old league is 10 acts though. I mean, the old campaign is 10 acts, and this one's 7, so.
True. But I've been playing for around 20 minutes now, and this is the 3rd or 4th boss? 3rd. That is actually pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's a lot of bosses.
Wow. And it's like, it's got so many moves, like it's actually amazing. I'm like really, and I'm guessing this is going to change a lot with like a lot of new endgame bosses as well.
Yep, the boss team really are getting into their stride of being able to make really complicated fights very quickly. And of course, the Conqueror's boss fights are this quality or higher.
Oh, wow. Oh, no. Wow. Yeah, no, it's great. I'm actually going to try more on the demos afterwards, I think. Oof. I was hoping the loot would be a little harder, or better, I mean, when it's actually really hard to fight these.
Yeah. Well, we're trying to keep the items scarce.
That makes sense.
Yeah, plus honestly, it's early days, right? There's quite a lot left to do. And this has an early version of the decluttering stuff that we're working on as well. Great.
Oh, nice. Oh my, I'm so close. I'm so close. I just want to down him before the end of the session.
Yep. We have what, like 45 seconds left, and you've got to run down to him and freezing pulse him 3 times? Will you make it?
I can 100% do it.
You managed to not RNG your way into a Quicksilver.
Oh no. Do you think they'll actually pull me off stage?
I mean, I can get in the way of them.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'll just stand there next to you and stop
You'll defend me? Nice.
Yeah.
All right, we're almost there.
Okay.
No, but seriously, like, thank you again so much for inviting me here to New Zealand, and
it's been a lot of fun.
An absolute pleasure being here.
Great to meet you and everyone else who's come over. It's so cool that people care this much about the game.
Hopefully this is the first of many. Oh, come on. I just wish I had Orb of Storms.
Yes. Congratulations, man.
We did it. All right.
Well done.
That is a good place to end.
Thank you so much.
My name is Zizaran. This is Chris Wilson. Thank you so much. And to everybody watching on Twitch, you're all beautiful.
What's going on, boys? Okay, just before we start here, I want to let everyone know that I have deliberately kept myself clean, and I have not played any 4.0 at all. And on top of that, I'm used to playing on a gamepad, so if I do die, it's not my fault, okay? I'm actually a god gamer. Okay, what the heck is this? Choose your character class by clicking on the Exile. Oh my god. Look at these graphics. Look at these graphics here. I'm a melee main, aren't I? Wait, can I not go duelist? Wait, is he gonna die?
Hear me.
Quin Rats.
Stands before you.
Okay, all right, let's go, boys. It's time to see a literal melee god in action. Oh, so I just broke out? Alright, turn this game sound up. Okay, no one noticed. No one noticed that I just jumped out. Okay. Let's go. Okay, let's not screw this up. I've done this in speed runs multiple times where on PoE 1.0 where I just forget to pick up the weapon. Wooden club, 2 sockets. It looks really weird. I don't understand why the sockets are like that. Okay. Heavy strike. Oh, dude, I've had so many. I've actually pioneered heavy strike builds in the past. Okay, what the hell? I guess I'm gonna just chuck it in here. Skill is now equipped and can be used with right click. Okay, now I want to change that to force move. I'm going to change heavy strike to Arky. I'm playing on a laptop. Actually insane, I guess. Do I risk pressing skip all tutorials? This could go poorly, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to wing it. I'm going to figure it out as I go, boys. Okay, let's have a look. Oh my god, these zombies. Wait, attack. Attack. Okay, oh my god. The feedback of hitting the mobs right now. Okay, 1. Let's not die to zombies. I've been told that they tuned the demo to kill Crip. That's literally what they tuned it so it was actually extremely hard. So I think I'm going to be absolutely fine. Okay, because I'm a literal ARPG god, and I don't think I'm going to die at all. But you know, we'll see. Scroll of Wisdom. Okay, with large chest. That's normally where the support gem is, right? Wait, are we on? This is the starter beach, right? Riverbank. This is not the Twilight Strand that I'm used to. Ruthless support. Okay, Ruthless. Does it work exactly the same as it used to? Every third attack, yes, the same as it used to be. Okay, what the hell? So I just started with a 6-link, I guess. Oh no, because I have my 2-socket wooden club, then I have 2 open sockets, and I don't even need to worry about what? Orb of Fusing's even a thing anymore? Wait, the Fusing Orb's even a thing? I can't see Twitch chat, by the way, if you guys are talking to me. I'm just got a laptop here, so we're just gaming. Okay, heavy strike. A rusted helmet. Okay, I'm going to take that. Let's go, boys. Let's get as many upgrades as possible here. I refuse to die. I will not die. So I will farm the goddamn riverbank if that's what it takes. Actually, you know, I'm going to put heavy strike on left leg. Screw this. We're going vanilla. What the hell? What are these things? Dude, I'm gonna actually die to these mobs. These are just crabs on the beach. Oh god, no. I refuse to die in front of all the Exile boys. I will represent the Diablo, Team Diablo. Okay, use the mana pot. It's a superior. Okay, it requires mechanically superior skills to be good at Diablo, as you can understand, guys. So this. Oh my God, is this Hillock? What's this? The bloated Miller. Okay. Let's play it safe. Let's just okay. Let's see what he's got. Let's just see if he attacks. Okay, hit it. Move. Hit. Ow. I'm dying. Ah! No, dude. Oh, we're fine. I'm dealing with these little range boys first. Okay, these little range. No, my flasks are going down. Let's just kill these little range boys off. No, I swear, dude. Okay. I'm actually out of health fast. Do you know what we'll do? Okay, I'll tell you what. Tactical. This is a tactical retreat. I'm not. Okay, so it's quick tactical retreat here. Let's just find some little dudes to get some flask charges. Okay, there's like no mobs here. Dodge those. Oh my god, I'm gonna use my flask charges on these zombies. Ah! I got no! These laptop keybinds, man! They're setting me up to fail. Okay, skill points. What have I got? Are we just literally Marauder? Is everything the same as it used to be? Okay, we're going with life. Okay. I'm treating this like a hardcore playthrough, boys. Oh, God. Oh, I need to find more loot. Let's try open up this chest over here, actually. Let's open it up. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna face tank. I want to face tank. I'm stunning him. I'm stunning him with Ruthless. I'm stunning him with... Can I stun log him? Okay, no. I'm going deep, boys. Literally 5. Where's 5? Okay, there we go. 5. Stun him. Come on. Ruthless, baby. Ruthless. I will not die to this tutorial boss. That's how you do it, boys. That's how we do it. Take notes. I can't tell if people are cheering me on in the real life crowd or they're talking not gonna say that word. Talking smack. Okay, let's see. Ground slam or molten strike. Generally speaking, you need good gems to make molten strike work, but then it's pretty OP, right? I'm gonna go with ground slam. I think it's synergized better with Ruthless as well. Wait, can I have both? Wait, can I just swap these out? Oh my god, okay. Wait, no, the Ruthless came with it. What the hell? Okay, let's ideal this. I need another one-hander. Get the bonus. Oh, wait a minute here. Wait a second. Do I get extra links with that bad boy? Because it's got 4 there. Can I stack some support? Okay, whatever. Let's speed run, boys. I don't know how much time we got, so I need to speed up my playthrough here.
Welcome to
I'm skipping I don't care about the storyline right now. Oh my god, these graphics are nutty. Can I zoom in? Look at those cocks. Oh my god. Okay, Clearfell, we're going in. I don't even know if that was an actual upgrade. 7 to 13, 6 to 9, 4 to 11. We're going to go with the two-hander, okay? It seems like a more logical thing to do. Actually, wait, ground slam's literally not even going to work with that. How do I even bring my skill menu up? K, P, S. I'll just bring it up like this. Wait, where the heck are my gems, dude? Literally, I have no idea. Cosmetics. Passive skill. What is it, boys? It's oh. That's actually really good. I can get like live feedback by just people yelling. Okay. Yeah. So we need the ruthless in here. Okay. Like if I kill literally every zombie, I'm gonna fall way behind. But I need a chest. I refuse to progress without a chest. Apparently Ziz, Chris was telling me just as he got off, Ziz died 3 times. So I'm not gonna let that happen. So I'm try-harding. Rotten Wolf, okay. Level those bad boys up. Oh, it's so weird. It's like I'm literally playing. What is that? What is this? Well, okay, that was nutty. It feels like I'm playing like not PoE. It feels like, you know how we always used to say back in the day where it would be like, imagine if PoE had Diablo 3 gameplay? That's kind of like what I'm feeling right now. It's kind of like what the vibe I'm kind of getting. Oh my god, it's a little demonic child. Ugh. Disgusting. Okay, let's just boost through. Let's boost through here. I don't want to. I need to kill the hard bosses. I'm not just gonna. Okay, what's this? Carrion Crone. Okay, this will be a joke. Tell you what, let's zoom out. Let's kite away. I'm gonna pull the ads away. This is a 5-hit. Wait, come on. Oh, the AI. Just line aside. She's summoning more? Alright, I'm going in, boys. I'm going in. Let's go. Nope. Okay, I'm unleashing. Popping off. It seems like I can just face tank her. This is fine. Okay, we're out of flask here, boys. No, I'm getting frozen. Okay, tell you what, guys, we're gonna just tactical retreat again. We're gonna tactical retreat. We're gonna get. This is what the high IQ gamers do. That's what you gotta understand. No point staying there and dying. Let's just go get my flash charges back. Oh! Are these guys exploding? What? Can you not? Okay. These mobs are definitely very lethal. This is like, if I was to describe this, it feels like I'm like in, I don't know, like the 2nd or 3rd act with like literally no gear. That's how I describe the difficulty right now. Like if you stand still for even a second, you're just dead. It's like every single mob is hail rake. Okay, I'm going back in, boys. Let's kill this off. Okay. Dude, 1! I keep pressing the escape key because I'm on the laptop. No, dodge. Dodge that. Chilling. Certainly a lot of telegraph mechanics though. I really like that. Okay, that's not good to stand in. I'm literally out of help. I'm committing, boys. I'm committing. No, I'm not gonna get hit. Okay, I got hit. Do you know what would be really nice right now? Is a mobility skill. If I had like a dash or something. Dude, I'm ZDPS. Is this a Quin build? Nope. I'm using default attack! Oh no! I just did this in Diablo 2. And okay, no, so that's my problem. Okay, don't worry, boys. We'll come back. It's fine. Okay. That was my problem, I think. A rustic sash? Oh my god, that's gonna be like 20% damage, right? Oh yes. Okay, huge. Alright, I reckon I'm gonna go back and destroy her ass. Wow. That's awkward, guys. See, now if I had a Twitch chat up, I could have got backseated there. Oh, well. Now I'm doing like quadruple damage. Easy clap. Easy claps in chat. Wasn't even hard. What a joke. Okay. I don't think... We'll just ID this anyway. See what it's like. 7 to armor. These items that are dropping are actually abysmal. Is this Gemmo not got the smart loot added in? The one that Chris was talking about? Life. That was maybe a pussy play. I think, relatively speaking, I don't know if I'm going to get much value out of going life this early. Maybe I should have gone damage, but whatever, dude. Kill the doggos. Open all the chests. I really want... Oh, plate vest. Yes. Okay, all I need is like an L-Corp. Dude, even all the artwork for every single piece of gear I'm looking at is actually just got like a lot more detail. It just looks a lot nicer now. Okay, pick that up. I'm gonna do some YOLO. Just do some meta crafting on the fly. Okay, 1 reflect. That is totally gonna carry me, boys. I really need like a Quicksilver flask or a Boosty flask. Let's just drop all this stuff on the ground as we go. Oh shit. Clean. Okay. Where's the bosses at? I'm ready. I'm literally ready. Heavy strike all the way, baby. I killed Uber Elder with heavy strike. I've stun-locked. I stun-locked Uber Elder. World first with the heavy strike. I'm kind of like a heavy strike main. The Old Forest. Okay. A lot of spooky layouts, actually. I'm noticing that the
teeth and claws are ready.
The aesthetic of PoE 2 seems to be. Oh wow, it's a little shapeshifty, boys. It's a lot darker, actually. Because normally we start off, it would be kind of like, you know, on the beach, nice and light, you're chilling. Now we're in this forest getting ganked by werewolves. Oh my god. Cloth wraps, okay, I don't need that. Wait, do I? No. Okay. I feel like I should be using more skills as well. I've got like, look at all these links that I've got, and I've literally got no gems in there. Wait, what if I portal scroll to town, boys? That portal animation, okay. I'm thinking about some high IQ plays here. Purchase items. Oh! Oh, I shouldn't have just deleted all my stuff initially. Okay, let's just quickly sell some items. I want to see if I can buy some gems. Who would sell gems? Una? Renly? I don't know any of these people.
Stick to the cairns.
Yes.
Finn? Where's my gems at, man? Okay, here we go. Ground slam, multi strike, heavy strike. No, that's literally it.
Make a legend. Or two.
I want like dash. Oh, and I want, you know. So I have a bad feeling that I'm gonna get to these, like, you know, these so-called hard bosses and just get wrecked. Die. Like on a scale from 1 to 10, 10 being the best, 1 being the worst, am I doing pretty good right now? Like about a 10 or 11 compared to the other people you've seen playing 4.0 so far? Yeah, I'm assuming everyone's typing in 10. Oh. Steel skin. I keep going to put it on my gear instinctively, but I can just put that on my gloves, I guess? Just falling glove. Okay. Sweet ass. Okay, I have a button to press when I'm gonna die. Very good. Let me just check that. That hasn't changed, right? That's just a flat absorb. I'm gonna start literally boosting, boys. I'm gonna speedrun. I'm going. Uh-oh. Take that back. No, we're gonna stand still. What's my ping like at ExileCon, actually? Latency, 16 ms. I'm literally at the convention. I've still got 16 ms seen. Okay. The Hunter's Cache, a Bone Wand. That's not what I need for my Marauder, but okay. It's good to see that other gear. So like this 4.0 has like this, I guess the beta test of the personal loot system that they're thinking about putting in. So you're still getting ones and stuff on a Marauder, which is good. Just in case you want to make some real spooky builds. Like I do whenever I play PoE. The custom builds. Let's go with the word custom. Okay, I'm pretty sure I'm just going in a loop. I'm going to try and progress forwards. What is that? Fungal zombies. I feel like these guys are going to spray pus on me or something. They look pretty toxic. Oh, okay. I'm actually No, they're just literally mobs, boys. Okay, I'm gonna zerg forward. Because I'm waiting for the hard content, boys. I'm looking for the hard content here. So far, I'd place this at about Diablo 2 difficulty. No, no. Thank you.
The tide of battle.
Okay. Oh, is that it? What is that? Is there? Do we have shoulder pads now? What is that? No, there's no shoulder pad slot. That's just a really weird looking. I actually don't know what that is. I'm gonna be honest. Bonus life. No. Okay. Boosting. I'm actually just gonna speed run. I'm not even kidding. I'm just gonna run. I'm looking for the boss, boys. I'm out for blood. Okay, here we go. What's this? The Red Veil. I'm gonna be hit. I got 10 minutes until end of segment. Okay.
Vengeance.
10 minutes to beat the boss, boys. Where is it? Show them to me. This is spooky. I'm not seeing anything. Oh, what are those? Balloon serpents. No. No. Okay, the range mobs are really bad. When they all start shooting you like that, that's not ideal. Okay. Just one heavy strike at a time, boys. One heavy strike at a time. Okay. Ditching that. So we're in some sort of poison land. Have I got a loot filter on? It's just nothing dropping from that stuff. Control, Alt, Shift. No, I don't think there's any loot filter on. So I guess some items, some things just don't drop anything now. Interesting. What is this? Okay. Okay. This is fine. Okay. I'm just grouping them up so I can AoE them down, boys. My heavy strike. Okay. I'm actually going to do a tactical retreat here. We're going to go this way. I'm not scared. I'm not going to die. I literally can't die, boys. Okay, I'm out of flasks. This is fine. Just mechanical skill, boys. Mechanical skill. I can avoid every single one of these poison bolts. Oh my god. Dude, how many are there, bro? No, dude. No. Up. Oh, it's a dead end. Down. Steel skin, we're chilling. Oh, we got a quest up here. Maybe the quest keeper can save me. Save me. No. Oh my god, what is the aggro radius? Oh, there's a thing called a portal scroll. Okay, here we go. Let's actually deal with this. 1, 2. Oh my god, this zone is absolute cancer. Who made this? Oh, Valkyrie. Oh, that's huge. Portal scroll, grab that. Okay, we're good, okay. I gotta find this boss, wherever this boss is. Okay, let's elk something. I'm just gonna elk this ring, okay? Oh, this plate vest. Oh. Okay, that's better. Good. Okay, I'm clicking on this, and we're going deep, boys, we're going deep. defeat the monsters. Okay, this is gonna be fine. Oh, why have I got heavy strike, man? No. What am I even supposed to do here? This is not good. Just one swing at a time. I really shouldn't have put the two-hander on. I really shouldn't have put the two-hander on. That was fun. That's a kind of portal scroll. No, right click the right, dude. The right click on this mouse is bugged. It's bugged. Okay. Literally, I just need to buy like anything that I can use ground slam with. Let's just quickly idea this. I can put that on. Yep. Finn, give me an item, bro. Give me something. Let's just buy that. Whatever, dude. Let's put that on. Okay, this will be fine. Just single one-handed weapon. At least I can use S. Can I equip? Please tell me I can use ground slam with this. I'm gonna believe. Ground slam. R.
I can't do that here.
Please. I can use ground slam, boys. Yes. Oh, there we go, boys. Now that's what we're talking about. Okay, literally saved. All right, where's the boss? I mean, P, no. Chuck that up. I get my big point. Maybe I should grind a level. I got like 5 minutes. Can I grind a full level out in 5 minutes? No. Another obelisk. Defeat the monsters. Okay, bro. Five minutes? Okay, we got 5 minutes to find the end boss. Ah. This is complete. I mean, to be honest, the pacing of the game is so much better like this. Like, I'd much prefer this, like difficult, engaging, meaningful combat over like the teleport one-shot, bullshit that I'm used to. So this is really good. At the same time, it's not easy. Now, I don't know if this is exclusively for the demo, or if they're actually going to head towards more this direction in terms of actual gameplay. But yeah, I mean, definitely, if you make a single mistake, you're just going to die. So it really benefits being like a god gamer, unlike myself, right? That way you can, really feel good about beating the content. Oh my god, these things, dude. Okay, I'm assuming there's another obelisk. Collect the runes of power. Okay, we got another obelisk over there. It's fine. It's fine. No, we're not gonna. Oh my god, actually gonna die. Side strafe. Auto attacking, literally default attacking, boys. Okay. Okay. I'm praying to Jesus that if I do this obelisk, we spawn some sort of boss. If I literally just didn't make it past the tutorial in the demo, I'm gonna feel really bad. That looks good. That looks promising. Oh, here we go, boys. What is this? Okay, here we go. Okay. Starters, let's move away from this. No. Oh my god, I'm gonna die to the mobs, dude. I need to tackle standing still. Q. Tackle standing still. Good. There we go. Oh my god, that feels so much better. That should be default. Okay, I got a big talent point. No. Apply. Don't kill me. One. It's okay. Maybe I should heavy strike here. Let's heavy strike. Actually, heavy strike would be so much better. Oh wait, I haven't got ruthless and heavy strike. Some sort of demon goat. Okay, that looks bad. That looks okay. So we just move back for that. Actual Z DPS, but I mean I'm not lying, so Just tanking it, bro, tanking it. This is fine. This is fine. This is not fine. This is not fine. Ah, that was a glitch. Okay. That was a glitch. That was clearly an okay, because I played perfectly. I don't know what that was about. Okay. It really changes the dynamic when people can literally laugh at you in real life whenever you die. You know, it's like just takes us to the next level compared to just Twitch chat spamming on Megalols. Okay, I don't have much time I got left, but we'll see if we can get back to the boss. Maybe I can kill him, but I don't know, man. He didn't even get the fit. Oh no, I forgot I left these guys here. Let's just try right past. This is fine. 1 minute. 1 minute. Nope. I got 1 minute, boys. I'm going back in. I'm just gonna have to pop off. I'm gonna have to pop off hard. Sealskin. Big damn. Why am I using a single one-handed weapon? No. Ah! It's the way it goes sometimes, boys. It's the way it goes. It's the way it goes. Yeah, there it is. My first ever PoE 2.0 experience. Definitely, yeah, it looks really good. I'll be honest, it does look really good. I'm super tripped out by this. I still don't actually understand how this works here. But no, the gameplay smooth, graphics smooth, whole thing smooth. Hopefully you enjoyed the playthrough of the tutorial, guys, where I got farmed by a guy repeatedly. The clapping.
Hey folks, this is Rhykker, live at ExileCon. Going to be playing some Path of Exile 2, and joining us today, we have Jonathan Rogers.
Hey, it's really great to meet you. I'm actually meeting you for the first time now, so yeah, it's really cool. I've obviously seen a lot of your videos.
Well, I appreciate that. And it's fantastic to meet you, and again, big congratulations on all your success here. A fantastic convention. Blown away by how well decorated the venue is.
Awesome.
And the card game.
Oh, yeah.
Was that your brainchild?
So I was the one who originally thought that we should do it, but then it was me and Carl who really worked on it together. So Carl did a lot of the design work, and we both playtested it together and sort of came up with what to do. And honestly, I'm surprised by how much everyone engaged with it. Like, it's absolutely crazy. You know, like we printed 40,000 cards, like 12,500 crafting stickers, and it looks like we might be running out.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, you know. It's pretty crazy.
Fantastic.
Yes.
So what has you most excited?
I mean, honestly, just like showing people Path of Exile 2, it's been amazing. Like talking to the people around, everyone seems to love it. Like I'm so happy because you know we worked so hard on it. It was like working crazy hours and stuff myself, and like you know it's just so awesome. Yeah, I'm really happy, and I just love hearing from people what they think of the game. So yeah, I'm interested to hear. You know, what have you been thought? I know you played it on the floor.
I did. I played the 45-minute demo. My main thought was, oh no, why did it end?
Right. How far did you get?
Oh geez, level, I don't know if it was 10.
What area though?
Oh, so I actually ended up accidentally bypassing the first, the Tumbler
Devourer boss. The Devourer,
right?
Yeah.
So I fought a later boss, then came back for Devourer. So it was easier for me than it was for other people because I was a little overloaded for the content at that point. But I'm hoping I can get straight to it today.
So
yeah, very fun. The visually improved. Loving the new skill system.
Yeah.
I think I've not yet applied that gem, so I'm going to find a safe spot. Well, I don't have to find a safe spot. We're going to pop in our Arcane Surge to apply to our Fireball. And try not to die.
Awesome.
All right. Grab a quick plate fast. So, oh man. So we don't have a lot of time to chat, but there were a couple things I wanted to pick your brain about.
Absolutely. Go right ahead.
And now one thing that, you know, I come from primarily a different ARPG background.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a division in the player base between people who like like I love the depth of PoE.
Right.
But for a lot of people it's overwhelming.
Right.
Do you believe that it would be possible to make PoE more accessible without losing the essence of what it is.
I think that that's exactly what we were trying to do with the new skill system. So really, one of the things I was saying in the deep dives is I really want to get it so that the game is both easier to play, both for new players and old, while also being more accessible. So like it's one of these really hard goals. Like a lot of people would say that it's not possible. But the thing is, when I look at some of the largest games that are played online, like some of those things, things like Dota and stuff, I mean, they're really complicated. And honestly, like I just don't think that necessarily precludes like mass market. I think a lot of the time when people talk about things being overly complicated for the mass market or something, they're kind of talking down to people, and I don't think that's actually reasonable, right? Like every human is smart enough to be able to do this stuff, right? So I really believe it's possible. It's just about a matter of being more clear. Like I think the main difference between people is some people are willing more to spend more time to learn to find the fun, and some people are less willing to do that. So basically, it's all about making sure that it takes less time to find that fun, even while we're having all the same depth that we had before. So yeah, that's kind of my feeling on it.
Fantastic. Now, from what you predict we're going to see today, what's your most exciting thing that we should keep an eye out for?
Today, like you mean rest of the day?
I guess in this demo right here.
Oh, this demo?
Yeah.
So definitely Devourer boss is something that I am a huge fan of. The concept of that is just so cool when it was suggested, with the diving up and down. It's quite intimidating. And I think that of all the bosses, like we really wanted to get that more intimidating feel going on with the bosses, especially in the early game. And I think the Devourer really kind of gets that gets that sort of through there. Yeah.
We'll try to get to that. I love so it's this evolution, right, of your phased boss fights, where now it's moving through the area, through the zone.
Right.
You guys are so creative with your ideas. Something I absolutely love about it.
One thing I think we do really well actually is boss fight design, especially in the last few years. Like we've just really upped our game, and it's all kind of been, unfortunately, I'm not going to use the word wasted, but like a lot of the stuff has been, only played by really high-end players because we're adding. Obviously, we add new content. It's normally to the end of the game, so just having the opportunity to add it at the start again and like see that sort of complexity of mechanics that we've been had in the end game coming over to the early game is just something I'm really happy to see. So yeah.
Come back soon.
Another thing that I love about your company is, first off, how responsive you are to feedback, how communicative you are with the community. And you react so quickly. A league launches, and players will bring up this, and that, and you will be so nimble to react and make changes.
I think it's super important, and I think that that's something that we can do because of the fact that Chris and I are both actively reading Reddit and all that sort of stuff, like understanding what the community want, and then we're also effectively the decision makers, so we can get to make those kind of calls. And I think without that integration between the decision makers of the company and the designers effectively of the company, it's really impossible to make those kinds of calls. So that's what I think makes us so nimble, and I think that that's something that I really want to make sure we never lose. It's one of those things that that sort of player interaction is just such an important element. Yeah. And then the other thing, of course, is just, it's very easy to get very jaded about the community, especially when people are complaining all the time. But you just have to remember that, every piece of feedback comes from a place of, someone's got a problem that they need solved. And, just because you might think they're wrong doesn't necessarily mean they don't have a problem. They still have a problem and we need to solve it. It's just that the thing that they're saying is not necessarily the exact thing we want to hear. So, we still need to make sure that we're sorting it out.
Along those lines, you also are sometimes uncompromising on certain things, for instance, trade. So how do you know when to listen to the feedback of the community and when to stand by your vision? Because you can't just do everything that
is super tough. That is super tough. Yeah, I mean, look, the key thing that I want to do is I always want to look at what is the problem that they're reporting, and then trying to come up with our own solutions to solve that problem. But the thing with trade is that it's one of those areas where it's actually really hard to sort of thread the needle of this, because it's if trade is made too easy, then you're really going to get into a situation where the game just becomes too easy. And so the idea of having a full auction house that just made it completely simple with no player interaction is just going to, you get this thing where you've got this sort of exponential curve where some players are really amazing and some players are not so much. And the faster trade is, the more exponentially this curve goes, right? So that that you get a huge wasteland of people who suck and then a few people who are really awesome. So yeah, trade just kind of multiplies it out, the rich get richer and the poor don't kind of thing that you've got going on with trade. So that's kind of why we wanted to make sure that it's not too easy. Otherwise, you get that problem. Yeah.
What are your thoughts on PvP?
So PvP was something that when we first started creating Path of Exile, we really thought was going to be important. But the players kind of, okay, this may be the wrong word, but the players kind of punished us for doing PvP content. And so, every time we did it, we were sort of, people weren't so much a fan. We tried a couple of times to get really serious about it. But that being said, so I would say it's not really the focus right now. But that being said, we always do try and make sure, we do think a little bit about it. People ask questions like, how is this skill going to interact with PvP? And we do make sure to take those seriously. But yeah, it's kind of one of those things that it's really tough to balance with both PvE and PvP at the same time. So I would say we definitely prioritize PvE when we're making our balance decisions. But PvP is still certainly a cool thing. And there's a very dedicated community, people who really do love it. And so I hope that one day we'll be able to do more for them. But yeah, right now it's just it's not honestly the focus compared to PvE.
All right, the Devourer, we got there.
Oh, yeah. So it's just the initial phase. Yeah. Freezing Pulse does more damage when you're close up, right?
That's it.
That's very important. Yeah. There we go.
Now, one thing about right away you notice about PoE is the sort of the shared town hubs, which is a little bit reminiscent of the original vision for Diablo 2 of having Battle.net Town.
Right.
It's this MMOE element, but then of course you have the...
Well, the actual inspiration for that came from Guild Wars 1. Yeah, Chris and I were actually really huge fans of Guild Wars 1. And in fact, a lot of the sort of architectural decisions, if you will, about the game, technically, actually very similar to what Guild Wars guys were doing. So yeah, they were actually one of the inspirations, at least on the technical side, and also on the gameplay side. There was actually some really cool things in GW1 that I actually really loved. So, yeah, it's actually not something that I've really talked too much about to many people about before, but it is definitely a thing.
And do you believe that you'll adopt in the future any other sort of more MMO elements? Or
honestly, I am not a fan of that. I don't like open world, everyone. So it's interesting because people really like the idea of oh yeah, I'm gonna go out and meet random people in the world, and we're gonna team up and do stuff. But in reality, that stuff just does not occur, right? In reality, people want to play when they want to play. They want to play with their friends. And so I honestly don't find a huge amount of value to that. So yeah, I definitely much prefer. And the thing is, I feel like there's a lot of disadvantages to it as well, in terms of how you have to design your encounters, have to design bosses and all that sort of stuff. It just really changes things, and the fact that, before you arrive, monsters might already be dead and all that sort of stuff. And the other thing as well is I actually think the fight mechanics of bosses get worse the more players you have. When you've got 40 people there, it's kind of you actually reduces the amount of interest I think you can have in the boss mechanics. So while it sort of sounds cool, conceptually, and everyone's gets really excited about it, I actually think it's actually a negative when it really comes right down to it. Oh yeah, I love the Devourer fight.
Oh yeah.
There's just something awesome. It's kind of in terms of bosses, we've done bosses that are physically larger, but this boss just seems to take up the entire arena just by virtue of diving around and everything. You know what I mean?
That's one of the things that I liked about D2 was that right from the start, you're fighting cool monsters.
Yeah.
You're not fighting rats in a basement.
Right, exactly.
A cool hero. And this right here, we're fighting a crazy giant boss monster right away.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Oh yeah, so that you I was going to say that you can't dodge. You have to go behind the segments of the tail in order to defend from it. Yeah, exactly. So that's why they're there, to actually provide cover.
Oh, that's really interesting.
Yeah.
Awesome. So I just click this to...
Yeah. Oh, we actually decided to be a bit lenient with the with the checkpoints there.
Right.
Yeah.
So got to be mindful of when he cues that up.
Yeah, exactly. So that's one of the other things we wanted to make sure is Path of Exile had actually gone too easy. We really wanted to make sure with PoE 2 that we brought back the difficulty. I remember there was a time when Fire Fury on the beach was actually a dangerous fight you would be worried about, and we just lost that over time as various balance things occurred. See, there you go. So yeah, now that's something I feel we've really managed to get back. And I'm actually loving it. And the other thing as well, I want to make sure that people, if someone dies early, it means that they're going to be less pissed off when they die later. So making sure that people understand, dying is a thing you do in this game, I think is really important. I love it when the tail starts attacking as well,
Insights you'd like to share? No, yep, that was behind.
Yeah. Oh, that was so close, so close. Yeah. Whoa. Whoa.
Yeah, why am I walking myself into a corner?
So there should be worms around, and so you can regenerate your flask that way, which will be very important because you need to get the health. So yeah, you're running on empty here. You get one more flask charge. Oh. It's really dark because you've lost all your life.
Yeah.
So it's getting really hard to see. Might want to portal back to town. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
Oh.
All right.
Awesome.
Very good.
Well, I guess we'll keep going, but I think we just have a couple minutes left. So, your favorite moment of ExileCon so far?
Oh, absolutely. When I was up on stage and we were doing the when I was doing the live demo and I almost died, there was a bit of a pants shitting moment there. If I died, get the checkpoint. I didn't have any unlimited life cheats on or anything like that. So yeah, that was when I was just I really wanted to just do it completely authentically. So yeah, that was real fun. That was real fun.
It paid off well. Like again, a big risky move, but it was fantastic.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Fantastic.
And out of interest, what was your best moment?
Oh man, so so first off, I love that you had Einhar come out first.
Yeah.
It was such a lovely, it's a love letter to the fans, right?
Right.
And I was mind blown by this this right here.
The skill tree? The skill screen, I should say?
Did I never put in, oh my God, that's why.
You never put in your...
I think when I changed for the freezing pulse, did it pop out? Is that possible?
Yes, it does. If you pull it out into your inventory, then it pops out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, that's what happened. All right. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is such an interesting system.
Right. I think it's going to make things a lot better, honestly. Like, we were really looking for... In fact, we were talking about this, I think, is 3 or 4 years ago, because we knew we wanted to do it, but we were just like, how can we just change the skill system in a live game like this? And so effectively PoE 2 is the answer to that, right? Like how can we do that? But yeah, we knew we wanted to do some stuff like for this a really long time. Yeah.
How long did you know you were going to bamboozle us with the 4.0 to...
That was a thing that we were debating for a long time whether or not we were going to call it PoE 2. And the thing we realized basically is that if we're going to call it that, we have to make sure that everything in the game looks different, feels different, plays differently. Basically we had to make sure that it would feel like a real sequel. So basically we had to get to the point where we were confident enough to say, no, this is part of Exile 2 right here. And so, I'd say that was probably only true for the last 6 months. Like before that we were just like, oh, well, do we want to do the other? There was tough questions. And then for a little while there was a question, do we call it Path of Exile 4? Is that like a thing? Is that like a thing? Do we go sort of strip the OO off there and just call it PoE 4? But yeah, it was I think we made the right move. I think it gives the right message, which is important. I really want everyone to know anyone who sort of played Path of Exile a long time ago and hasn't come back for a while, like now, like PoE 2 will really be the time to do that. So yeah.
Awesome. Now I know you guys didn't have much to share about the passive tree.
Yes, we've got more. We'll definitely have more to talk about that later on.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Any ETA on that?
I don't really want to give one at this stage. So we've got plenty of things. I mean, look,
you have time.
We are likely to do more announcements around the same time we do announcements for later leagues. So I guess consider that, right? Like that'll be when we're sharing new info, I suspect.
Fantastic.
Awesome.
Any final thoughts you'd like to share?
I really love the community response. It's great walking around ExileCon, talking to all the people. We've had 27 elder kills so far, so that's been good. I didn't expect that the players would, get so far in the cards game so quickly. We're thinking there might be like 3 or 4 people who get to Shaper, but it's been really awesome. So I'm loving it.
Fantastic. All right, well, I think that's about our time. So thanks so much for taking the time.
Thank you for coming over here. It's been great.
It's great to meet you. Great to chat. Thanks, everyone, for watching. And stay tuned for more exciting PoE news in the future.
Excellent. All right.
G'day, ZiggyD here, and I am here with none other than Mr. RaizQT.
Whoa, what an intro.
Whoa, I'm amped. We're here for the grand final ExileCon race. This has been a long series of events leading up to this. We've had 4 separate qualifiers, plenty of epic moments, some insane displays of skill and an ever-changing meta with new things happening and new developments.
Everybody keeps coming up with new strategies. A lot of the qualifiers were in different patches, and at this point, it's heavily diverted. But throughout the qualifiers, there's been one player who's been a little bit dominant, and that would be Tate 23. He's been, so to say, popping off a little. I think claiming all the qualifiers, as a matter of fact, where we had to basically choose the second place guys. So he's also one of the players that we don't get a lot of exposure of because he never really streams his runs. So there could be some really hot and spicy strategies coming out of this guy.
I am very excited, and you should be very excited for the opportunity to be able to see the man, the myth, the legend, the elusive and secretive Tate 23 live today. And to confuse things a little bit more, we have another Tate, but this time Tate Killer. So I hope you're ready to act like a gorilla in support of them.
Absolutely.
Some top tier races. We also have none other than Waggle, so get your wiggles on. And we, of course, do have the classic community builder of the racing scene, none other than Havoc. Those are our 4 races that we're going to be competing in just a moment here today. And we got some spicy prizes up for grabs as well. $10,000, $5,000, and $2,000 in order. And, I mean, the honor, the fame, the bragging rights of winning at the very first ExileCon.
Yes, absolutely. Unfortunately, the last person in very PoE style doesn't really get anything outside of being able to participate in this.
It's like a hardcore
event.
death. Yeah, no, it's a win getting here, I think. It was a lot to get here. But I think we're just about ready to throw over to the main stage. I think
so.
So in just a moment here, I believe the race will be starting. We have our players getting ready to take their seats. I see some empty seats. I don't know if the stream sees the empty seats just yet. But, you know, we're bootstrapping things a little bit here.
Yeah.
But I'm very excited to see what happens today because, so when this race was originally planned, I had to argue in favor of an hour 30 allocated to the event. For an Act 5 Katava kill, we needed an hour 30. But I've been talking to the racers and they've been boot camping in internet cafes, practicing, developing new strategies, and apparently we might be much closer to an hour, so I didn't really need to get the event extended all that long because I've heard times of like an hour 4 minutes, which is insane.
And those aren't times that are extreme for these guys. These are times that they consistently can pull off. And yeah, we're going to have to see if Tate can come up with something new. Because as far as we know, he could have just been holding back this whole time. He could have been saving up strategies. And every time he needed to do something, he just did it a little bit better than the other guys. But if he's got any tricks up his sleeve, or if any of the other guys do, like we mentioned, they did have a little bit more public display.
I am very excited to see what comes out of that. There's going to be some real nuanced plays. For people that are new to Path of Exile Racing, we'll try and break it down for you as best we can. There's a lot that goes into this, and be prepared to see some fast Path of Exile as we throw on over to the main stage. Actually, this time.
Yes.
Yes. I think. Getting ready to take their seats. We're bootstrapping things a little bit here.
Yeah.
But I'm very excited to see what happens today because, so when this race was originally planned,
Hey everyone, and welcome to the ExileCon 2019 Racing Grand Finale. We've been working, thank you. We've been working towards this all year. We've had our 4 qualifiers online, various different ways for people to qualify, and our racers have been flown to New Zealand and are participating for some really cool prizes, money. We've got $10,000 US to first, $5,000 to second, $2,500 to third, and the free trip to fourth. And a pat on the back from me. We've also made ourselves a pretty cool trophy thing that you'll hopefully get to see at the end. So very soon we'll be getting the racers on stage so they can get prepped and ready to go. And then the races will begin. So first of all, I would like to invite onto stage Tate Killer. Good to have you here. And second, tie 23. Third, we've got Waggle. And finally, the first player ever to reach level 100 in Path of Exile, Havoc. Well, it's great to have all of you here. I am in awe of your abilities. Thank you so much for being good at my game. I appreciate it. Would you please take your seats at the pods? All right, we're going to pass back over to Raiz and Ziggy for some more commentating before the race begins. I wish everyone the best of luck. Thank you so much for turning up, watching online. Have a great race. See you later.
Welcome back, folks. We are just about starting things off here. All of our racers have taken their seats. Up in the top left, we have none other than Tate Killer. And in the top right, we have the very elusive Tie 23, the mystery man. Down the bottom left, we have Waggle. And down the bottom right, we have Havoc. Looking very sharp. Looking good down there. It's nice to see this.
Everybody's looking sharp. Real nice. I can see the real Ventura, the shirt from Ty. Very representing.
Nice.
Nice. That's a good touch.
I like to see that. Our players are taking their marks effectively now. And if you guys are a little bit less unfamiliar, maybe you've just kind of tuned in for some Path of Exile action as you've learned about the game recently through ExileCon possibly. Racing is effectively this game's speed running, but in a very competitive sense. Players run simultaneously as fast as possible to try and get as much experience as they can to get through the zones. And in this particular race, the objective is to get to the end of Act 5 and kill Katava. Maybe you've played a little bit and thought, I got through the first act, took me about 10 hours. Well, these players will be doing all of the 5 acts and the Katava kill in, well, under an hour 30 if things go well for them. But there's a lot that goes into this as well. What are the key things that make a good racer?
I think being persistent in staying alive would be a pretty important one.
Essential.
This is not a hardcore race. It does have a 1-minute penalty. And on top of it, they are not allowed, as far as I know, to use checkpoints. So not only do you have to stand 1 minute in town, you also have to go from town to the last spot where you died, which could be incredibly significant in a race such as this one because, yeah, if everything goes well, we could be expecting times of under 1 hour.
And under 1 hour is like, you guys have to go insane if that happens, because if you're not familiar with the times these players get, the idea of getting under 1 hour for an Act 5 Katava kill was previously unheard of. So to do that is simply mind-blowing. And I'm very excited because they've said that it's possible. They think that it can be done. I was talking to Tate Killer and he thinks that it can be done. Havoc was getting down. He said he was hitting walls in his practice of 108, changed some things, got some nuanced developments in his gameplay and got it down to 104 and he's like, I can get it lower. So there's a lot of confidence.
That's a pretty big change. So if he was able to switch this up, as far as we know, we're not hitting these times. We're on the couch. So these guys could be pulling out all sorts of strategies. Already one of the really interesting ones was the fact that the long-lasting explosive trap has been switched out to Stormblast mine. And that could be different for everybody here. maybe not everybody got with the times, or it might not even be the better strategy.
Yeah, I think we'll see some divergence in the early game strategies in particular, but possibly these players are definitely kind of keep any little edge to themselves as much as possible. But at the same time, a lot of the races in Path of Exile are very collaborative, and they've been kind of like working together, sharing tips to just get everybody better at racing as a whole. It's almost like boot camping together and propelling racing forwards. And I got the sense from some of the racers that I talked to that they want to put on the best show possible for us. Which I'm very excited about. So
absolutely,
maybe we get some deaths, because on the day here it's much more intense. These guys are nervous. There's a big prize pool on the line, and there's a lot of people watching right now, and that's gonna get to you a little bit.
Probably a couple, yeah. Usually you got your mom standing behind you, you know, just watching your screen, cheering you on. There's a couple more.
It's a little different now. But we are about to start. The players are taking their mark. I can see them getting ready, spamming the chat Tate killer. We have almost 10 seconds until we're off the mark. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. I'm too excited, Raiz. I can't count the rest of the numbers. And we're off. And go, guys, go. It's time. There we go.
Nice.
Ooh, I can hear the sounds as well. That's very brutal.
Indeed. Oh, everybody picking up the spectral throw. Okay, I can get with it.
Yeah, so what we see at the moment here is 4 Scions, but they will not be racing as Scions, because the idea here is to take a Scion through to town and do what's effectively known as muling to get several things, namely skill gems being some of the most important, but just a few extra items to be able to switch on over to probably witches. I believe we're going to see all witches.
Yeah, I think witch is the standard pick in this current meta, but again, we might see some surprises. But yeah, they are looking for movement speed boots. They're looking for certain colors that would be very beneficial for them. Maybe a blue or a blue green wand. That could be very helpful. Also, they're looking for evasion gear, all this sort of stuff.
Yeah, they do not have the new Path of Exile 2 skill system, and looking for specific sockets and things like that is just super crucial in these race situations, looking for those right combinations to be able to use the right support gems and the right skills, and it makes a huge difference.
Absolutely so. And we've got the first players killing Hillock, obviously picking up all these items. It is very valuable to get as much currency as early as possible, and this will allow them to purchase the items. And just like that, on Tate Killer's screen, you can see that he's already got a blue-green wand. Checking for those movement speed boots. A lot of these guys are going to be using a Control C keybind for searching for movement, which is a little bit of a trick that you can use to speed yourself up a little, yeah.
That's spicy, I like that. And as you see now, everyone's back on the beach. As the witches, they've stashed all their items. You may have missed it due to blinking, but as you can see, these players are very fast when it comes to the vendoring. They know exactly what they want to do, and that's a huge part of racing, is like having a plan and knowing all of the things you need to remember every time you go to town and making the most of it. And grabbing several skill gems, moving things around, vendoring certain items to maximize the amount of scroll fragments you have. I know that Havoc is saying like he really wants to get 2 transmutations as early as possible here in Act 1. These sorts of things are crucial to be able to do things later, like buy a skill gem that's missing. And they make a big difference to the plays here.
Yes, exactly. And in the same fashion, you're looking to pick up as many alterations as you can. You don't get a whole lot of alterations, as surprising as it is. I think a lot of people take that sort of currency for granted, but transmute cell alterations very valuable, but they won't come into play until Act 2, at least when it comes to the alterations.
Yeah, exactly so. So I think I'm very interested to see what happens now, because I think we're going to start to see a little bit of divergence in what happens with some of these early skill choices. I know from watching some of the Havoc's practice that we see a little bit of Frost Bomb combined with Orb of Storms.
Yes.
But also Smoke Mine and Flame Dash combination has been explored and optimized at this point. Some people were a bit unsure of whether it was worth it, but I've seen Havoc wielding the Smoke Mine Flame Dash, and it gets very fast, as you'll see very soon.
Oh yeah, and that's where a lot of the complexity in the current meta comes from. In the past, it could have been something like Leap Slam that made it very difficult to compete. Right now, Flame Dash, utilizing Blink early on, and that Smoke Mine always having the buff up for movement speed, very valuable. And then trying to also, obviously, get across the screen as well.
I feel like we might have just seen some movement speed boots for Tate 23, but he hasn't thrown them on yet. Might be dealing with some socket links there, I believe. But certainly very spicy to be able to get some extra movement speed at this point, as early as possible, make the most of that. Later on, those sorts of gaps can be shored up. You can craft those things, even using beast various crafting recipes and so forth, so on and so forth. The rowers in this area are a little bit more hateful than they have been in the past. They were sped up in a recent patch and a little bit scary. And I see Tate getting surrounded by a huge amount of rowers and a blue pack, but just managed to wiggle his way out. Maybe he's been watching Waggle.
Oh yeah, and at this stage in the game, you also don't want to be killing too much because you want your Quicksilver to be a certain level. You don't necessarily want, or maybe some guys do, but you don't necessarily want to be level 4 because 1, that's going to reduce the amount of times you can check the vendor as it resets every time you level up. And also, your Quicksilver will be able to roll heat, which means that you won't be able to get frozen while your Quicksilver is active, but you can't get any of the other mods, which in this case would be resistances or stun reduction, which is a stat that isn't particularly useful for the core game. I think not a lot of people go for it, but here, getting stunned for as little time as possible is extremely valuable, and that's also why these guys are looking for as much evasion gear as possible, because not getting hit is really the way to be.
Yeah, in some ways our players here make it look like the game is really easy, but a lot of what they're doing is actually way harder because they're doing it super under-leveled and super under-geared. Even Hail Rake Fight now is a very tense moment. I'm watching Ty go into it, but he's maneuvering very well, dodging all of the large hits there, and scoops up the rest of the items to take back to town with a very smooth kill there.
And again, Ty checks the vendor. Unfortunately, not any movement speed boots from what I've seen, so I think the boots that he's gotten previously weren't quite that, unless he was looking for another item that it didn't quite touch. I think Killer's struggling a little bit with items. He's one of the players that itemizes extremely well. It is very, very valuable in a race like this to itemize. And also, there's been a little bit of a shift in strategy in recent times as well, where players tend to get a little bit more gear and also level a little bit more than in the past. So we might even be seeing some players hitting level 8 prior to entering prison, obviously depending on their sort of density. They're always adapting on the fly, trying to make the best of what they can do. And Tate Killer is running. Oh, okay. There we go. Yeah, Tate Killer is doing extremely well. Already picking up the Orb of Storms.
It's interesting that you should mention that, because I was talking to Havoc the other night at dinner, and he was telling me some secrets, some hot secrets. And as it turns out, like when he hit these walls of like 108 or 112 and couldn't really get past them and go faster, he realized that he had to actually slow down to start going faster. And originally, like when they're learning to race and they're getting better at racing, it's about how do you skip as much as possible? How do you run through these zones as quickly as possible? How do you kill the least amount of possible stuff? And now Havoc's gotten to a point where he tells me that in order to actually break through those walls, he had to slow down in order to speed up. He had to start killing a lot more things than was previously thought advisable or even a good idea, in order to have an easier time in some of the difficult later zones where you can't get as much experience, to be a little bit more ready for some of these bosses and have them go a little bit faster. So it's like adding a couple seconds here to shave off 10 or 20 seconds later on down the track. And the nuance that comes out of like all of this repeated practice they've been doing just blows my mind.
Yes, and especially since there's been a meta where we've been primarily using Frost Bomb, which is a little bit item dependent because it doesn't quite one-shot immediately in ledge, but if you manage to link your Arcane Surge, so that 3-link really comes into play, or if you manage to get... Oh yeah, that's pretty much it. You'd have to get a little bit extra damage from somewhere. So Frost Bomb is extremely strong for that. Then we saw a shift for Orb of Storm, favorite gameplay, and now from the looks of it, most of these guys, if not all of them, are kind of mixing and matching. I think with Waggle being the only player actually not using Frost Bomb, something that he's proven to be extremely good at in the past, so I'm a little bit surprised that he's limiting himself to just Orb of Storms, but maybe that's simply due to the limitations of his gear. I do see a blue-blue-green, and that's going to be helping out with that Onslaught gem that they've gotten from the previously played Scion.
Yeah, a little interesting. What we're seeing from most players at the moment is this just very temporary but very beneficial combination of throwing down that Frost Bomb, like Raiz said, doesn't quite one-shot unless you get that little bit of extra damage, which is a huge difference if you can do it. But the Orb of Storms to just tickle monsters at the same time. And the big thing is, if you haven't seen much Path of Exile racing, you'll notice that the players are all using stuff that they can kill while moving as much as possible. So you drop a Frost Bomb, you keep running. The pack dies just behind you off screen a lot of the time.
Ooh, double transmute for Ty. He must be extremely happy about that. Back-to-back. Immediately speeds up. very nicely done.
Very nice. So very spicy drops to be able to get those even before Brutus is very helpful in acquiring some of those early skill gems, and any extra allows us to potentially get some very nice extra crafting going on, whether it's move speed boots or crafting a weapon or things like that. So nice drops for Tate Killer.
Absolutely. But still, Havoc currently in the lead. There's not going to be a big lead, but these little differences will make a big difference in the end result. Any little edge that they can get here matters a tremendous amount.
Yeah, that's it. These guys are at a level where it's like, it comes down to some of the smallest things, and it's so hard to even catch like everything that goes into this racing. Like I was talking to Havoc the other day, and he was talking just a mile a minute, telling me all the little tiny nuanced things, and my head was exploding. My brains were melting out of my ears. It was gruesome.
Yes.
Classic.
And it really shows, because Havoc, again, is the first person to get into the Warden's quarters, getting a little bit ahead of the other guys. I don't know if everybody else is comfortable with that, but I don't think they know.
Very
I think they're unaware.
They might lack that particular piece of information. Yeah, it's so nice to see Havoc doing like just so well like this and really being on top of his game and practicing so much. We have Havoc coming into the Brutus fight first. He's been telling me that he's been practicing just so much at getting this optimized, and you can see using the Frostblink to damage in addition to all of the other skills and the new Stormblast Mine tech going very well for Havoc. Switching on back to the four-way. Havoc doing very smooth boss kill there. We've got Tate Killer going instead for a much more prep strategy of throwing down all the Stormblast Mines, which gain damage as they chain. If you can get that chain to work properly, it can sometimes be a little difficult. It does take a couple big hits there.
Yeah, that's extremely tricky at this point because he can't take advantage of the chain like you mentioned, and that lowers his damage tremendously. If he doesn't pick up enough gear, I do see some evasion gear. That could have been real sketchy, but he pulled through. Doesn't get a whole lot of items though compared to a lot of these other guys. Waggle's still making his way over to Brutus.
Yeah, we can see players like grabbing up, it just even like volume of blue items dropping from the bosses makes a difference, as you can just bend those all for those transmutation shards they need. But we saw like Tate Killer start that fight a little earlier, and then Ty23 finish it a little faster due to Tate kind of not getting his Stormblast Mines to work. Waggle taking a big hit here, but killing Brutus very quickly actually. Pretty smooth kill overall, despite taking a pretty good chunk of damage there.
That was clean. And you can see also from Waggle how much these filters focus on items that a lot of players take for granted. Those blue boots, they could be the game changer. A lot of these items that they're going to be picking up, they're going to be IDing. Unfortunately, not in his case, not movement speed boots. And Waggle's getting quite a bit of gear from the looks of it. You can see even on Tate Killer's screen, like I mentioned, he gears up quite a bit more than the other guys. But his inventory was pretty much full, while Waggle only with a ES helmet. That's not very good. A little bit of ES does help though, as it does give you a 50% chance to avoid being stunned. And that's extremely valuable in a format such as this one.
We have a breaking announcement, everybody. We're just going to throw to the main theater for that, and we'll see you for the return of the race very soon.
And go, Chris. Hey everyone. Hey guys, so we screwed up big time. When we were testing the race beforehand with these fixed seed, like the fixed seed league we have here, we played through to make sure that it works, and some of the computers have cached maps that others do not, and this will be very unfair very soon. So we're going to restart the race, and I'm sorry, we screwed up. Thankfully, we've only just started, there's plenty to go, and I am deeply sorry, guys, that we screwed up this way, but it's just unfair that some computers have maps that others don't cache, and it will soon become a big problem where you can just find the exit too easily. So, yep. Anyway, so the new race will start in a couple of minutes. Maybe good to make sure that Tate knows about it. Anyway, please communicate to him. All right, thanks everyone. I'm gonna get off the stage and we're gonna restart it very soon. This one will work perfectly.
Good day and welcome back, folks. I'm ZiggyD, joined again by RaizQT, and this time Jonathan We had a bit of a technical difficulty, it seems, and restarting Jonathan. Could you give us a bit of a rundown?
So basically what happened here is that to make sure everything was fine, the QA were obviously testing the computers to make sure everything was good, and they were sort of running around through the game. And this is a fixed seed race, which means that every player gets exactly the same layout, exactly the same thing. And what happened was that the mini-map was on some of the players was cached, and so they could see the mini-map in advance, which is obviously a major advantage. And so basically when we saw that, realized that it was happening, but Chris basically said, we have to call off the race to make it fair. So there's a little bit of screwing around happening right now just because as they're trying to make sure that the league is starting at the right time and get everything organized, you know, a bit of a spanner in the works for that group. But yeah, we really had to do it because we want to make sure that, you know, the competition has to be fair.
Absolutely.
And so, you know, without that, it's not much, there's not really much point to it. So
we would enjoy it for a competition, yes.
Exactly. So hopefully now that we've changed the seed, so now none of them will know. Apparently we're starting at 4 o'clock local time, so that should mean that we're back on track, and I'm pretty sure that all of them will, will have a fair time this time.
Yeah, I appreciate that we're preserving the integrity of the race here, and that the race is going to have a chance to prove who's the best for real, you know, so that's really good.
Yes, I think they appreciate it as well.
It was a bit of a practice run.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't like throw any of them off their game, just, you know, because like obviously they're psyched up to do something a certain time.
Oh, no.
These guys are too good.
Yeah, these guys are too good, yeah.
These guys are too good. They've been practicing a whole lot. I know that they've been going to internet cafes and trying to just get as much done as humanly possible.
I was surprised by some of the requests that we had. You know, like exactly what machine, what GPU will be on this machine. What, you know, all these things, like they want to practice in exactly the same, identical conditions, absolutely nothing different. You know, so yeah, the dedication is there.
Yes.
I'm sure whoever wins will definitely be the most worthy. And we have a pretty interesting trophy to give them as well. I don't know if any of you guys. Oh yeah, it's kind of cool.
That's awesome. I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
Trophy.
Trophy.
Yeah, you gotta have a good trophy, right? So yeah. You'll see that later on.
Well, thank you for the explanation, Jonathan.
No worries.
It's good to know, and you know, a bit of a practice run. First ExileCon, a little hiccup, not a problem at all. We're going to get back into it very soon.
Just beforehand, the server was like, "I'm so stressed. What if something goes wrong?" And unfortunately they're fair, but you know. But the thing they said was, well, you know, we've screwed up league launches before, so it's not as bad as that.
It's only 4 players.
Okay, apparently the time has changed. It's now going to be starting at 4:05. So you know, I'm not sure exactly what the delay is, but you know, since I'm sitting here talking to you guys, you know, it should be okay.
I'm sure the stream appreciates a little bit of extra bonus Jonathan time, as
sure, I guess so.
we do as well.
Well, do you have any questions then? Any other questions about anything that's going on?
Ooh.
Absolutely. What are you what are you excited about for like potential future racing action in Path of Exile? I know I'm very interested in that.
Yeah, so one of the things that I really wish we could get back again is back to the days when racing was a much larger part of the sort of officially supported stuff. So I mean, we used to have obviously racing leagues with lots of official sanctioned events and so on, and we haven't really been doing that recently. So it's something that I really want to see again, and it's something that we want to really add sort of more official support for. The problem is we were just spending so much time making all the rewards and everything. It was kind of a bit of a distraction, and that's why we kind of stopped for a little while there. But you know, once again, it is something that is valuable, and I think having that sort of competitive spirit is something that really matters. So you know, I really want to see that again.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
we've really seen over the last year like a big uptick in community, kind of like we've started coming together a bit more and making these things happen.
Well, I mean, these commentated races have been really excellent. I really enjoy watching them. It's sort of surprising, you know, watching 4 people speedrun a game actually has so much sort of like, you know, like such a great feel to it. Yeah, exactly.
It's intense.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the chance of death really just, you know, adds to it. You know, you have to get that run doing really well. So yeah, that's great.
Yeah, it can be very, very exciting. Like, I loved running the races in the past, but I love commentating and watching them so much more.
Oh, yeah.
Even nowadays. Plus, I'm not very good, so.
Okay.
Oh, you know, I try. It's been a while, you know, this commentator job.
It's a little bit.
It's taking a toll. Yeah.
It's a little more cushy.
Otherwise, you know, I'm sure.
Very excited to see like any potential exploration of that in the future, racing-wise, and maybe some nice spicy commentary tools, maybe.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. So we do have some ideas in this area because you know, like we had spectator mode that was implemented for a while. For the that was implemented for. Another purpose, if you recall.
PvP?
Yeah. Well, it was to do with. When was it? There was something where we implemented that, and there was just some niggles with it that just didn't make it quite appropriate. And so when we added lockstep, it really made the ability to do this kind of thing much more accurate, because you can actually just stream the network data from the server and then have it on thing. Oh, apparently we're choosing characters now. We're going through, so the race should be starting very shortly. I believe it's just a few minutes away. I'm
very excited.
I'm very excited. Excellent. Okay.
Yep. Yeah. And we'll have players making their two sets of characters, because they'll be doing their muling again. But I'd love to see some of that stuff in the future, Jonathan. It's been a fantastic and very exciting ExileCon.
Yeah,
it's been a full experience.
That's the nice way to call it, a full experience.
You guys really didn't have any downtime for this, I noticed.
Well, the thing is, like, we were super worried, like, what if players get bored? So, we were like, we need to pack it as densely as possible. That was our worry. But
between cards and like all of the things around the convention and back-to-back shows with other back-to-back shows on top of them, I've not been able to do even half of what I want to do. It's very cool.
Hopefully you'll call that a good thing.
It's good.
And all the talks you missed, we will eventually get those up online. So a lot of other players will get to see those. We've got a news schedule effectively that we can fill with this sort of stuff for a little while now. And there's some really excellent talks we had here. I've heard that I saw Reese's level generation talk. Really interesting.
Really good.
The graphics engine talk that Alex Sanikov gave, also really excellent. There's some good content there that I'd love the rest of the community to see eventually as well. All right. So I think we're getting very close now. Looks like we're 2 minutes away.
2 minutes
from the thing starting.
I'm very excited. Are you going to commentate the race with us, Jonathan?
I honestly, the problem is I feel like my knowledge is nothing compared to you guys. Especially when it comes to racing, I don't know what mods are important. I don't know.
I see Tate Killer saying Jonathan casting. He gives us the thumbs up. Another unfair advantage. Tate Killer, put on your headphones. What is going on with these guys?
You're not supposed to be able to hear us. Tate Killer, put on those headphones.
Unbelievable. He's still not doing it. What a rebel.
What a rebel. I figured him. Look at him. All right, I think we're just about to get the countdown. The players are retaking their mic. We have the Scions coming out, which means they're ready to start, because those will be the first mule runs. You guys have a little bit of insight into the start now. Even if you haven't seen much racing, you at least maybe saw the first of the practice run. And we'll be kicking things off here very soon. And the players got a little bit of extra practice in, ultimately. It's not too bad.
I think that's favorable. I mean, if anything, they're on a huge stage at ExileCon. I think the nerves could get the best of them. Don't want to make them too nervous, and they can still hear us.
We're 1 minute away from the race starting. We've been informed. So, we're getting close.
You're amping me up with the countdown, Jonathan. I'm very keen to see how this ends up finishing up. We're going to see probably a lot of carnage. I think, like you said, the nerves are going to be pretty tense.
Right.
I don't know, maybe this whole thing acted as a bit of an icebreaker and players chillaxing a little bit more. I mean, they look pretty relaxed. They look pretty relaxed, don't look pretty stressed. I think I'm more stressed than they are.
Ooh, I don't know. Those could be nerves underneath that. Tate Killer looks extremely relaxed.
A little too relaxed, mate. You might need those.
He is the essence of relaxation right now. That should be a new currency item.
All right. We're counting down here very shortly to the ring of the race. We have 10 seconds to go.
Here we go. Jonathan with the hype countdown. Count us down,
9,
Jonathan.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we should be off right now.
And there we go. There we go. Thank you for the countdown, Jonathan. We are off once again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the ExileCon Grand Final. The top left, we have none other than Tate Killer. Tie 23 in the top right, the man, the myth, the legend, very elusive. Wiggle for Waggle down in the bottom left corner, and of course, Havoc down in the bottom right corner. If you've been following the races, no doubt you've seen all of these players at the top of their game in various qualifiers of different types and different experiences, and everyone here has fought hard to get here to the ExileCon Grand Finals, and it's exciting times.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And some of these guys you might be recognizing, even if you maybe haven't played the game in a while, you're still going to be recognizing the faces of Havoc and Waggle, who are long-time OGs, with Tate Killer and Ty both being a little bit newer to the scene, but showing extreme dominance.
Yeah, it's wild to see the younger guys effectively coming into the scene, but like practicing so much and being so on top of the game. And Tate Killer especially had a very rocky journey to get here with many close calls, many like just kind of not scraping in races over time. Oh, Waggle's having a little bit of a moment here. Waggle,
that is...
That is a moment right there. That is, I guess, a 60-second penalty.
Yeah. It's a 60-second penalty and possibly a respawn at the start as well.
That's a little bit...
Oh, he went for the deletion.
Just delete the character stuff
nice.
again.
That's the right way to do it.
Reasonable approach, I think, in this case.
Absolutely.
I think that's a reasonable play for sure.
Yes.
It can't, look, honestly, it can happen to the best of us on a Scion, especially struggles with Hillock at times. And
sometimes you just click your potions too early, you know. Hillock looks like he's going to deliver the damage, but then he doesn't. Your potions fill up your life and cancel the animation.
Oh,
unfortunately, that's exactly what happened with Waggle. A little bit of a setback, but to a great player, I don't think it's going to be...
It can certainly come back from that. But
yes, it
yeah,
can come back,
definitely...
but there's got to be some emotional trauma here.
That's,
you know, doing this in front of a live audience.
That's the thing. It probably doesn't feel too great. Exactly. But here he goes. He's back for revenge. On-point potioning this time. You do have to be careful with that mana and potion management in the Hillock fight. It's intended, right, as a design tutorial for potion use. That's always the sense I got for fast usage. And that's certainly the case here. Waggle getting taught a hard lesson by Hillock.
Not be joining you today, Dad.
Absolutely.
He's coming on through.
And nerves showing. They might look cool like as a cucumber on the outside, but the nerves, unfortunately, showing, and they're going to have to pull through that and power through and just do better.
Yeah, do better. Just do better.
Just do better.
Just do better.
Don't get hit. Do better.
Waggle did indeed get hit, but he can come back from that. There's still plenty of race left in this. If you're going to want to die anywhere, it's like right at the beginning. I think it's a fine place to die, for sure.
Yes.
And I don't think it'll be the last we see. I suspect there'll be more.
Oh yeah, absolutely. These guys are putting everything on the line. They're risking all that they can. They're going to be cutting a lot of corners, trying to get through mobs as fast as possible. Dodging a lot of attacks, not getting hit, not getting stunned. But with the amount of HP that they get, because they have to play so aggressively, they might run into some trouble. So it wouldn't be unusual. And especially in a format such as this one, these guys are used to hardcore races a lot of the times. So I think they're going to be taking extra risks.
Yeah, that's the thing. We have the best Path of Exile races here, but what that means is like the drive to push right close to the line and sometimes walk just a little bit over that line and fall off a cliff into Havoc, into Hillock's sword. It could definitely end up happening. So yeah, it's funny how in a game like Path of Exile you can still see some real deaths despite people being just so good at the game, and even more so sometimes. Like a more cautious, less experienced player might take their time and be a bit overleveled and be pretty safe. Maybe would never die.
Yes.
But not our players here. They're going to be doing it underleveled, undergeared. We see Tate Killer and Tate23 and Havoc all making it down to Hailrake. Pretty much neck and neck. And we obviously have Waggle a little bit behind, a little bit of catch up.
I know that stench.
Yeah, but not too much.
Not too much. He's almost there. He's almost there. But,
Hailrake, the slayer of gamers in the past. A little bit easier now with the new mechanics, Jonathan.
Right, yeah, well, I mean, you know, we're fixing this for PoE 2, so...
Yeah, I think a lot of the guys from the convention got the right idea when it comes to that. There's been a lot of rips, guys.
Oh, yes. I died to what was supposed to be the new Hailrake in a very brutal fashion. It's not even close to what we have right now for that level of boss. So racing is going to be very interesting in Path of Exile too. I'm looking forward to that. Very spicy.
As is in the practice run, everybody's picking up all the items that they possibly can, trying to get as much currency as they can. You can see also on Havoc's screen, he's got those topazes ready. He's going to be using a recipe. Well, not that he's got the topazes, he's not going to have to be using the recipe at all. So he's just going to be keeping those around, making sure that he's got as much equipment as possible. With Ty hitting up a blue pack, you will be seeing, a lot of the times, they're going to be running past mobs, but also sometimes, whenever they're going to be seeing a blue pack, that tends to be a little bit more efficient in terms of experience. They're going to be taking the time to clear it out, but not every blue pack is equal. Some mobs end up being
extremely tanky, and some of the extra health mobs can be tricky as well. So again, they have to adapt on the fly every time.
Yeah, that's it. Like, you'll see players only killing the largest of packs and the juiciest and easiest to kill of the blue monsters, and yeah, sometimes even skipping blue monsters, which is wild and not something players would have done much in the past. Often you would have seen players just skipping rares outright. An interesting change I heard from talking to Havoc is that he's actually started considering in certain areas of the game killing more rare monsters, and even sometimes killing like the unique monsters, like the goat boss and things like that.
I've seen in one of the practice runs something very unusual. Ooh, a yeah, there we go. Havoc gets a transmute. I would see Havoc killing Kuduku. They do have a higher chance of potentially dropping blue or rare items, which really helps out with their transmutation shards for Act 1, as they do need to guarantee themselves getting that. And the less time they can take running back and picking up items as Orb of Storms and Frostbomb clears out packs, the better.
I would love to see a Kuduku kill from Havoc here, but it's pretty wild to even consider that, because I feel like 6 months ago or something, in a race, we would never have seen races like trying to kill things like Kuduku. It's just like, oh, you've been called an idiot.
Yeah, that's a very new thing to do, but it's the way to be. You know, if these guys are doing it, everybody else should be doing it as well, let's be honest.
You got to think about, if these guys have decided to do something in their racing style, then there might well be a good reason for it because of the amount of practice here. We'll see if Havoc does go for it this time around. I think it can often come down to how much items they've found so far and what sort of monsters are on top of the boss as well, because if you can kill a bunch of extra monsters at the same time, then yeah, maybe you go for it. In this case, Havoc decided to skip, maybe either satisfied with the amount of stuff he's got right now, maybe kind of satisfied with the amount of XP as well, possibly.
Yes, he did hit level 7 even before Kuduku, so that is very significant at this point. I think he's most likely looking to just keep up his onslaught, using that Orb of Storms, using that Frost Bomb to just get ahead. Every time his Blink is off cooldown, he goes for it. Oh, and as I say that, he does clear up a blue pack, running a little bit close. There is a little cheeky ledge to the left of the cage that players can run past without actually triggering the goat, but he decided it wasn't worth the time. The blue pack just didn't need to be killed. No?
Nope, I didn't know about that little not triggering the goat trick. That's interesting.
Yes.
I wonder if we'll see that from maybe Waggle, who still has to head through there. But we do see Tate and Tai23 and Havoc in the lower prison now. It's an interesting zone, a good zone for experience potentially if you're finding yourself lacking a little bit behind. There are some skeleton packs which do go down pretty fast. And it can also be a difficult zone to route sometimes, but all of our players here seem to have it just down pat. And that's a huge and crucial racing skill. And it's a constant battle because the players are trying to learn the zone generation, learn how the generator works, learn the typical tricks to navigate zones as quickly as possible. And the developers keep changing things constantly and improving this zone generation. From a talk I saw earlier today, they're constantly changing it nearly every patch, adding new things, and every time the racers have to learn new zone layouts and things like that. And it's going to be changing a lot more in the future, so have fun with that, racers.
Yeah, as much fun as change is, it's a little tricky to learn. And what's also tricky is this upper prison that guys have to deal with the randomness of an Enfeeble attack. Sometimes there's no Necromancers, sometimes there are. They cast Enfeeble, which makes it so that you can't one-shot with your Frost Bomb. It means that you have to weave in those Orbs of Storms, maybe deal a little bit of damage with your movement skill. But these guys are handling it perfectly. Although Ty kind of struggling with a blue plaque right now with that Enfeeble, decides to skip the majority of it, I think, and continue through the instance. I think he's looking, all these guys are looking to get level 10 as fast as possible, as it does open up that Flame Dash option for them, and Havoc will be the first one to do so as he's heading over to the Warden's quarters. A little bit, this is a tricky layout. Everybody's got the same layout, as you can see, so everybody's getting equally punished if they commit to something that was correct or incorrect, because sometimes you can simply make the wrong choice running through these instances.
Yeah, that's it. Get a misread and then end up committing to it. And Tai23 did indeed get a pretty bad read on that last zone and commit to a big dead end, but still coming in not too far behind. Tate Killer getting his Brutus down just beautifully with perfect Stormblast mines there, which is kind of a new swap over from the Explosive Trap, which is a popular choice in the past.
Yes, that was very clean and Also, you don't spend as much time stacking up the bombs as Ty takes care of it as well. I feel like these skills have been extremely clean. Ty hasn't been cleaning up his inventory too much. Quite a bit of items left on the ground, but he does already have the transmute, picks up his smoke bind, very important, gets that flame dash, already level 10 prior to the Brutus kill, and now we're going to be seeing what it's all about.
Yeah, we're going to start seeing some real zoom speed very soon, as you see players weaving together multiple movement skills in an absolutely wild fashion. And not only just, it's not just about spamming these movement skills either, but about using them at the right time between packs, having the bursted move speed from Smoke Mine while you're running through the pack and killing it, and then weaving your skills together again to get to the next pack and judging the direction you need to do, all at the same time as remembering zones, remembering your gear, killing the monsters, doing all the various things you need to do as a racer. It's a lot.
Paying attention to your inventory, you have to link multiple skills, you have to get the support gems for that. Getting a transmute from Ty, but he's real happy about that, chooses to go back for it. Very important stuff. And yeah, you have to take care of your socket, something that in PoE in the future we won't have to deal with to such a degree when switching out items. You can kind of flip it up a little bit.
It's gonna be interesting to see what that lets the racers do in the future, where they don't have to worry so much about the sockets and have many more sockets to play with. Whether they end up working in more skills into their racing strategy and changing gear a lot more or things like that. Certainly going to be very interesting to see. Waggle coming up to his Brutus fight now, and the second half of Act 1 does go very quickly. So after you see players get their Brutus fight, they do a very quick run through the next couple of zones and get started straight away on that trip to Merveil through the Cavern of Wrath and Anger, which we see Ty and Ty 23 starting now.
And you can already see the power of that smoke mine, as Tate Killer was a little bit behind Ty, but he's pulled significantly ahead as Ty 23 does not in fact have his smoke mine equipped, probably due to some issue with his inventory management. Unfortunate. That's going to cost him a lot of time.
And we can see like the difference now in Tate Killer using his movement skill. It actually looks really crazy because it looks like he's throwing the smoke mine, and at the same time, if he has enough range for it, like there's enough distance to travel, then he'll weave in the flame dash almost at the exact same time using, I think, that new animation system probably at play there. But it looks really full on.
And it's extra difficult because the smoke mine does have a flight time, so they can't just immediately click it. They do have to wait just a tiny little bit of time until they detonate it to teleport themselves. Tricky stuff, I'm telling you guys.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of practice has gone into it. From what Havoc was saying, this has taken a lot of practice to get these timings down, and also when to use them. Like sometimes it's not better to use the smoke mines as well. Sometimes it's better just to flame dash, or just to run sometimes is better depending on the particular zone. We do see the Merveil fight, phase 1 coming up for Tate Killer and Ty 23. They're both getting through it pretty smoothly. Tate Killer getting a few extra teleports, but not too much of a problem. Sometimes Merveil's not very cooperative and does like to teleport to the opposite side of the room. Second phase is a great chance for them to pre-stack a lot of damage, and Tate Killer taking advantage of that to get it down to about half. Ty 23 having about the same level of success. Tate Killer looking to close out the fight first here. If things go well, a little bit of an awkward finish, but does get it done. And then Ty 23 almost at the exact same time. Oh, it's close.
Yeah, and if you blink, you might also recognize the Havoc's already in the second zone.
When did that happen?
Yeah, well, it happened quickly. I missed it as well. Currently heading over to the Great White Beast. Ooh, leaves a portal, getting over to the Crossroads waypoint. He's going to be teleporting back to town and picking up his own portal to get that Quicksilver, equip it as soon as possible, and head on over to Sins. There might be some differences in the routing for these guys when it comes to Act 2. We've been seeing everybody kind of switching it up, coming up with new strategies, maybe playing a little bit to what's more familiar to them. But yeah, Ty does not fire. Oh no, he does find the door as well. This layout can be a little bit tricky, but being right next to the road, as we mentioned, all layouts being the same for all of these guys, they all confidently find it, as Waggle, unfortunately, still heading on over to Merveil, taking care of some rare mobs on the way. Ooh, that mob is fractured. Ooh, okay, he's fine. Ooh, finds a corrupted zone though. Oh,
not what you want.
That's not fine. That's not good.
Oh no, that's not good at all.
Yeah, that's tricky.
Yeah, we're talking about that zone generation, and a corrupted Val side area can really throw things off by adding a huge extra zone, which you might read to be the exit, but in this case, quite clearly not, and ended up heading in the wrong direction. And I was just about to say that Waggle has plenty of opportunities to catch up, but then again, the other players, if they're on top of their game, those opportunities will be very small. And if Waggle does also run into some problems like he just did, it's not going to help with the catching up. So we'll be cheering. I hope you guys are cheering for him to be able to find those moments and to capitalize on them as he goes into his second phase per Veil.
If you've ever wiggled for Waggle,
you better be wiggling right now.
You better be wiggling harder than ever.
I want to see your skeletons exiting your bodies due to such extreme wiggling.
It's very PoE fashion. I like it.
True. We see a couple shrines going down for Tarke and Tate 23. I believe this is as a fixed seed. They have shrines in the same spots, but not the same shrines necessarily.
No, it would be the same shrines as well.
Oh yeah? Same shrines? Okay.
Absolutely.
Well, that's certainly good to
I
see.
believe boxes would be in the same spot, but they wouldn't always be the same boxes.
Yeah, the boxes I don't think can be the same thing, but yeah, so we do see, and that's a really good thing that Granny Gear Games was for this final, able to make it as competitive as possible by making sure that it was fixed seats and everyone has the same layouts. It comes down to just their ability to read and make the right decisions on those zone layouts, and even same things like having the shrines in the same spots. So we don't just see a situation where someone gets 5 adrenaline shrines and runs very fast to the end of the race.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Everyone can do that.
If you take a look at Ty's screen right now, only rocking 1 life flask. It's not a good one either.
That's brave.
Has to do a lot of dodging. Yeah, maybe that's some sort of motivation for himself. Just don't get hit, you know? It's way better. You don't get stunned. You don't get slowed down at all.
To be fair, we've never seen a first-person view of Tate 23's gameplay here before, and maybe this is part of his unique playstyle, having just 1 small life flask. It's an interesting one.
Unique is a good way to describe it.
Yeah. Maybe he's just so good. He does not need healing ever.
Held to be.
I would be skeptical of that.
Yeah, a little bit skeptical as well, as Waggle does take care of the Great White Beast with all the other guys already having their Quicksilver. We'll be seeing if he does choose to go back to town to pick up his Quicksilver as soon as possible, or if potentially he's going to be doing it from the Sin's waypoint, as he does get approached by a ghost, but decides to run away with Havoc already in Weaver's zone. I think Havoc's been really going crazy with the Act too. That is incredible timing from him.
Absolutely crushing it. I'm very excited for the Weaver action coming up. If the racers time things very well and have the right amount of damage and do this perfectly, they can kill Weaver in a singular phase. So if we see the Weaver die without going to the ceiling, I want you guys who are watching to get hyped. Can Havoc do it? No, not even close.
That was absolutely not even close. Tricky. Sometimes Weaver's going to choose to attack, and that could definitely help you out. It's definitely a lot trickier than it would be with Explosive Trap, I think, so
yeah,
that's absolutely part of it. Havoc stacking it up, but not quite making it. Maybe with the other guys. They are playing a Witch, so they do not have access to a banner that would boost up their damage, which...
I've seen it done without the banner though. Previously I thought you needed the banner to do it, the war banner for the damage boost, but I've seen in recent races players doing it on Witches without the war banner, so it can be done, but you're right, the Explosive Trap does have a lot more burst damage, whereas the Storm Blast has a little bit more of a delay in it. It kind of ramps a little bit more, so a little harder to do maybe here with this setup. Tarke Killer getting a level up during his Weaver fight, and no one getting the single phase Weaver, unfortunately.
Nope. It didn't even seem like the other guys were attempting it. Honestly, Waggle is one of the guys that kind of popularized the boss one-shot. Yeah. So if we're going to be seeing it, I will be putting my money on him, which hopefully is going to give him an opportunity to catch up. As you can see on the skill tree, he's heading over to those movement skill cooldown reduction nodes, trying to lower the cooldown on his abilities as much as possible, cleaning up Fidelitas, or Fidelitas.
Fidelitas.
Fidelitas. Ooh, that's a spicy take.
So many pronunciations.
I like it.
So many incorrect pronunciations.
Ooh, interesting. Ty taking down Alira.
Yeah, I'm not exactly clear on what the strategy for the bandits is now, because it keeps changing. Sometimes we get the you don't kill Oak because he takes too long. I've seen more players killing Oak now. Some people going for the helping of Alira, and but more recently, I don't know. With practice runs, I've seen killing of all. all the bandits, which is unusual. We do see Tate killing Oak now. Previously, Oak was nearly always a not kill, unless you had a very good reason not to, because he can be difficult to kill, as we're seeing from Tate here.
Yes.
He's jumping around, he's putting the endurance charges up. He gets very tanky, he gets very mobile.
Yeah, unfortunately, Oak is one of the examples where RNG does come into play. A lot of people. Oh! What?
Wait, what?
Is that a tabula rasa for Tate Killer?
That is a tabula rasa for Tate Killer. His face when he saw that.
I called it too. A lot of randomization when I was talking about it. I meant the Immortal Call and the endurance charges. I did not mean a tabula rasa.
What have you done? We see it so infrequently and then just see it in the grand finals, someone getting one of the chase drops for the Raiz here. Tate Killer smashing out the tabula. It's going to be a thing now for him to try and figure out how to best take advantage of it, because these are the sort of things that are very difficult to practice for. Something unexpected happens. Sometimes you just don't take advantage of it. So Tate Killer's starting to move his gems over, thinking about, okay, how can I maximize my support gem links here? Will I be able to manage my mana if I put too many supports on? Sometimes that can really screw you. So he's got to be careful not to go too overboard on it, but certainly it's going to make life a lot easier from here on out with the stock management. It's a good time to get it too.
Yeah, and like you said, that's very important to point out that a lot of times these guys are simply not used to this. A lot of times if they're doing a practice run and they drop a tabula, they're just going to reset. Because obviously this would never happen in the finals of ExileCon. So why would they even practice with it?
Yeah, why?
And a lot of the times it's just going to throw them off, right? They do have an opportunity to put all of their gems, possibly all of the different gems, into one item, but they do have to worry about support gems a lot more now. They might put an extra focus on their weapons, which would help them out. And something that might speed them up might also end up simply slowing them down due to the lack of practice with such a prestigious
Indeed,
chest item.
Yeah, it's normally not something that you can accommodate very easily, but that's a high-end racer skill, is the ability to be able to take advantage of unforeseen circumstances and adapt to these sorts of situations. I was talking to Havoc about the potential of a tabula. I was like, what would be the item that would drop really early in the race that you think would make the biggest difference? And he said he doesn't think a tabula would make that much difference. The players have practiced this so well. So while we're hyping a tabula drop, it's not a game ender for Tate Killer, because these players have practiced so much that they've got their links sorted out. They know how to go about getting their correct links most of the time without too much trouble. So a tab certainly helps, but doesn't change the game. The big one would be getting like Wanderlust early on.
Absolutely, and that is something that is very important to point out. Because
wait, did I just say Wanderlust on Waggle?
No. Oh, yes. I would like to see a yes.
Yes?
No, that must have been a filter.
I swear I saw Wanderlust on Waggle. We might have missed it while talking about the tabula. I swear.
No way.
We don't have chat feedback, so we don't know, but chat's probably
okay, so chat might be freaking out that the tabula would be a big boost, but amongst all of the things that you've mentioned previously, a big part of it is movement speed, which Wanderlust would help a lot with.
Yes.
And if you're paying attention to what these guys are wearing right now, and especially what Tate Killer was wearing previously as his chest piece, it was nothing. And that is because a chest piece does reduce your movement speed. In the case of tabula, I believe it's either 3 or 5% movement speed, and that seems like a lot, but it is. It's a big difference. They really struggle to get that 10%. Tate Killer hitting us with a big true.
A big true. I'm wondering what that is about specifically. But I swear, if my eyes may be deceiving me, we are watching kind of like on the stage here. It's a little tricky with the lights, but I swear, maybe.
Maybe.
We'll see a little bit later maybe. But if so, that's definitely a huge boon for Waggle in the catch-up game that he's currently having to play. And he's doing a pretty decent job here. He's in the Val Ruins, which puts him about 2 zones behind the other folks. My math is correct.
I'm not sure. I'm looking at Waggle. That movement speed does not look Wanderlust worthy.
Yeah?
Waggle, open your inventory. Oh! Release snipes all of the nodes, might be picking up the entirety of that cooldown reduction wheel, getting as much cast speed as possible as they are going to be dual wielding. No shields allowed.
No
Absolutely
shields.
not.
Never.
Shields as well, they do slow you down, and they don't increase your damage a lot of the time, so
Not much.
Nope.
Not more than a want, exactly. You don't want any of those slowdowns where possible, and you'll see players only equip chest armors very late into the run here.
as Havoc does start getting ready for his Vault kill. This is a little bit of an opportunity for him to kind of manage his inventory. He takes full advantage of it, and he is going to be unleashing his skitter bots and preparing that Stormblast Mine. Ooh,
pretty
quite
spicy.
clean, but is it going to be clean enough with a well-positioned? Oh, okay, yeah, I don't even have to say anything.
No, perfection, no commentary needed from Havoc there. Absolutely perfect Val kill. Killing the ads and getting Val stuck into a 2-cycle of the initial ad spawning phase, which allows him to just kill him straight up. Will we see the same thing here from Ty23, whose damage is looking pretty good? We see a second cycle from Val. Will be enough? His damage slowed down a little bit? No, nice
there we go.
reverse at the end
Okay.
there. Another perfect run from Ty23. I would expect no less.
Yeah, I think he also even triggered his mines a second time because he knew that he wouldn't need the chain. He was just gonna pop it all off, spamming that detonation, something that they're most likely used to from the smoke mine plays. And I think the other guys might be sweating a little bit already, you know? Tate Killer only recently entering the Ancient Pyramid with Waggle just now hitting the waypoint leading up to Ancient Pyramid, quite a bit behind. Hopefully they're going to be able to catch up as Havoc does hit Sun Encampment, and the first player to do so as well, with Ty23 very closely behind him.
Ooh, when you just enter the Sun Encampment yourself after a perfect Val kill and you see Havoc's name just appear on screen just a second before you get there, you're like, ooh.
Yeah.
You gotta feel that a little bit.
Thing is too that I feel in terms of playstyle, Havoc does feel a lot better being the player in lead rather than the player catching up. He's kind of known for being the guy to not just lead these races, but also the level 100 races. And he seems just very confident in that position, something that throws a lot of other guys off because they feel this extra pressure on them now that they have to show, they have to perform. Havoc, he loves it.
There's a big difference mindset-wise from chasing a set pace to setting your own pace and setting a sustainable pace as well. So certainly, but Havoc seems to thrive under that pressure and always looks super calm. We see Tate Killer coming now into his Val kill. We'll see how it goes. A little bit of a little slight movement at the start there, and does not get the ads, resulting in Val disappearing. That's what the other players did so well to avoid.
There is a little bit of randomization when it comes to that. Sometimes Val will spread out his ads significantly more than if you were to shoot them very closely to himself, which does make it tricky. There was a short arc meta in the past, and in that case, it wouldn't matter, but for these guys with Orb of Storms and the mine, it can be quite tricky to just pull off enough damage in a large enough area to take down Vol without him actually going submerging. Ooh, a nice belt from Havoc. I do believe he made a little bit of a face as the belt and the RNG sickens him to his core. He doesn't feel like he needs it, but he'll still take full advantage of it.
Yes, he might act disgusted, but he disgustedly placed the belt around his waist.
Absolutely. Yeah, not a moment of hesitation.
Just feels a little bit dirty about equipping such a nice item.
Ooh,
nice
that was
smoke mine.
Yeah, that was a nice smoke mine. Smoke mine does enable you a lot more skips than what was possible previously with just Flame Dash. You can throw it quite a bit further, but you need to be able to throw it over things. So in the past, especially a long time ago, players would look to skip a lot of the Act 4 as leveling wasn't as popular as we've mentioned in the past. So there are a lot of really nice skips in Act 4 that you can fully take advantage of if you have a blink. Ooh, Havoc dropping low. If you have a blink arrow or a lightning warp, but the smoke mine does also enable a lot of those skips, and these guys are going to be taking full advantage of, and it's something to learn for all of us, you know?
Absolutely. A lot that can be learned from watching some races. I know that studying race builds in the past certainly helped just improve my general gameplay, and being able to level fast at the start of a league certainly is very advantageous. So feel free to get some of these VODs out and do some studying if you want to have a spicy league start 3.9 coming up very soon.
I like that. And yeah, everybody's fully committed now to the Orb of Storms, potentially getting that Wave of Conviction going later on. Havoc being the only player who's already got it picked up and also showing on his bars. It could be that the other guys have it. It could be that maybe they were missing some currency to get it.
Well, I see Arc from Tate Killer, if I'm not mistaken.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
It's unlinked, though. I don't know.
Preparing for later, possibly? I mean, has been a popular choice up to this point, and sometimes exploring new options in your practice can be detrimental instead of just refining what you're already working with. So
there we go.
With the Arc.
Tate Killer comfortable with his keybinds, switching them around, showing us the other bar. So there's a lot more going on here that we're led to believe.
Right. There's other bars now. The multi-bar. Love it.
We appreciate it, Tate Killer.
Thanks, buddy.
Nicely done, as the players do now pick up Elemental Overload, heading over to Nimbleness, again focusing a lot on that cast speed, hopefully being able to cast as many abilities as fast as possible.
Yep. That's definitely important.
Yes.
Killing stuff down as possible. Do the thing as quickly as possible, and certainly cast speed can help with that. We're seeing, how far are we seeing Waggle behind now? He's just in the sewers, and Tate Killer is a little bit further ahead, but that's a pretty good catch-up, at least to Tate Killer.
Unfortunately, Waggle did have that Hillock fiasco, but it's not like he's, Tate Killer dropping extremely low. That potion is not healing him as fast as I think he would like to, but does pull through. I think maybe he's lacking a little bit of lightning resistance, something that he's probably going to be looking into later on. Drops low again, playing it up for the fans. I love it.
Love it. Once again, we see Ty23 with just the one life lost. Does he know something we don't know?
Maybe, apparently, life lasts lower your movement speed or something. I don't know.
In before, we all discover that life loss had a -1% move speed penalty.
Yep.
And Ty23 is the only one who knew about it. But it's certainly a little bit of a head scratcher, but he doesn't seem phased by it at all. He's not a problem. And I haven't even seen him go low, really. So why do you need a second life loss for?
Honestly, I think he's trying to trick the game into dropping a third Quicksilver.
I see.
Like, oh, yeah.
It's an open invitation to a third Quicksilver.
Yes. Look what I got for you, an empty slot.
Come on in.
Yes,
move in. See, Ice Nova box from Ty23 decides to book it out of there, just kill a few extra mobs, just treating the lockbox like it's a few extra monsters.
Yeah, and you're going to be seeing that a lot. The main focus right now, because Orb of Storms does enough damage, the main focus is going to be rotating that smoke mine, making sure that it's always on cooldown. Same for your Flame Dash. It's extremely difficult as he finds a corrupted zone, something that I'm sure he wouldn't like to see. We'll be seeing if the other guys have found one as well.
Well, it will be there for all of them, so it kind of just comes down to the zone reads then, I believe.
That's where the real skill comes in.
Yeah, definitely, and that can be very difficult with things that don't generate very often in maps, because practicing for something that only happens 1 out of every 100 times is both, well, not really worth it and also very difficult to do.
An interesting strategy also from Waggle already, heading on over to the Solaris Temple, I believe before docks, as Tate Killer actually does the same thing. How did this happen? Is Waggle ahead of Tate Killer, or did he?
I think so. Like,
he would have the instance revealed if he would have gone to docks. So
yeah,
I think Waggle's caught up. Something's going on. Maybe you weren't kidding about those Wonderlands.
I swear I saw him. Chat will know, and I mean that's what it comes down to here. Is we'll pick up as many details as we can, but we will miss some things because there's so much going on in a race like this. So chat, it's your job to pick up all the things we miss and to spam them in chat and call us fools. That is your job, chat. So you guys enjoy doing that. Waggle is zooming very fast, though. I'll just say that much, and is all the way into the second level of Solaris Temple now. And I was just noting that we see the skill distribution kind of lining out a little bit now. We do see Waggle and Havoc with the popular Wave of Conviction Orb of Storms, which has the dual effect of lots of damage, debuffing, the ability to drop mobile damage, and the Wave of Conviction when you need a bit more of a hit of damage, some more instantaneous damage and debuffing action. Tate Killer does seem to be using the Arc. So.
Yeah, he does have access to that Tabula, and that's going to switch things up a lot. But I mean, again, all of these guys qualified. All of these guys showed that they've got what it takes to compete at ExileCon. And yet, despite having the Tabula, he's a little bit behind the other guys. So it might just be throwing him off. And like we mentioned, it's not as big of a boost. It's a big comfort boost for somebody who isn't as familiar with the game as these guys are. But for them, It's just another problem, you know?
Yeah. In a lot of cases here, players might be comparing like a 3-link Wave of Conviction to a 3-link Arc, or maybe a 4-link to a 4-link. But there's a potential of Tate Killer using like a 5-link Arc here, and in that case, it might end up being a little bit better than Wave of Conviction. But we'll see. We'll see how it plays out.
Havoc and Ty, neck and neck, exactly at the same spot, heading over to Piety through the Lunaris Temple with the recent changes to the Tentacle Miscreations. They aim a lot better now, and
they've got more accurate.
They aren't particularly friendly either.
They've always been a little bit intimidating if you didn't pick your running lines very well, as they do fire a barrage in a straight line, but and they do a lot of damage, but generally you can sidestep it quite easily, but they're getting a little bit scarier now, a little bit more accurate, maybe leading their shots a little bit.
They've been definitely playing some FPS games, because they're finally turning, getting quicker every time. Soon we won't be able to get away. As Ty enters Piety's zone, we'll be seeing what kind of strategy he's going to be going for. Possibly we could be full screening it to see whether or not... Unfortunately, we can't full screen it, but we can still see all the action, not using any portals, not trying to reset any of the fight, swiftly taking care of it, and heading over to his skill point to get that little bit of a boost as he picks up new skill gems to power himself up. I believe that was a lightning trap.
The Piety kill can go very smoothly, but sometimes she teleports right onto Ice Phase and can catch you with a nasty hit and a freeze. And having exactly that experience here, only just managing to slip between the 2 ice shots that would have ended his life. However, he's not out of the woods yet because Piety teleports onto another Ice Phase again and fires some more arrows at him. He opens the portal, he's like, I need to get out of here. I'm still recovering from that last hit, but realizes he's far enough away, he's behind a pillar, is okay. Whew,
Havoc showing some emotion, taking a big sigh of relief.
Yes.
He did calm down halfway through that, dropping the panic portal, making sure that he's got it up in case he would die, but I think he still knew that he could take care of the fight. What you can do with the portals for this fight is not only can you reset the phases of Piety, so if she shifted to another form, you can reset that with a portal if you just exit and enter back in, but also you can reset the rings on the floor, which possibly allows you to dodge her lightning warp in a sense.
Even with that knowledge, though, she can sometimes still catch you off guard, and that was very close to opening the fight with the ice form and getting some big hits in, and Havoc only narrowly avoiding death there with a perfect Matrix-style dodge.
Absolutely, and those Alira kills are showing because the extra resistances they could be getting would have definitely benefited him in that situation.
Makes a huge difference to have an extra, 12% resistance? Extra cold resistance, lightning resistance, makes a big difference.
I think it's 20, 25.
Is it more? Oh, it's so much.
It's so much.
It's so much.
Yeah, it's really big.
Tate Killer going very low there to a blue pack of the dogs. And
2v1G.
A little bit scary. We did hear, I think we just heard one of their loot filters.
Yeah, Ty has an extremely powerful loot filter.
It's a very potent loot filter. We've seen a lot of the races start to use loot filters that have voiceovers for specific items dropped. So I think what we just heard in the background there, I don't know if you guys heard on stream, but it was a 2B1G, which is like the
2
item
blue,
with the right
1
sockets.
green sockets.
Exactly.
Yes.
And that's pretty creative use of loot filters to help with the racing. So every now and then you might hear a little bit of background talking and you're wondering what that is. It's probably the loot filter telling them something crucial.
Yeah, if something drops off screen, it's going to be very important. These guys are familiar with the sound. Oh my goodness, I thought I was going to have a second to talk about filters and stuff, but no, Ty doesn't wait for anybody. Takes down the ads immediately. Oh my goodness.
Tate 23 just putting out huge amounts of damage there. He does have his Lightning Spire trap now, which makes a large amount of difference for the boss killing, being able to put out 3 of those and having the extra burst damage, and holy moly, that damage.
That was absolutely insane. I was wondering if they're maybe going to be picking up a flamethrower trap and rotating their abilities, something. Nope. Just... Oh, he doesn't even look at him.
Look at it.
He didn't even look him in the eyes. What?
He kills him while basically leaving the zone at the same time.
Turns his back. See you later, homie.
The absolute cheek on Tate 23. well, the goal.
That is incredible. Is that due to his gear?
That's aggressive. I feel like it's just one of those.
Let's check out Havoc's fight. Let's just see. No, it's the same thing. They're absolutely nuts.
Damage. So much damage.
These are some good builds.
Having changing filters mid-boss fight. He's got different filters for different parts of the race.
He's got 4 filters. I said 4.
Wow. Havoc has 4 filters for the one race, swapping it up at certain points in the game. Optimization, I tell you what, and there goes Dominus. But you see, Havoc sticks around to pick up the lead. Not like Tate 23, he's like out
there. He gave him a second.
I don't even care what Dominus drops.
Oh my goodness.
Havoc
disrespect from Ty.
So much.
I still can't believe it.
I know, it's just like shocking.
Ridiculous.
Did you see that shocking display?
As Waggle heads over to town, has to now clean up his gear a little bit, getting those sockets, making those juicy items. Very late though. The alteration came in late. It seems like he did it as soon as possible. Probably used a lot of his alterations to pick up a lot of the other gems that he needed previously. And Tate Killer still heading over to Piety. These gaps are getting huge. Havoc and Ty are just going crazy here, with Ty already being in the mine, and now Havoc only now getting to the Act 4 town. Oh my goodness, what is happening with Ty?
I know, they were so close together, and just this gap by second is getting wider. I think we're starting to see, and it's so hard to even pick what it is in particular that makes Ty 23 win every single race. And I think, I'm trying to pick what it is, but he's faster than the rest of them.
I'm trying to pay attention to the face expression. Havoc seeing Ty enter Mines 2. Little displeased, he got that little, I'm not quite there, but I'll get you type of look.
Havoc taking a little bit of damage there, but no worries, not sweating it too much. We see Ty 23 through about half the crystal veins now, getting caught on a few packs there though. Something I know the racers were pretty excited for is that they would be all playing on the exact same realm here, under the exact same circumstances, so it's really exciting for them to be able to like play under basically optimal conditions, like 4 ping or something.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is very helpful. Ooh, Waggle committing to a proximity shield blue pack. Dips halfway through. I bet he's not particularly happy about that choice. Sometimes you get greedy with those blue packs, and unfortunately, Scepter of God is an extremely tricky zone. A lot of things that are gonna slow you down, possibly even freeze you, or deny you the possibility of dealing damage altogether.
Yeah, a lot of bad stuff can happen in the up to Scepter of God, and it's a place you'd rather just skip entirely if you could in a lot of cases and make up the XP elsewhere. But Waggle actually killing quite a bit in here, keeping that XP high, even though it's a little bit more of a difficult zone.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is kind of necessary. These guys are only going for the Act 5 Kitava kill, and what's extremely important about that is that they will not be doing lab, which means that they're not getting the extra XP, so they have to get that XP somewhere. They have to be pretty much at least level 29. That's just the absolute bare minimum. And usually when you do see level 29 entering mines, it's kind of risky. So they are looking to get level 30, possibly even level 31. But Waggle only being level 28, approaching now Dominus, that's not high enough. He needs more XP. He has to commit to those skills, and that's going to cost him a lot of time.
It's a little rough, and that's the sort of thing that you start to see have a real snowball effect. It just gets worse and worse as the race goes on. But Waggle does manage to overtake Tate Killer here and get to Dominus first, at the very least. So we're seeing a bit of a shuffling of the player positions here. And Waggle moving into the second phase of his Dominus kill, and Tate Killer backtracking a little bit, not quite picking the right path through the upper Scepter of God there, unfortunately, which is not what he wants right now.
Yes. I think a large part of the initial shock on Tate Killer's face when dropping the tabula was, what the hell do I do with this thing? It might have been also nice RNG, but I think, yeah, it's just difficult for him to kind of get it all together. This is not what he's used to. Yeah. It doesn't allow him to min-max his gameplay, and
it's not going to win the race for him, we can say that much.
Yes.
I did notice that Tate Killer has swapped over to Wave of Conviction now, so while he was using Arc briefly, it might have just been a little bit of a gap filler before he did swap over. So a little interesting to see like the more organic changing of skills there.
Absolutely. As Ty23 has already taken down the Resso in a very clean fashion, Havoc still heading over, now dealing with Barcool as Ziggy gets shocked by the sheer
I didn't
idea
even see
of
the Resso fight.
Oh, will we see a big skip from Ty? Whoa! There you go, the smoke mine act for skips coming in. It's been a while since we've seen those.
Very
Again,
nice.
something in the past that you have to use Lightning Warp with, but with this smoke mine, he takes full advantage of it. That means that he's got enough XP, he's confident, his gear is good, he doesn't have to worry about any of that stuff, and he can get through these zones as fast as possible, and that's a big skip. This is going to allow him to save many seconds.
Yeah, the Lava Fall skip is a huge, it actually cuts a huge section of the, oh, he's doing it again!
Oh! That's crazy.
Skips so much of the zone, but it's a double-edged sword because there's a lot of monsters you're missing, and like Raiz was saying, you have to be confident at that point. But he's cutting through this zone very
Level
quickly.
32. He knows exactly what he's doing. Level 32 is perfect as he approaches Comb. Let's see what he can do here. Will it be as clean as his Duresso kill? Honestly, not a, whoa, double unit, what's happening?
Doesn't even care.
He leaves it on the ground. He doesn't need the alterations. Alchemy Orbs, forget about it. He just moves away.
I think anyone who ever doubted the authenticity of Ty23's racing because we hadn't seen much of him, and people always do when someone's mysterious, has got to be like, well, eating their words right now because we see just phenomenal racing here, just down to every detail from Ty23, mapping out exactly how much XP he needed, how much stuff he could skip, and still be exactly on point. And
yeah, Ty is one of those guys that goes to an internet room, you know, some sort of game, and everybody's like, this guy's a cheater. And all he does is sits there confidently being really happy. It's the best of compliments when somebody considers you a cheater. And we've been seeing that a little bit, you know, with him not showing it. Some people are like, he's definitely cheating. This guy can't be.
He's got to be.
He can't possibly be that good.
Right. No one can be. But
he's on the stage of ExileCon, and he is that good, guys. It's crazy.
It just so happens he is. It's not using an aimbot at all. As it turns out.
As it turns out, yeah.
You were just bad in that Call of Duty lobby that time. You were just bad.
Yep.
Sorry to tell you. It wasn't an aimbot.
There goes Tate Killer going for Vol. Havoc going for Comb. Ty quickly dealing with Piety. No problems there at all.
She did not even have a chance to have a spin.
No.
So sad.
No spins for her.
No spins.
Cyclone's been there. She didn't get the memo.
Havoc taking down his Calm nicely, scooping up the item and getting on out of there, choosing to do his Fireside before heading on over to Duresso, which we saw the opposite with Ty23, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Either way, it doesn't matter this much now because Ty23 is in the Harvest and is now taking on the trio of mini-bosses in the lead-up to the Malachi fight. He has to get their organs, and they can be some little dangerous fights. They have a pretty small health pool, so though, with the damage that Ty's putting out, it's a pretty fast kill. But they can still snipe you if you get unlucky timing on some of those skill uses.
Yeah, and when it comes to Comb and Duresso, it might boil down to personal preference or simply itemization. They might give themselves a little bit more of an opportunity to possibly get some cold resistance gear or some fire resistance gear, whatever they've got going on. Again, another strategy they have to adapt to, and Havoc is not adapting quickly enough to those spinning swords that Duresso is simply dropping on him ruthlessly.
Those swords can be a real problem sometimes. Sometimes they just appear right underneath you and you have to react right at the moment because they do just chunk away at your health. And he's doing okay. We go, oh, he's not doing okay. I take my words back. He's going very low and on the swords there, not finding a moment to have a breath and let his healing flask take effect. And he's out of healing flask now, so he can't make another mistake right now.
There we go.
Perfect.
So drops to his knees in respect.
Respect.
But also sneakily drops some swords as well. He's like, oh yeah, no, totally, dude. Here's some swords.
Like, oh, I submit to your superior warrior while he throws sand in Havoc's eyes. Dirty fighter. Duresso doing whatever it takes, but still losing. Superior Havoc. We see Ty23 chilling out over in the corner here, waiting for the animations to occur. I think he might have been doing a little bit of a skip there, but not quite sure, yeah.
A little bit of skippage going on, absolutely, as he prepares for this Malachi fight. Quickly getting over to the heart, dealing as much damage as possible. You can kind of prepare yourself for whenever Malachi does teleport over to that heart. Doesn't take that chance here, which means that he is going to be dropping a little bit lower, and this fight is going to be taking a little bit more time. This last heart is really when this fight gets tricky, because if you're paying attention to his HP, he's got a 680 HP, which isn't a lot. If you're an average PoE player, well, you probably have more like 1,000, maybe sometimes even if you're on hardcore, you're really freaking out, 1,500 HP. Yeah. None of that for these guys. They gotta burst through as much as possible. And every item that you're picking up, every item that you're ADing is an opportunity for you to maximize your gameplay, either deal with mobs faster or simply get ahead with those movement skills. They can't take a second.
And
no rest.
That was something you were talking to me about the other day, that Tate is often seen as just like excellent itemization in that regard. And but I don't know, we're not seeing it so well for him today. He's not getting the right items. He's not getting it put together.
Yeah, unfortunately, I do believe that, I hate to say it, but the Tabula is just simply throwing him off his game, you know?
Maybe
it was the nerves, maybe it was the pressure. He's off his game, he's trying to do the best. I think he's picking up, he got a gold rim!
Oh, okay. That's
swiftly eclipse it, doesn't even check. Oh, he's getting a little frustrated. A little jittery, not a lot of time to catch up to the other guys as he makes his way through the calm zone. Oh, Tate Killer must not be happy with his performance here, considering the amount of RNG. Does go for the skip.
Misses it on the first throw, but does get it on the second throw. Yeah, it's like getting a gold rip and a tabula on the one player here is absolutely wild. And certainly the resistance from the gold rip would carry all the way here. Very, very helpful, but it certainly would have wanted a little earlier, but I guess you can't complain too much. But it's difficult to like keep up with all these.
Yes.
All these moments, I'm sure, right now for him.
Absolutely. Waggle fighting the Resto, Havoc cleaning up the mini-bosses, leading up to Malachi. Both of them dropping low constantly, not a lot of defense going on. Similar amounts of HP, with Tate Killer actually being the guy with the least amount of HP, only at 560. Yeah, the less HP you've got, the more you get stunned, but at this point, oh my goodness, what is happening on Ty's screen? Dodges expertly as he deals with the man in possession of the Eyes of Zeal.
Tate Killer going very low to some fireballs at the start of that fight. I was a little bit worried he was going to get stun locked on those fireballs, but he managed to just slip out of range and take down his count fight. Waggle going a little low in the belly of the beast there. The belly of the beast has some scary monsters in it.
Yeah, that puncture will really kick your ass. It can be very tricky if you keep moving. You can't stop. You got to keep moving.
You're in a race. You can't stop and wait for a puncture.
Absolutely
to dispel.
not.
Yeah. At the same time, they can do a lot of damage, those punctures. And we do see Waggle kind of bleeding out now. I can hear some bleeding in the background there. Sounds pretty juicy.
Yep. Havoc taking down Malachi. I want to say slowly but surely, but honestly, none of this has been slow so far. No. These guys are going absolutely ham, wasting no time, having a little bit, some extra animations for Havoc. Maybe we're going to be able to full screen just to see the second phase and the amount of expertise that these guys have to go through to be able to pull up these fights nicely. Unfortunately, still not possible. Havoc dealing with the heart, taking it down nicely, having to wait for the teleport, having to dodge a little bit. That wave of conviction, quite a short range. Has to utilize his lightning trap. There you go. Second heart going definitely a lot better than it did for Tide 23. Nicely dodging, obviously leading Malachi to the last heart, which is going to speed it up that much more. And with this last heart being taken down.
Ooh, a few tickles there.
Havoc drops low.
A little bit of a tickle there at the end of the fight.
I was going to say Malachi is vulnerable, but there's nothing vulnerable about him.
No, not
sticking
quite.
around till the very end. And,
almost punishing Havoc right at the end of the fight there. Very scary stuff.
Yeah, but also Havoc wastes no time logging out immediately. Has it perfectly timed. Nicely done.
He's like, this fight's over. I'm out. Animations. No, don't even. Just forget about them.
Oh my goodness, look at Ty's screen, skipping all the blue packs, gets through Innocence as fast as possible. And normally, if you were to look at this, his character is extremely underleveled, extremely underpowered, but with the skill selection and the build that he's created for himself here, he simply bursts through all of these zones. It can be very tricky, but apparently not for him, man.
Apparently not. We see there's a few things going on right now. Like Tate Killer and Waggle find themselves in a position where they have to start maybe skipping more than they'd be comfortable, going through a little bit less leveled, spending less time on gearing to try and catch up. And I mean, it's nearly all or nothing in this race. Like, yeah, you'd be happy with the third, sure, but you don't want to be risking that fourth. And I mean, you want to try and win this thing. Yes. And Ty 23 now is he's moments away from the Kitava fight, because this Innocence fight is a very scary hurdle, but he's looking very confident in it. And it's almost like instant. You'll blink and you'll miss it. He'll be at Kitava right after the Innocence fight, if all goes well for him.
Yeah, it can be extremely tricky. Havoc is a player that has had some very difficult Innocence fights in the past, so I'm sure he is a little bit stressed about the upcoming encounter. But right now, he's taking care of it taking care of his inventory very nicely, making sure that he's ready and good to go, as Ty has already been fighting, getting through what I believe would be the second stage. Yes, there you go. There's the ads. There's a set amount of ads that I'm sure Ty is counting. Yep. I'm sure he's not even counting it. He's just got him timed in his head. Yeah.
It's part of his body at this point.
Absolutely, yeah. He is known to be one of the guys that just out-practices everybody, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, I wasn't sure what I was going to see today when looking at Ty's gameplay. The first time really seeing it from first-person perspective, and I wasn't sure if I'm going to see something crazy, but we haven't. We've just seen like a lot of little things stacking up. Like, he's just a bit faster in his inventory management. He reads those zones perfectly every time, and that sort of stuff just comes down to like just tons and tons of practice.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You just have to get so familiar with the content, you know? Ooh, Waggle drops a little low, but no, takes down Malachi, picking up a little bit, using that portal to get out. No logouts for him today.
Life the corruption.
We got the Malachi fight coming up for Tate Killer, and hoping that it goes smoothly for him so that he has a nice clean run into the next act. We do have Havoc making the run through the outside exterior areas of the zone now to get up to his Innocence fight.
Another unique for Ty.
What?
I think it's this filter. It's just impossible.
Everything is a unique. His filter stacking, everything is a unique. Ty 23 is outside. Once again, you'll notice things look a little different to Havoc's outside, because now he's on the way to Kitava, and you just have to navigate a very short run of zone here. A little bit of a side trip here in the ossuary, and then he's on the Kitava fight. So keep a close eye on Ty 23's gameplay, while simultaneously watching all three other screens, because we do have, of course, the second phase of Malachi starting up for Tate Killer. Waggle moving through some very precarious zones, and Havoc running as fast as he can. I want to say I've seen a huge amount of improvement in Havoc's gameplay as well. Particularly I noticed in this, his inventory management, his town management stuff has just been really on point. He had said that he'd been practicing that sort of thing a lot, optimizing that gameplay, and well, he's not too far behind in second place at the moment right now.
Yeah, but like we talked before, when it comes to practice, Ty is the monster, you know? For these guys, they're playing the game and also they're practicing. To Ty, practice is the game, you know? He's very reminiscent of one of the old school racers like Dead and Doom, who simply wouldn't play the game, but he loved racing. He loved to just improve his time, and that was the game for him, to compete in these sort of events. And
yeah, since you mentioned it, I don't know that I've ever seen Ty 23 playing the regular game of Path of Exile. For him, the regular game, like you said, is racing.
He doesn't even know what maps are. Let's go, maps?
What's a map? Unless it's in a race. Oh, there's things at the end of some of those longer races. Okay, I gotcha.
Oh yeah, he's done a map before.
Yeah, he's done a couple of
those. There's been a race
races.
before.
He's very, very experienced on the T1 to 5 maps.
But this is it. If Ty doesn't die, and there's a lot of opportunity for him to get one shot. Yeah. It would be that he's going to be finishing here, unless, if he dies, he's going to have to stand around for 1 minute, which will give an opportunity for Havoc to come back and catch up. I don't know, he's looking really confident right now, though.
is. This is the moment. The huge explosions are a one-shot at this point. Tire 23 comfortably dodging it. This is it. This is the final moments of the race for Tire 23. Can he close things out without large mistake? And at the moment, things are looking pretty good. The heart phase, first heart phase not too bad. Second heart phase much scarier. We'll see how that goes. But Tire 23's damage is looking very spicy, and that helps a lot.
But with his defense, the mistake doesn't need to be large. It can be very tiny, and it'll suffice to the pleasure of Havoc. But no, Ty pulling through steadily.
Heart phase going down very rapidly. It's a chunky heart, but avoiding standing off to the side there at the right moment as some of the ads started to spawn a little bit more than he wanted, but the damage being very good on the hearts there. And
this might be it. He's done.
He's done. He's done.
He's done it. He's done it. He's a gamer.
He's a gamer.
Tide 23 takes it.
Congratulations to Tide 23 for a just monstrous display, proving beyond all shadows of a doubt that he is a phenomenal racer, and smashing all the qualifiers through, smashing the grand final with room to spare. An absolutely crazy run. I'm very curious if we can find the time that he got in winning his race, and I'll get that to you folks very soon. But nonetheless, he has indeed taken first place and wins a massive grand prize. But the race is not yet over, folks, because we have 3 more races, and Havoc is working his way through the second phase of the Innocence fight, a very scary phase.
Incredible performance from Ty. Havoc, a little bit of frustration, I'm sure, but despite Ty 23 claiming the $10,000, there's still a lot on the line for Havoc as well.
Very spicy prize there for Tide 23. He's got to be feeling pretty good about that. But he looks calm, you know. He looks chill.
Yes.
Looks like he's having a relax. Maybe he's going to check out the other players' race, see how they're going. He's destroying his items.
Yeah, Ty is destroying his items, and the race continues with Havoc pushing through, preparing slowly for his Kitava fight. I think he is somewhat aware of where the other players are, so he does know that he has a little bit of extra time, as Tate Killer and Waggle actually are catching up, I would say. Waggle is very close behind, and he was also the first player to get the last highest level. Therefore, he should have a tiny bit of an advantage with these upcoming boss fights that he now has to deal with. And well, I do think for Havoc, Innocence was the difficult part. I've never seen him struggle with Kitava, but I've definitely seen Waggle unfortunately choke in all sorts of moments when it comes to these races. Never though on Innocence or Kitava, so we should still be fine, but he can always surprise us. Well, anybody can really always surprise us with these.
I think it's been full of surprises this time, and Waggle's recovering from his early death quite well with a pretty nice effort on the catching up here. He's got a little bit of work to catch up to Havoc right now. And, we just had a little bit of a very unfortunate technical difficulty there. It looked like everyone froze at the exact same time. Unfortunately, Tate Killer suffering the worst of that with a death.
Tate Killer, the best and the worst of RNG.
That's true. That's true. That's very true. Tate Killer says, "It's okay. I suck lol." That's not true, Tate Killer. I don't know if you can hear me. You're amazing. It can happen, and very unfortunate that does happen here at the end of ExileCon, but, well, the internet's going to internet, isn't it?
Yes.
It's a shame.
That's a good way to describe it, as Havoc makes his way over to Kitava with Waggle finishing up the Innocence fight quite smoothly despite some technical difficulties. And we'll be seeing, does Havoc have what it takes?
Does he Havoc it? I'm sorry. I'm disappointed.
It was going so well. I don't know.
The commentary's been going so well up until this point. But nonetheless, we'll find out either way. It's just right now as Havoc moves into his Kitava fight. And there's a little bit of chance here for Waggle and Tate Killer to duke it out to finish things off. Waggle heading into the ossuary. Tate Killer has to finish off his Innocence fight, unfortunately. Certainly gonna hurt. I do feel for him right now, but nonetheless, the focus is on Havoc.
Yeah, if Havoc goes down here, that Waggle would be pretty happy about that. I don't know if you would be fully aware of the circumstances that he's in. Havoc keeps dropping low, man. He keeps getting hit, but just enough to not die. And that's something that we've seen from this race, outside of that one unfortunate incident at the very start.
Oh, Havoc. Watch the chieftain
Calm
there.
down, Havoc. Come on, man.
Very scary. Just eating a couple punches from the... There's 2 unique monsters that can get summoned from the heart phase, and he's just kind of standing there eating a few back-of-the-head punches. Not what he wants. Waiting to the last moment to dodge the explosions there. Getting a little bit...
No life flash as he has to dodge the degeneration on the ground. Expertly played. That was extremely tricky.
Yeah, that was very close. Havoc giving us a very exciting Katava kill here. Tate 23's Katava kill, boring. He had it covered. Too easy, too good a gamer. No problems whatsoever. Havoc, however, giving us some exciting moments here, pushing the line.
Havoc's clearly playing it up for the crowd. He's got the fight fully under control. No issues for him. And with that, he's going to take it down. A sign of relief, a quick stretch. Havoc takes second place.
Just a little stretch for Havoc.
A quick sip. He's been thirsty for that second place. Nicely done. Extremely well played. Fantastic display from Havoc.
Absolutely. A massive congratulations. I don't see the chat, but put some hype in there if you're watching on Twitch for Havoc for a phenomenal run. What a gamer.
What a gamer. Representing Method. Very nicely done. And now we've got the 3rd and the 4th place to finish up. So let's get some cheers going for these guys as Waggle gets prepared, despite everything, for his Katava kill. Quickly teleports out, doesn't waste any time, makes sure that his flasks are full, gets ready for that hard phase. And let's see what he can do here. Nice patterns on the ads, and he dealt with it no problem. He does have Mind Over Matter, I do believe, so quite a bit of defense for him there. Not as much reserved aura. Taking down the next phase, TPing out, refreshing, making sure that he's got everything as much under control as possible.
I'm wiggling.
Oh, that's what that was. I'm like,
what's he doing? What's he doing? I'm wiggling for Waggle right now. Very excited. He had such an upset on Hillock, but he's going to prove it. Because what's the real test? Hillock or Katava? Well, like maybe Hillock, but Katava, final phase here, dodging the last little explosion, and
just like that, takes it down, takes the 3rd place despite the early issues. A sigh of relief.
A massive congratulations to Waggle for taking 3rd place in the final prize, but Tate Killer can still win his way into all of our hearts as we do close out the race. We're cheering him on because we are here for Tate Killer as well. To see him close out the race, he's had a phenomenal journey to get here to ExileCon, and we are definitely going to see him close it out. I do have a little bit of a... Oh, Tate Killer!
Oh my goodness.
Oh dear, the proximity shield pack stacked up and just waiting for him around that corner.
And that's exactly what can happen at any point with these races. Just an unfortunate pattern of events for Tate Killer. And with that, he's gonna have to wait and rerun the zone as he does get ready to pick up that 4th place.
The tension is building. You can see the countdown on screen now as he waits the final moments to be able to close out his race. While we do wait, though, I do have an unofficial time. This is the official unofficial time for Tate 23's race finish. Just how fast is he? Well, we might get a more precise time later, but we apparently had the unofficial time of being 1 hour and 2 minutes.
Incredible.
Crazy.
Absolutely incredible. These are the sort of times that these guys would really appreciate in a practice run, but to do this at the ExileCon finals after everything he's been through, after all the qualifiers he had to go through, incredible.
I definitely think Tate 23 erasing any doubt. He says 102 is slow. Of course he does.
I'm sure you can tell us a little bit more in possibly some interviews and whatnot if we do find the time to do that.
But he's, maybe that's, I don't know if that's humble or the opposite of humble, but nonetheless, he's not happy enough. He's sorry.
A little bit of an apology. We accept it, Ty. That's absolutely fine. As Tate Killer continues to get his final placement, getting through these zones, heading on over to the ossuary. Peak focus, Tai. We all believe in you. Maybe we can get some cheers in the crowd to encourage Tate Killer as he gets through this zone.
I'm ready to cheer Tate Killer on for the closing moments of his race here.
Havoc first person to enter Lionized Watch.
Havoc, race is over, buddy. At least for you it is.
In before. In before they have to enter Lionized to finish the race. That was the official finish. Yeah.
Killing Katana wasn't enough. You have to go to Lionized. First to Lionized.
Good thinking, Havoc. Nicely done.
Just in case, just checking. Tate Killer doing some final preparations here for the Katava fight. He has concluded Ossuary. He's just going to do a little bit of a run, and then we'll have the Katava kill for Tate Killer.
Restocking on his portal scrolls. I think that's the right thing to do at this point. And again, if you just pay attention to how nicely he weaves those smoke mines.
Look at that.
And that flame dash. I'm totally not throwing him off at all with what I just said.
Oh my lord.
Remaining focused. Yeah. That was fully timed. Calculated.
Calculated.
Nice.
You only need 1 hit point. That's all you need.
Yep.
That's fine. Beautifully smoke and flame dashing with the perfect combo right into the middle of the back. Gets the risk when you're moving so fast. You might just find yourself in the middle of 7 punches.
And with 704 life, it doesn't take a lot. Those are 2, maybe 3 hits for these guys to go down. And just like that, he's getting ready for this Katava fight. First phase begins. Nicely dodging the sweep.
Nicely read. No problems there. First phase goes down very quickly with just 1 attack from Katava. I just want to say I'm just so happy to have seen that we have had a series of races and then a grand final race at ExileCon. It feels right to me that there's like some racing action at ExileCon, the very first.
Absolutely so. It's been incredibly exciting, and I'm sure it's incredibly exciting for Tate Killer as well now as he dodges all the cheeky slams from Kitava. Can he do this deathless? At this point, TP's out. Make sure that he's got everything that he needs for the ad phase. Drops a little low, drops a little bit more low, and
Tate Killer.
With that and no portal.
No portal. Oh dear. That's unfortunate.
That is slightly unfortunate.
Whew, an absolute brutal kill. I thought he was going to pull it through with just a sliver of HP there. It was so very close.
And you can also see on the right, as he shows his skill gems, this is what it takes, guys. His character is so under-leveled. He continues to kill mobs. The gems don't get the penalty from the player to mob difference. Therefore, they continuously level without him actually being able to level them up.
They're like, they're maxed out at this point. And like I was saying earlier, he had to push real hard, real under-leveled. I would say under-geared, but he did have some kind of nice gear drops, so, if I'm being honest. But as you see, it doesn't necessarily make the difference here. Tate Killer having a little bit of a fill around here, but yeah, it's just I'm so happy to see like this level of racing happening at ExileCon, and it's just been such a huge effort from a mixture of the community. Certainly with ZiggyD's assistance has been super awesome to see, but it's people out there organizing races, it's the people out there training for the races and practicing for them and putting on a show that people want to watch, and also people tuning in to watch the races.
Oh yeah,
make
absolutely.
it happen. So I appreciate that. I love casting races. I love seeing them. So it's awesome. And I love casting the races with you, Raiz.
Oh, that's deep. That's deep. Hits me right in the feelers. Yeah. Tate Killer doesn't go for the reset though. Might be a little tricky to get back in. It's a little bit funny. He gets hit by the same pack that he hit by going in. But I think he's got it under control. Let's see what he opts to go for here. Immediately engages, doesn't waste any time.
a little scary moving into that by leaving it from before.
Yes.
But yeah, he cleans it up not too bad. Reads the attacks here, goes out for a portal refresh, not taking any risks after last time.
Oh, this might be tricky, as he does have to deal with a Degen on the ground and those heavy hits from those ads at the same time. Another heavy flicker.
Oh, he sneaks out through the portal. No more
No portals.
No portals, buddy. You've got
Don't
to do this.
panic.
It's all
Do
or nothing.
not
Do
panic.
Don't get flicker struck again, because it will one-shot you.
Calm down. He's got it fully under control. He's just playing it up to the audience at this point. Very clearly, he knows what he's doing. Dodges.
Tate Killer finishes it off.
Showing emotion, but I think we could definitely get some claps.
Yes.
Nicely done by all the players. Fantastic display. And this has been an extremely exciting finish.
Absolutely. It's always heart-wrenching to see Tate Killer. He always feels the feelings of the races. So definitely give him that love. Send him that love for putting on a great show for all of us. And definitely to all of our racers today, Tate 23 winning the race, proving to himself that the man behind the mystery is absolutely phenomenal racer. No shadow, no doubt, right? No doubt.
This guy's crazy.
He's crazy. This guy's crazy. And Havoc as well coming in second, just showing so much practice.
What a race. That was a lot of fun. So I think we have a new Katava record. I do not have the numbers, but it's significantly faster than we've seen before, I think. And that was amazing to watch. Jonathan and I watched the whole thing, both behind the scenes and down there in the audience. That was awesome. So, in order of slowest to fastest, thank you, everyone. First of all, we'd like to congratulate Tate Killer. Could you come up here, please? Thank you so much for coming. It's awesome. Great. And in third place, Waggle. So you've won $2,500 US. We'll arrange the details with you to get you that cash. I didn't bring it with me. So, yep. Congratulations, man. You did great. Thank you so much. In second place, we have Havoc. Thank you very much. Yes, we'll get you your $5,000 US. Thanks very much. And of course, first place, we have Tate 23. Now, not only do we have the $10,000 US that we will give you, but in addition, we have prepared a trophy for the 2019 ExileCon Race Champion. So hopefully we can get the camera to zoom in. You can see a Marauder triumphantly lifting his maul. And this is etched in crystal for you. Don't drop it. Congratulations, man. Great race. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. That concludes ExileCon 2019. How was the event, Jonathan?
Well, I, for one, really enjoyed it. That was excellent. And I really loved seeing the racers compete. They go way faster than I can even follow.
We learned a lot about how to play
Yeah. I don't know what was... I don't know what was going on with that flash strategy there, but I'm sure it was important.
Yes, that was amazing. Well, I had a great weekend, the best weekend of my life, and it was all because of you guys here and online. You made it amazing for us. We tried to make it amazing for you. Hopefully you had a great time. So, we were just talking backstage, and we want to commit to more races next year. We're going to work out racing for 2020 to be a big year. Lots of stuff the community can get involved in. We will post some details once we've worked it out. We'll be working closely with the community racers on this, of course, so that's the commitment we're going to make. This went really well as far as we're concerned. So, if you're watching on the... What's that, sorry? Nice. If you're watching on the live stream, then that's the end of ExileCon for you. But if you're here in person, we have the after party in a few hours. It's running from 8 o'clock till 11 p.m. right here on the bottom 2 levels of the convention. And there's a few notes. So the first one is, I will still be the Shaper. Come and kill me. Get some stuff signed. I'll be there for 3 hours. It'll be amazing. The second thing is, we'll have the merchandise store still open. We've still got a little bit of stock to sell, so buy it all. We do not want to have to take it back to our office. A room full of rowers is not something we need. And finally, we are serving food. We've catered for 1,300 people or so there should be plenty of food. I mean, if you're hungry beforehand, grab some, but we've got food and drink there. On the back of your badge, there's a voucher which we're going to clip when you get your free drink. And of course, you can purchase more from the bars if you want to. It's going to be a great party. Look forward to seeing you in a few hours. And thank you, everyone, for a really good ExileCon. Thanks. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.